Let's get this super long live stream going. I'm going to spend probably the next 5 hours or so looking at fantasy teams, answering questions, talking about injury updates. But if you are watching this as a video after it was recorded, all I ask is go to the comment section. I'm sure that there are some people down there that left start sit questions. And if you could respond to some and try to get to a few of the questions that maybe I wasn't able to, that'd be great. Now, of course, I will also be waking up extremely early on Sunday. We'll get a 5-hour live stream before the games tomorrow, just in case you missed me tonight. And if you ever wanted to go through and ask a start sit question, trade question, or anything, we answer all the questions through flogfantasy.com. That's what we're going to be doing in this live stream right now. It's this button up here at the top right that says expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. And even if you ask it when we're not live streaming, whenever we do stream, the answer is actually going to be sent to you through flogfantasy.com as well. So definitely, it's a little more functional than what you'd have with the typical super chat, of course. But let's go over and let's get a full-blown team review going for the betting favorite. Actually changed his name. My guy, when you see this, shoot me a message on flogfantasy.com letting me know what your new name is. Let's check this team out for the old Greg, the 4-time champ. We've actually looked at this team before. Little side note, it's freaking nuts. And going through and checking out it now, so it's been wheeling and dealing. But now my running back 2 is diabolical. I'm 3-0, got offered Breece and Christian Watson for DK, Jaden Reed, Jonathan Brooks, but I didn't pull the trigger due to the lack of depth. It would leave me. Was this a dumb move? Should I look to make any moves or sit tight? I'm always happy to support my guy. Much love, my friend. I will say I completely understand wanting to go through and maybe prioritizing a little bit of depth here, because this is a league that's a 12-team format where you do start up to 4 wide receivers. So the depth does matter a little bit more in this league because we are 3-0 though, and it will give us some time to actually go through and make moves off the waiver wire to backfill depth. I would for sure go and get Breece Hall if we possibly can, but looking at the squad, we have the best team in the league. Right now, we have Josh Allen at quarterback. Absolutely love to see it. Obviously, having Allen at QB, you are not needing to really roster another. We are golden. No moves whatsoever. Going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with the Mason-McCaffrey pairing. So we have a running back 1, whether that's for this week or rest of season. Obviously, we are chilling here. We have Jonathan Brooks down here coming in next week as RB2. We're going to go with the desperation start, Braylon Allen, assuming that Alvin Kamara plays. If Alvin Kamara misses, then Jamal Williams is viable at that point. But yeah, running back, definitely not super, super strong until we get McCaffrey back. Now, honestly, if we could potentially go out there and get Breece Hall and sell the wide receiver depth, I think you do it. Go get Breece if you can. Because going over to wide receiver, while I understand that you have to start 4 of these guys every week, we have 3 top 10 receivers. We have St. Brown, A.J. Brown, Malik Neighbors. Yes, trading away Metcalf and Jaden Reed is going to make us a little bit thinner. We're in your second flex spot, or in that flex spot. We are going through and we're starting Christian Watson all of a sudden once we make this trade. It doesn't matter because ultimately we can go through, we can cycle through options down there off of waivers. You'll be able to start Breece and Jordan Mason in the short term, then Breece and McCaffrey in the long term. And we'll have St. Brown, A.J. Brown, Malik Neighbors. And going over to tight end, we're sitting with Evan Ingram, T.J. Hawkinson, Mike Gesicki. So obviously we are going to get Hawkinson back in the long term. And when that does happen, you could potentially cut both Evan Ingram and Mike Gesicki, potentially. And we could be picking up an additional running back, picking up an additional wide receiver off of the waiver wire there. So we can cycle through and just play the waiver wire for the depth. For that reason, I think you are highly incentivized to go out there and make that trade where you just get the best player in the deal in Breece Hall. So I think already you are sitting here with an obnoxiously good team. I mean, we have someone in the chat thinking that this is a 6-team league. This is a 12-team format. It's golden. And when you are this high up in the league analyzer and you are this much better than the rest of the league, I think really the only move to make, even if depth does matter a little bit more in your format, is to go through and make that trade where we get the elite level running back in and you quote unquote overpay for the elite asset. So 100%, that's what I'm going to be looking to do here, my guy. And honestly, outside of that, there's not too much else to discuss. And maybe if you don't want to make that trade and we are rostering Metcalf and Jaden Reed here, then I'd possibly drop Jalen Tolbert, pick a running back off the waiver wire. But I think you are golden. But really do appreciate you. And yeah, congrats on having a team that's way better than mine. That's all I'll say. I'm going over to this next team. This is from CJ Mandl. It is Let the Band Play Neck. Okay. I don't know if this is just some meme that I don't understand, but so interesting team name. Says, I have an inbox offer trading away Kyler Marv Baker 2 early to mid 2026 first for Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, Achane, and Deshaun Watson. So Kyler to Jalen Hurts, slight upgrade in Dynasty. Marvin to AJ Brown, downgrade in Dynasty. Baker to Deshaun Watson, downgrade. We're trading away 2 future firsts effectively for Devon Achane, Amari Cooper, and a first. So just cancel out, say, one of the first in 2026, cancel out the 2025 first. We're upgrading from Kyler to Hurts, downgrading from Harrison to AJ Brown. We're trading a first for Devon Achane, and we're downgrading from Baker to Deshaun. With this deal in particular, I'd probably say no unless we can keep Baker Mayfield. I'm trying to compete and need to get running backs, but they're hard to come by in this league. Also tempted to buy neighbors with my 3 2026 first. So this is a 12-team Superflex Dynasty League, just in case anybody didn't understand the context of that. Here at quarterback, yeah, we have the cornerstone pieces. You can contend with Burrow in the short term. You can contend with Kyler in the short term and build around these guys in the long term. And we can say the same exact thing as what you have with Baker Mayfield down there as your QB3. So honestly, you're in a phenomenal spot here at quarterback. Going over to running back, we have Jordan Mason to play in the short term with the McCaffrey injury. Beyond that, we are cycling through running back 2s with Carson Steele, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, Roschon. Obviously, with Steele looking like the guy right now, depending on the Kareem Hunt role and depending on what Roschon does this week, maybe that guy ends up actually turning into Roschon Johnson. But I completely understand if you wanted to contend right now, going out and adding in an additional running back would help a ton. Going over to wide receiver, we have Chase, Harrison, Tyreek, Olave, Ayuk. Looking at a couple of these names like Chase, Harrison, Olave, these are cornerstone pieces that we can contend with right now. We can build around them in the long term. You love to see it. Tyreek, definitely a contending asset where if you decided that we wanted to pivot over to a rebuilding team, you have to let go of Tyreek. You have to get some future draft capital in. Ayuk is kind of borderline there because with Ayuk, I wouldn't expect the production to fall off in 2025, but just knowing dynasty managers with how the value over time will be, it's probably going to be worth a little bit less in the offseason than he is right now. So if you were looking to rebuild, I'd throw Ayuk on the block and then only look to sell if you got a great price. But we have the wide receiver depth of Khalil Shakir as well. So I completely understand wanting to make that trade for Malik Neighbors. I would just say when you already have so much wide receiver depth, to go through and trade away 3 future first in a super flex league for almost any wide receiver isn't something that I'm super excited about. If it was a 1 quarterback format, then yes, but your rookie picks are going to be worth more in a super flex league, of course, just given the fact that quarterbacks will push other players down the board, and you'll have the additional flexibility if you hold on to the picks. Going over to tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. Pitts we can contend with this year and build around for the long term. So 100%, if you wanted to go out there and contend this season, which this team should, looking at the league analyzer, I mean, really, there's the juggernaut with Stroud boys. I mean, this team has Jefferson, Bijan, Stroud, Richardson, Nico, Rome, McBride. This team's obnoxious. But we are very strong too. We are right up here. So I agree. I think that you probably want to look to contend. I think the easier play to go about this would just be simply looking at some of the garbage teams down here at the bottom and seeing if we can just cherry pick a couple of running backs off their team. Like this team has no shot whatsoever to contend. Derrick Henry, Montgomery, Zach Moss are worth really nothing to them. Why don't we see if we can send a single first and pick up 3 of these running backs? Send a first and a second, get Derrick Henry, Montgomery, Zach Moss. Then all of a sudden we have a revamped running back room that we can 100% contend. This team's probably the favorite to win the league right now. And at the same time, you still have the additional future first round picks that you're going to be able to sit here, you're going to be able to chill and have the long-term value that you're able to build around as well. So I love the team. I agree we want to trade for a running back if you want to be a contender this year. I just don't think the way to go about it is by pivoting off of guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. Right? I don't think you need to be overpaying for Devon Achane. I think you just buy a couple veteran running backs on the cheap for teams that have no shot to win this year. But thank you again for being a member of the flock. Really hope I was able to help you out here. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. And of course, like I said at the beginning of the stream, if y'all wanted to ask a trade question, get a team review, get a start sit question made, it's all through flockfantasy.com. You can see that this team here got the team review for free. The way that you can get a free team review, and this is what I'd recommend, definitely the team reviews are priced in a way that you should want to go out there and get it for free. You can go over to Underdog Fantasy, which is actually the link in the description and comment section. And with Underdog, if you go and use promo code FLOCK, you will get the free Patrick Mahomes pick for tomorrow, more than less than half a total yard. You'll get an additional free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. And on top of that, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, a free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure if you wanted that free team review after signing up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK and making it minimum a $10 deposit, then go to flockfantasy.com and set up an account with the same email address. That way I can go through and we can manually accredit your account with that free team review voucher like that team just had. And moving this over, this is another one of those teams with that free team review voucher. This is Hurts to Play Me. Says, interested in trade ideas. Thanks, brother. No, thank you. My guy, going to be excited to check this out. And Gabby says, is the League Analyzer tool a free thing or is this a Patreon only type thing? So obviously we're not on Patreon. Everything's through flockfantasy.com. You can definitely sign up for a subscription. There are a lot of additional tools that you unlock. But if you just wanted to see your league with the League Analyzer, but not with my values, but with the average of all the expert values on the site, then yeah, that is completely free. Just go over to flockfantasy.com and you link a sleeper team, ESPN team, or a Yahoo team to it. But looking at this, this is Hurts to Play Me. This is the number one team in the league. You can tell that this is a dynasty league, not only because it's tagged dynasty, but also because there are the juggernauts in it and there are the garbage teams in it. All right. This is typically what you're going to see in dynasty where the good owners separate themselves over the course of years and the bad owners separate themselves in the course of years. So this is a team that when we're at the top of the League Analyzer, obviously we are looking to contend this season. Right now, at quarterback, we have two cornerstone assets that we can build around in the long term, contend with in the short term. We have Allen, Jalen Hurts. We have Dak Prescott here at quarterback as well. Obnoxious QB room. Phenomenal. Literally no idea how this team's ranked number 2 at the QB room. I guess this one has Stroud, Kyler, Herbert, May, Dalton. Honestly, I'd probably rather have ours. Absolutely love to see it. We have the elite assets that's going to easily help us contend. We have the cornerstone piece with Bijan, contend with him in the short term, build around him in the long term. James Cook, Jordan Mason, really strong contending assets. The premium depth with Braylon Allen, where if you were to get that Brees injury, Braylon Allen becomes a running back 1. Some okay depth with somebody like Javonte Williams. Going over to wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, Drake London, Devonta Smith, all of whom are cornerstone pieces, all of whom we're going to be able to contend with this year and build around the long term. Say the same freaking thing with Keon Coleman, Jaden Reed, plenty of depth in the top end production at receiver. Going over to tight end, we have Laporta. Laporta was my tight end 1 in Dynasty by a mile. Now, obviously, that has to be Brock Bowers, but still, I think Laporta is a great tight end in Dynasty, a top 5 option, somebody that hopefully will turn the ship around and actually help us out this week and obviously give us that long-term upside at the same time. And then going over to what we have in terms of picks, we have our first-round pick. We have an additional first-round pick as well. In 2025, we have our 2026 first. So reasonably, what are we supposed to do with this team? We have long-term value. We have enough short-term production to win this year. What could you possibly do here? Really, maybe the only thing is go attack some of these teams at the bottom that possibly have no shot to contend. If you can trade a second and go get Derrick Henry, then why not? Trade a second and go get Travis Etienne, then why not? Going over here, this team probably is going to be a contender this season. This team probably has no shot. Jamison Williams, their wide receiver 2. Throw them a second rounder, pick up Joe Mixon. Really, a small trade like that to just bolster our running back room, especially whenever McCaffrey comes back and Jordan Mason's back to nothing. I think that's really the only move that you could possibly make with the Dynasty team that's this strong. We're this far ahead of everybody else with the league analyzer. I would love to come up with a list of 5 trades for you. But to be honest with you, I would be afraid of messing up a team. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think you're crushing this league. And I think if you wanted to add in a cheap running back depth piece from a rebuilding roster, why not? But let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be a trade question. And also, if you have not done so already, hit that like button. If we hit 200 likes on this live stream, we'll pivot over and start answering some free questions in the chat. Now, this is going to be a trade question from Mason K. Says, should we do this trade? We're 3-0. Running backs are Taylor, Jacobs, Dobbins, Chubb. Receivers are Wilson, Deontay, and Tank Dell. So 3-0, obviously we are thinking a little more long-term here. We are getting that massive upgrade from Godwin to A.J. Brown. We're getting the downgrade from Jordan Mason to Jonathan Brooks. If we're 3-0 and we are thinking in the long term, you could say, well, come on, man. I mean, we don't really need Jordan Mason right now. We have Taylor, Jacobs, Dobbins, Nick Chubb. We are going to be able to get Jonathan Brooks, and he will be viable even when McCaffrey comes back. So I think that this is a trade that you could probably squeeze a little more value out of Jordan Mason and Chris Godwin. Like, I don't necessarily know if this is like the best price point that you'd possibly get. I completely understand it on a 3-0 roster. However, looking at something that we could potentially ask for them to throw in as well, if you could get them to throw in somebody like Xavier Worthy, I think that would make it a lot more interesting. If you could get them to throw in somebody like Jaden Reed, just one of these depth receivers that have upside near the end of the year as well. Or obviously, if you could get them maybe to, instead of giving you Jonathan Brooks, get somebody like Joe Mixon, and we're getting 2 injured players from them on a 3-0 team where we are looking long term. I think that could be a strong play at the same time, but really do appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way with this. And I'd imagine that we were, but nonetheless, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be another one of those free team reviews from the Underdog promo. Here, pulling this up, this is, I believe, is this a Yahoo League? What is this? Whatever it is, I will say, if this is Yahoo, you can link Yahoo with the site. You can link ESPN with the site. And I promise you, you'll have so many cool tools that you'll like. If you're having any issues linking your team, yeah, this does look like ESPN. Just send a message in the site issue section of the Discord, and one of the developers would be really happy to go ahead and help you out. But checking out the settings, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Going down to the bench, you do have, 7 total bench spots, so it's not like the waiver wire is going to be absolutely loaded with options. And at this point, to be honest with you, as someone who just traded for Anthony Richardson and doesn't feel great about it, I think that you're in a situation in which if Anthony Richardson is your QB1, you probably want to be rostering 2 quarterbacks. You're probably in a spot where it makes sense to pick up another guy up off the waiver wire just in case Anthony Richardson continues to play as poorly as he has. And instead, you want to pivot over and look for a backup option if this team decides to move in the direction of Joe Flacco. Going over to running back, we have Breece, Travis Etienne. So we have the anchor RB, and then also we have a very strong running back too. In terms of the depth that we have on the team at running back, we have Chuba Hubbard, Ty Chandler, Javonte Williams. To be honest with you, if you don't plan on playing Chuba Hubbard this week, with the fact that you are going to be getting Jonathan Brooks back very, very soon, I think that you can go through and you can actually look to potentially try to sell Chuba Hubbard and a 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade elsewhere to a team that's dealing with the running back injury, whether that's the McCaffrey team, whether that's the Isaiah Pacheco team, whether that's the Joe Mixon team, almost regardless of who it is. If we could just squeeze out a little bit of value there, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Going over to wide receiver, we have Harrison, we have Neighbors, we have 2 top 10 options rest of season. Chris Olave as your wide receiver 3 is great. Now, if Olave were to miss this week, the guy that you're going to be throwing in the flex instead will be either Terry McLaurin or Chuba Hubbard, depending on what your personal preference is. But we also have McLaurin, Addison, Shakir as quality depth names. So to be honest with you, I think the guy that we'd actually look to let go of on the bench here would most likely be Alec Pierce. With Pierce, he has been great in Indianapolis so far, but at the same time, I just reasonably don't see a path towards us starting Pierce over a player like, say, Terry McLaurin, over Jordan Addison. So what I would probably rather do is pick up another quarterback just in case Anthony Richardson does not bounce back from here, just in case Anthony Richardson does not start running the ball more than he has. Because, even Shakir, I think, has more consistent upside than what you have from Alec Pierce, given the offense that he's a part of. I'm going over to tight end. We have Dallas Goedert. Obviously, Goddard's going to be a crusher in the short term. Long term, not going to be as excited about him, considering the fact that you will get A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith back into this offense. And honestly, we are about to have to pick up another tight end as well. So maybe it doesn't matter too much if you drop Alec Pierce this week or next week, because we are going to have to pick up somebody for the Dallas Goedert bye next week. But in terms of how this team's balanced, particularly inside the starting lineup, it's a phenomenal team, right? Like if we were to redo drafts as of today, Harrison, Neighbors, and Breece Hall all may go in round 1 of fantasy drafts. So we have 3 elite assets. It's not like we're weak anywhere inside the starting lineup. Side note, I would go ahead and I would drop the Chargers defense. The Chargers, I believe, have the week 5 bye as well. So this week they have to go up against KC. Then they have the bye week in week 5. So if you wanted to drop the Chargers defense, pick up another defense like the Titans or the Dolphins for this week, I think that would be very interesting. But yeah, in terms of trades, I don't really see many. If you could package together like Chuba Hubbard and Olave and get a flex upgrade, Chuba Hubbard and Terry McLaurin and get an upgrade there at wide receiver, I would, simply because if we're not using the Chuba Hubbard production in our lineup this week, I think potentially you could find somebody else too. But really do appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way with this. Now let's move this over to a question for next 0410 Mango. Says, with offer this trade, is it worth the injury risk for the future upside? Any insight would be appreciated. So looking at this, Terry McLaurin versus Devonta Smith, upgrading to Smith. Evans to Cooper Kupp, downgrade. Bijan to McCaffrey, downgrade. I think you're taking on way too much risk with this trade. Way too much risk with this trade. If we knew for a fact, hey, Kupp's coming back in week 6, hey, McCaffrey will be back in week 6, then yeah, I think you could really consider this deal. But no, I still view Bijan Robinson as that elite top 5 running back rest of season. He's averaging 20 opportunities a game. And at the same time, the schedule opens up and is a lot better going into the future in comparison to what he's had through the first 3 weeks. Do not make this trade. I think you have to hold on to Bijan. Danny has entered the chat. Happy to see you, Danny. Happy to see you. Nolan says, what's the picks rank on Flock? So if you go over to like one of those team reviews, you'll see that picks column in the far right. That's specifically for the Dynasty leagues. If you play in a redraft league, it has no impact. It has nothing to do with the league rankings or anything. They're just left empty. All the values are set to 0. So that picks category is for rookie picks in Dynasty leagues because people trade future picks. The picks category in your redraft league is completely meaningless. But yeah, Danny says, yeah, you definitely take the Bijan side. CMC going to miss the regular season. Hopefully not. Hopefully CMC doesn't. But it does sound like a man who took a lot of Lamb 101, which looks really good right now. But moving this over to the next deal, we're going to be looking at Saquon Barkley versus Tyreek and Etienne. So if Tua was guaranteed to come back in 2 weeks, I think you can make a very strong argument. Oh, when Tua is back, Tyreek will either be back to being the wide receiver 1 or the wide receiver. It simply doesn't matter. That's not a guarantee. I think there's no reason to not keep the Saquon Barkley side, especially if this is a 10-team format. Can everybody spam the chat? Would you rather have the Saquon Barkley side of this or Tyreek and Travis Etienne? Would you rather have the Barkley or Tyreek and Etienne side? Okay, Barkley, Tyreek, Barkley, Tyreek, Barkley. Yeah, it looks like the majority of people are on the Barkley side, and Danny's on the Barkley side, and Danny's currently number 1 in the Flock League. It's not even close. So yeah, I would listen to Danny. But let's go ahead and let's check this out for Domden. This is Space City Texans. Just looking for long-term tips and trade packages I can make to tier up in a double flex league. Also enjoy the live streams. Well, my guy, really appreciate you hanging out with us here. And what is going on with this team at the bottom? Is there just a dead team at the bottom? Look at the league analyzer. How is this even possible? You have double the value of the next highest ranked team. This is a dynasty league where we have Kyler Anthony Richardson, Bijan Gibbs, Breece Hall. The top 3 running backs in dynasty, we have them all. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Chase, Nico, Wilson, Puka, A.J. Brown, Drake London, Tank Dell, Jaden Reed. Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin is our wide receiver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Terry McLaurin is our wide receiver 10. Jonathan Brooks is our RB5. We have Kincaid and Ferguson. Reasonably, what could I possibly say? What could I possibly say about this? Obviously, I have seen juggernaut dynasty teams. Over the past 10 years, I've been playing in pretty much 20 plus dynasty leagues a year. I would like to have thought that some of my teams could be considered juggernauts. I have never come anything close to this, not only with one of my teams, but with any of the teams in any of my leagues. Like, my league mates have never come anything close to this. There's nothing I can possibly say outside of, if you're not using like Jaden Reed, Terry McLaurin, Tank Dell ever here, just sell them for future first. The production in the short term is literally meaningless for us. Just get long-term value added in that gives us a little more flexibility, but clearly you're the one who needs to be live streaming right now and telling us how to actually play fantasy football, because I don't know. This trade is Bucky Irving versus Terry McLaurin. As of now, I prefer Terry. Obviously, if Rachaad White misses tomorrow and Bucky Irving balls out, there's an outside chance that Bucky Irving just completely takes over. Like, Danny, that trade that Corey made in the Flock League, if Bucky Irving turns out to be a running back 1 here long term, that Ayuk trade may not be looking so hot. But let's move this over to our next trade question. I'll remind everybody, when we hit 200 likes, we are going to be getting the free questions going in the live chat as well. This next trade question is going to be between Achane, Chuba Hubbard versus Breece Hall. I would rather have Breece Hall here, to be honest. It looks like this is a 10-team league. It looks like this is maybe a dynasty format based off the fact that you added in some picks here. Maybe it's not, honestly. Regardless, I'd rather have Breece in both dynasty and redraft. You have 1 week left of Chuba Hubbard viability. Oh, okay, never mind. We are well past 200 likes. So if you have any questions you want answered, drop them in the live chat right now. And Danny, I have a question for you. All right. I have some starting lineup tips I need. Maybe I should go and ask you, maybe I should submit my starting lineup for an FSE review on the site, which I'd highly recommend anybody here to do. You can ask Danny, who's number 1 in the Flock League currently by a wide margin. Instead of sending me your start set question, you may want to send it to him. It's the creator right next to us, Fantasy Stock Exchange, when you go to flockfantasy.com. But anyway, am I starting Brock Purdy or am I starting Anthony Richardson? Am I starting Sam Laporta or am I starting Pat Freiermuth? What am I doing? Now let's see. Champ says flex Najee or George Pickens. You 100% have to go Najee Harris with no Jalen Warren. And Najee Harris, no Jalen Warren in a good matchup against the Indianapolis Colts is set up to just absolutely crush here. Okay. So let's move this over. We got Purdy and Laporta, Purdy and Laporta. I agree. I'm probably going to go Purdy and Laporta, but considering I just traded for Anthony Richardson, it makes it look idiotic. Tommy, no, I'll get to your team today. Don't worry, my guy. Danny says, respect, I'd go Richardson and Laporta, but those are definitely the volatile options. Purdy makes me nervous with the banged up Kittle and Ayuk seeing a ton of Gonzo. My thing with Christian Gonzalez and like the wide receiver one versus the New England Patriots, and I actually got a chance to interview Christian Gonzalez and he was super nice to us. So I'm rooting for the guy. I'm a fan of him. You go through DK Metcalf, and I know, oh, well, Christian Gonzalez isn't always on the wide receiver one. That's kind of a benefit for Ayuk. Look at DK Metcalf week 2. One of the best DK Metcalf games he's ever had. Go ahead, look week 3. Garrett Wilson, the best game of his season, happens in week 3 against this New England secondary. So I don't know. Okay. Jiraj says Kmet or Laporta. I'm going Laporta over Kmet. I think this is going to be kind of a letdown game for Kmet. Now that Keenan is good to go, and obviously Caleb had 50-plus pass attempts last week, but I do think that's going to be coming back down to earth dramatically. Bluke says flex Cam Akers, Jalen Waddle, or Christian Kirk. Can y'all spam the chat real quick? Is Joe Mixon officially out this week? And I need Joe Mixon to be out, because if Mixon's not out, I have no idea who I'm starting in the flex. Like, I need Cam Akers to be viable. Because I couldn't find anything with Joe Mixon today. Then he says, for sure, but the Niners are a type of team that won't force it to the top option. Ton of designated looks to get advantageous matchups. Makes sense. Okay, so it looks like Mixon's game time decision. Out of that, I would go ahead and I would start Cam Akers if possible. If Mixon does miss. But let's move this. Katon says Connor, Mason, or Montgomery this week. Definitely not Montgomery. It will be down between James Conner and Jordan Mason. James Conner is a phenomenal matchup. Should be the highest scoring highest scoring offense of the week if you are looking at implied team totals for the Arizona Cardinals this week, going up against Washington. Connor will have slightly more targets than Jordan Mason will as well, but there's like a 10-point spread on that Niners game. So I don't know. It is tough. Definitely not Montgomery. Connor or Mason is up to you. Tron says flex Roschon or Quentin Johnston. I'd probably go Roschon Johnson. But honestly, I hope both of them blow up. I don't have either in the Flock League, but I did draft a ridiculous amount of Roschon and Quentin Johnson in Underdog Best Ball drafts. Johnson's a top 5 receiver for me in dollars spent. Roschon is the number 1 running back for me in dollars spent. So your boy is already super happy with what Quentin Johnson's done. Quentin Johnson at wide receiver 70, 4 ADP, has already returned value on the season. But I'm hoping Roschon comes through for us. Ezekiah says flex Hopkins or Ayuk. 100% Brandon Ayuk, not even close. Hopkins played like 50% of the snaps last week in an offense that projects out to be one of the worst offenses in the NFL. Ayuk saw 10 targets last week in an offense that currently has an implied team total of about 27 points. You go with the Niners. Darvin says Shakir or Allen Lazard. I'm going to go with Khalil Shakir. I do expect both to come back down to earth for sure, but if you are looking at Lazard, it does appear that Mike Williams is expanding his role in that offense, and that is going to be a long-term concern there. Finn, happy to see you, my friend. Happy to see you. Wilson says McBride out, likely or stream a tight end. Go Isaiah Likely. Obviously, Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews are both absolutely garbage a week ago. But with that being said, this week against the Buffalo Bills definitely should be a much closer game where they are having to actually throw the ball in the second half. But let's move this over to the site. Again, of course, we're going to be answering all questions through flockfantasy.com. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to ask a question, you can go through and you can ask a team review, trade question, start set question. All you have to do is go to the expert advice tab here on the site, click expert advice. Then it'll show start set, trade, team review. Well, you can get whatever you want. If you did want a team review, however, like I say, it's definitely advantageous for you to instead take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you also get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow. You'll get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total game for tomorrow. And if you wanted that free team review in one of these live streams, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I can accredit you with the free team review the day after. But let's move this over and get a question loaded up from McLean. This is another trade question. It says, would you do this trade? I'm 1-2 and Mahomes hasn't done anything for me. So I will say straight up, I do have Mahomes ranked over Jaden Reed. It doesn't look like we have our teams linked here. If you actually link your team, next time you ask a trade question, I'm going to be able to see it down here. And I'm going to be able to go, oh, okay, well, here's some counters that we want. This person has this person, blah, blah, blah. But as it stands now, no, if you were to sell Mahomes, I would definitely need to squeeze out a little more value. I mean, if we go over to the site and look at some of the rankings that I have right now in terms of players alongside Patrick Mahomes, I'm looking more at the Mike Evans, DK Metcalf, DJ Moore, Chris Godwin, Devonta Smith, range of wide receivers. If you were to sell Mahomes, I don't think we look at the Jaden Reed tier. Okay. So yeah, go Mahomes. Now moving over, this is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is coming out from CD's Miners. Interesting team name. I got my eyes on you, my guy. But anyway, we are currently the number 2 team with the league analyzer. But honestly, that team at 1 does have a decent little gap between the rest of the league. Looks like there's this grouping of 4 teams and then the severe drop off to the bottom 5. Says, my man, this is who do I start in the second flex spot? And who do we start at quarterback now? All right, so let's pull this up. This is very interesting. Right now, we are currently sitting with Mahomes, Jaden Daniels. Can y'all spam the chat? Who are you starting between Mahomes, Daniels? I go Daniels this week. If you're looking at Jaden Daniels, the matchup against Arizona should be a high-scoring game, a lot of plays run. The Chargers offense slows the game down a ton. The Chargers try to run the ball and play good defense. That's what the Chiefs are doing as well. I expect there to be a lot more plays in the Washington game. So Daniels, Mahomes. So it does look like the majority of people are on Jaden Daniels. I do want to reiterate that that's not going to be the case every single week. That's this week in particular. I think you're just playing the matchups between these two guys going into the future. Going over to running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Travis Etienne in our starting lineup. Wide receiver, we have Lamb Wilson starting. Tight end, we have to play Ertz. And then for our flexes, we are going Mike Evans. And then probably Jerome Ford, now that Kenneth Walker's actually already been cleared and completely off the injury report. And Jerome Ford's off the injury report as well. So then we go Ford over Charbonnet for this week. And then we go Ford over Hopkins as well. And in terms of any trades to be made with this, and I would go Ford over Jacoby Myers. I wouldn't follow you in a full PPR format to go Myers, though. And in terms of moves that we are making with this team rest of season, obviously, once McBride's back next week, you just go ahead and you cut Zach Ertz, pick another running back off the waiver wire. Also, if we had the ability to go through and trade away a quarterback and get an upgrade elsewhere, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Looking at some of the bottom teams with QB, this team here is a streaming quarterback where they do have Baker Mayfield. So if you could potentially sell Mahomes straight up for Kenneth Walker, I think that would make a lot of sense. Or maybe instead, if you wanted to try to get to Saquon Barkley, try to package together like Mahomes and ETN or Jaden Daniels and ETN. Obviously, it's a long shot to get Barkley there, but I mean, send an offer never hurt anyone. I'm going over and looking at this Dak Prescott team. I do the same thing. If we could send ETN and one of the quarterbacks to get Breece Hall, it'd be a no-brainer. If we could send one of the quarterbacks straight up to get James Cook, it'd be a no-brainer. Hell, I'd even go through and I'd even package together, say, Mahomes and Jerome Ford, or Mahomes and Zach Charbonnet, if it could get to us James Cook when we add Jaden Daniels. But outside of that, I don't necessarily think we're making any plays here at running back or wide receiver. Cut Ertz when McBride's back. See if we can sell a quarterback and get that upgrade at RB. And this week, we're going to start Daniels, Taylor, ETN, Lamb, Wilson, Evans, Ford, and then obviously Zach Ertz. But let's move this over to our next question. This is a trade question. Left a massive tip Drop $20 on a trade question. Thank you so much. Says, my starting lineup, if I did this fully healthy, would be Mahomes, Mixon, Jacobs, St. Brown, Cup, Puka, Brian Robinson in the flex, and Dallas Goedert at tight end. So let's go ahead. And is this a linked team? This is not. Just side note, obviously, don't feel like you have to do this, but in the future, if you wanted to ask a question, if you link your team, I can actually see all your players here and the person you're trading with, all their players as well. So you left a $20 trade question. I was going to go through and try to come up with like 5 different counters for us, but obviously it's hard for me to do that if I don't know the teams. But yeah, we built it out in the software where if you have your league linked, we can go through and I can see everything. And that's one of the many reasons why this should be much better than Super Chats going forward. But anyway, looking at this, in terms of moves that we are making, Montgomery to Joe Mixon, I think is an upgrade. Jameson to Christian Kirk is a downgrade, but it's not the worst in the world. Higgins to Puka Nacua is a downgrade in the short term, an upgrade in the long term. So if you were sitting here at 2-0, if you were sitting here at 3-0, I think you could 100% do this. Another option of what you could possibly do here is if instead you wanted to keep Jameson Williams and let them keep Christian Kirk. So instead we're effectively selling Montgomery for the Houston running backs and Higgins for Puka Nacua. I think that could also be another option. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out some way with this. But let's move this over. I do want to reiterate with everybody, of course, that if you go down there and hit that like button, if we hit 400 likes in the live stream, we're going to pivot over and we're going to start answering a bunch of questions in the live chat. So hit that like button if you have not done so already. But this is another one of those free team reviews from Underdog. This is Tampa Droids. Says currently 2-1 after a rough week 3 dealing with injuries. Recently picked up Darnold, anticipating a week 5 bye for Hurts. Still ranked first in the league analyzer, but would love some feedback. League is a bit difficult to trade in, but I think someone may bite on Achane. Just not sure who to ask for. So yeah, we had Achane as that sell high candidate last week, specifically if you could pivot to an elite receiver such as Jefferson, St. Brown, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. Now it maybe is going to be a little bit tougher to do that. And honestly, in this 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I don't necessarily think you need to be making trades for wide receiver. But yeah, going over to what we have at quarterback currently, we are sitting with Jalen Hurts. So we have the elite QB room with Hurts and then Darnold to fill in for the bye. Obviously, once we are past the Jalen Hurts bye and we have fully healthy Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown, we can go ahead. We can cut Sam Darnold, just roll with Jalen Hurts in a 10-team league. Going over to what we have with running back, we have Achane, Mason, Montgomery, Najee Harris, and Rico Dowdle. So we do have plenty of running back depth with this room, to the point where honestly, I think that we probably want to be using some of this depth to leverage up in a 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade elsewhere. Like if we were looking to make a trade, what could be very interesting is maybe pivoting off of Jordan Mason and sending Jordan Mason to a team that actually needs some running back production. And if we can get them to bite on a crazy high price tag and we get out of Mason, potentially if CMC comes back for the fantasy playoffs, like this team here has Chase Brown as their RB3. So what we could potentially do, and they have Brian Robinson as their RB2, they have ETN as their RB1. Like this team's not sitting hot at running back. If you could potentially go through and sell, say, Jordan Mason and Jalen Waddle, or Jordan Mason and Xavier Worthy, or Jordan Mason and Jameson, it doesn't really matter. Really, any of these bottom 4 receivers, and make that 2-for-1 deal and end up getting Amon-Ra St. Brown back in, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer if we can take advantage of the team that needs some help at running back. This team has Walker, White, Singletary. Maybe they think they're okay at running back, but I think that would also be a very interesting move to go ahead and make that trade for Jamar Chase. Here, honestly, at this point, I think you're probably going to be holding out on Devon Achane, especially as we're another week closer to Tua returning. Another interesting move you can make is if we could potentially pivot up from Rico Dowdle, where Dowdle looks like he is the starting running back in Dallas, but at the same time, the Dallas Cowboys are operating in a 3-man running back by committee. So since the Cowboys are using a 3-man running back by committee, it doesn't really matter that Rico Dowdle is the guy, because the problem is no guy is actually viable. No guy is actually exciting. So I think you could go ahead and you could potentially look to sell Dowdle and Jalen Waddle to pivot over one of those receivers like Chris Godwin and just get that massive upgrade for the flex. But really, I mean, it doesn't really matter what trade we are making here. The ultimate thought process behind it is this is a team that has so much depth, especially if we can take advantage of one of those teams that are severely lacking when it comes to specifically the running back position, and we have the depth to give them. If we could send them that running back depth in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, I think that that would be very interesting for us. But we have a really strong team. Of course, there's not much that we need to be doing. We are sitting here number 1 with the league analyzer. Just if you could do anything, we're trying to pivot up from some of this RB depth. Maybe we don't want to make that trade right now, but honestly, what you could look to do is you could wait a week, maybe wait 2 weeks, depending on how long Jalen Warren's out. Najee is about to absolutely crush, and then you could potentially go through and package up from Najee and Waddle to get the elite flex. But really do appreciate you and really hope that we are able to help you out some way with this. But obviously, number 1 team in the league analyzer, it's tough to say much. But we are reloading the bag maker here. So the issue with the bag makers team, and like I said, if you're watching this right now, my guy, please let me know your new team name. It looks like when you submitted it, you named your team the betting favorite. However, this is a league with the betting favorite in it. So please reach out to me and let me know. We did just answer this for Tampa Droids. So my guy, just rewind a bit and you can see that answer there. I'm going over to Jax Madley. Says, hey Mason, appreciate all the content. I chose a Dynasty league, but it's really a 2-man keeper league. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Thoughts on the team? Trying to trade Garrett Wilson, Derek Carr for Jaden Daniels and Debo as my quarterback is my weakest position. If not, do you have any other trade ideas? Planning to keep Achane and Chase as my keepers. Thank you, boss. Much love. Really do appreciate it. Going to be excited to check this out. I do want to remind you that definitely if, okay, for a second, this is not going to load. We're going to have to come back to this. I'm very, very sorry, my guy, but let's actually move over. We will get back to it. I'm sorry. This is for It's Bino. Says, I have Holland Pollard already. We have DK Reed Pittman for wide receivers. Need to upgrade my wide receiver bench this week. Bijan and Garrett Wilson, downgrade. Pittman to Quentin Johnson, downgrade. We're picking up Travis Etienne to do this deal. I think you're selling too low on Bijan Robinson. I mean, if Garrett Wilson instead, is this team linked so we can come up with some counters? This team isn't linked. If Garrett Wilson was instead Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, maybe even Tyreek Hill in this deal, I could make an argument for it. But no, you're just giving up too much here. I think you want to keep the Bijan Robinson side. Okay. Let's move this over for Waba99. This team name is Bum Collection. This is one of those free underdog teams. Going to be excited to check this out for you. And I do want to remind everybody, of course, that when we hit 400 likes on this stream, we are going to be answering the free questions in the live chat. So please remind me in the live chat when we hit 400 likes, because I have no idea how many we're at. But this is first year playing fantasy. Didn't know much about football. Been watching all your videos. Well, I don't know much about football either, my guys, so we're in the same boat. But I'm 1-2. Has been rough because White is bad and Walker's injured. We have Brooks and Chubb. Been trying to trade for a running back, but have no luck. I'm not that desperate because of Brooks and Chubb. Streaming quarterbacks, but want to trade for one. So looking at this, in terms of where we sit in the league analyzer, we currently are the 4th team. Definitely not a bad spot to be in. It's a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth's not going to be super important. And if we are streaming QB, I'm completely fine rostering 2 quarterbacks, right? Like I'm fine rostering both Justin Fields and Aaron Rodgers. And ultimately just deciding between the matchup on both guys every single week. Now, since it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, I agree with you that if you can potentially go out there and get an upgrade at quarterback, we would like to, for sure. But obviously it comes down to what does the price look like. Now, going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Kenneth Walker, Rachaad White, Jonathan Brooks, Nick Chubb. So I completely understand that, yes, this has been a running back room that has struggled a decent bit. But it's about to get a hell of a lot better because Walker's back from his injury this week. Jonathan Brooks presumably looks like he will be back next week. We don't have too many updates with Nick Chubb, but we should have Nick Chubb back later in the season. We have the depth added on to Carson Steele, Bucky Irving. And what's kind of funny is when you have Rachaad White and Bucky Irving splitting a backfield, you almost hope that Rachaad White misses this next week. That way, those touches that are being divided between the 2 running backs just simply all go in the direction of Bucky Irving. I mean, so we have the quality running back depth to get by. We are rostering more running backs than wide receivers, which I really like in a league. We're going to start 2 receivers and 1 flex, where we are sitting pretty at the very top at wide receiver with Tyreek and Rashee Rice. With Tyreek, obviously, he is going to be a wide receiver 2 for the short term. I still have him ranked very high in our rest of season rankings under the assumption that we are going to be getting Tua back into this offense. At some point, I still stand by that I think Tua will be coming back this season. And in that instance, we have 2 wide receiver 1s, Amari, Worthy, Pickens, our quality depth names. Definitely don't think you're in a spot in which we need to go through and we need to roster any more receivers than this. I'm going over to tight end. We have Kelsey and Kmet. So in terms of who we start this week, I would go with Travis Kelsey, even if Cole Kmet had the blow up last week with Keenan Allen coming back in. And with the passing volume coming down, I would probably expect Kmet to cool off dramatically. So I think you're in a really good spot where you don't need to panic at all. Really, the only thing is if we can find one of these teams that are loaded at quarterback and potentially send them like George Pickens and Aaron Rodgers or George Pickens and Justin Fields and a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade, I mean, we would if we could. And looking at the teams in your league that are loaded at quarterback, this team is Hurts and Cousins. This team is Allen, Love, and Purdy. Maybe we can go out and try to get one of these QBs off of them. Like if you could trade a wide receiver and get back in return Josh Allen. Like if you could send Amari and Rodgers and get Allen, it's an absolute no-brainer. Obviously much easier said than done. Another option is just sending like this team is Braylon Allen as their running back 2 right now. Sending them Carson Steele to see if we can get Jordan Love on a team that has Josh Allen and Brock Purdy. I think that'd be the other move we could make if you wanted some running backs. Some quarterbacks to give them that running back depth piece and where we'll have Brooks and Chubb coming back in. But yeah, really those are the only moves that I think this team really does need to make. I really hope we were able to help you out in some way here, my guy. Of course, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Really do appreciate you. And I'm really hoping to see you out in a stream sometime soon, but it looks like we hit 400 likes in this live stream. So if you have any free questions you want answered, please go ahead and drop them in the live chat. Now, we'll do my best to try to get to as many of them as we possibly can right now. Gabby says, start Terry, Zay, or Addison. I think we go ahead. We take Zay Flowers. Obviously, Terry McLaurin gave you the spike week this past week. But at the same time, if you look at the larger sample, I mean, this has still been a offense where Jaden Daniels is staying close to the line of scrimmage with his pass attempts. Daniels looked phenomenal against the Cincinnati Bengals, but first 2 weeks, very disappointing for Terry McLaurin. With Zay Flowers, you still have the consistent target share in this offense. And what we need to see is the passing volume be high for Lamar Jackson. And there is that outside chance that that will be the case this week in particular with Lamar going up against the Buffalo Bills team, where he probably has no option but to go out there and air the ball out to try to keep up in the second half. But let's move this down. Sam says, Sam Laporta, question mark. If I had Laporta, I'm going to go through. If I had Laporta, I have Sam Laporta and I'm starting him over Pat Freiermuth. So I picked up Freiermuth this week thinking, oh, okay, possibly we need a streamer. Yeah, no, Laporta's good to go. And you know what I'm going to do right now in the Flock League? Let me just confirm real quick a couple different things. Is Alvin Kamara playing or not? Has Alvin Kamara been officially cleared to go? Last I saw, Alvin Kamara was questionable for the game. Yeah, still listing Alvin Kamara as questionable. So since Kamara is still questionable in the Flock League, and now I know that I have Laporta good to go this week, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to drop my backup tight end in Pat Freiermuth, and I'm going to pick up Jamal Williams off the waiver wire. That way, if Kamara does miss, Jamal Williams does become kind of that must-start option. We're going to pick up Jamal, drop Freiermuth. And potentially have someone we can throw in there at the second flex spot over a player like Ladd McConkey if Kamara were to miss. Okay. Let's move this over. Nakeem says Brian Robinson or Najee Harris. Very interesting question. I think both running backs are set up to crush with no Jalen Warren and Austin Eckler in both their offenses. I would say that I'm probably going to go ahead. I'm going to take Brian Robinson because specifically with B-Rob, I think that he is going to be in the higher scoring game environment going up against the Cardinals. Okay. Thomas says Darnell Mooney or Rachaad White. If Rachaad White plays, for the love of God, play him over Darnell Mooney. Tyler says, do we start Terry or Garrett Wilson? So, I mean, with Garrett Wilson, it's a very tough matchup going up against Denver. I ranked Mike Evans too high this past week in this exact matchup. But honestly, I still think you're going to go ahead. You just take Garrett Wilson, take the wide receiver that I don't even want to say we've consistently seen the downfield targets. Take the receiver we had the priors on that's going to be much better this year off of Terry McLaurin, where with McLaurin, I don't think he's averaging 50 receiving yards per game this year. I know he looked great this past week, but still. Tigercorn, long time no see. Happy to see you. I'm going to go Jameson over Darnell Mooney, my guy. Thank you for coming by the stream. Maybe you're here often. I just don't see the name, but happy to see you. Jack says Rome, Shakir, or Darnell Mooney in a full PPR format. So I definitely think that Rome's less exciting this week now that you have Keenan Allen back in. I personally would rank Rome over Keenan. However, I think that he does have a higher ceiling. And honestly, I think that we're more likely than not just going to go ahead and take Rome over Shakir and Mooney as well. I think Rome's a phenomenal player. I mean, we have to lower expectations with Keenan, but still. Let's move this. Jackson says, should we start Carson Steele over Ramondre Stevenson? Last I saw, Kareem Hunt was playing, and if Kareem Hunt's playing, definitely not. If Kareem Hunt's good to go, I think you have to start Stevenson. Just because with Stevenson, well, yeah, we know he's in a garbage offense. At the same time, we know he is going to get work. Okay. Savvy says Terry or Tyreek rest of season. Tyreek by a mile. Tyreek and Terry are close when you have no Tua, but when Tua does come back, Tyreek goes back to being a top 3 wide receiver in fantasy, something that Terry has never and will never sniff. Like I 100% understand the excitement with Terry McLaurin. It was a very fun game. Jaden Daniels looked so damn good this past week. But ultimately, Terry McLaurin, through 3 games, is averaging roughly he's averaging 43 receiving yards per game. Actually, a little bit more than that. He's averaging like 46 receiving yards per game. Whereas if you go ahead and look at Tyreek Hill in a horrible week last week for Tyreek Hill standards had 40 yards. So not much different off of Terry's average. It is true. Terry's getting mad now. Love the call out. I would go Ayuk over Amari. Finn says, Flock told me to start Ramondre last week. 0.3 points. Not listening. Don't blame you, my guy. And sadly, I did start Ramondre in my league as well. So I had the pain of Ramondre last week. And what sucked about starting Ramondre last week is it was in a primetime game where, I mean, going into last week, I was 2-0. I was on top of the world. I was talking so much trash, saying how I'm the best team in the league when I clearly wasn't, but I was 2-0, so I could say whatever I wanted. And then turning into the enemy of everybody in the league, being as obnoxious as I possibly can. And then all of a sudden, Ramondre Stevenson puts on the most embarrassing performance possible in a primetime game with everybody watching. Let's move this. King Ninja says, in Mixon plays, do we start him or Hopkins? In Mixon plays, I put him in over Hopkins. Now, Van says trade JT and Jaden Reed for Debo and Montgomery. What are your thoughts? I would rather have Jonathan Taylor and Jaden Reed. Like, these deals of trading like the best and the worst player in the deal to get the two middle guys, the vast majority of the time, you want to be the side that's getting the best and the worst. You want to get the best player in the deal. I go JT there. Okay, Teresa, Hurts, or Love. Really tough whenever you have no A.J. Brown and no Devonta Smith. Obviously, Jalen Hurts did faceplant this past week. We can go ahead and we can look at the projections on Underdog here. My initial reaction would just say Jalen Hurts has the rushing upside. We take Jalen Hurts. He can figure it out. Looking at the Underdog pick'em right now, do they have a fantasy points pick? They don't. What's the Love? Jordan Love's at a similar total yardage mark at higher, lower 248.5 yards. Jalen Hurts is at a total of 246.5. And the vast majority of Jalen Hurts yardage will come from, not the vast majority, but Jalen Hurts will have significantly more rushing yards than Jordan Love does. So I'd probably go Hurts over Love. Obviously, it's much closer with the receivers being out for Hurts. J Mall says, if Kamara's out, start Akers or Bucky. If Mixon and Rashad White are both out, you go Bucky Irving. If Mixon's out and Rashad White plays, you go Cam Akers. I think that should cover it. Mason says, start Mason Dodd at the flex. Freak athlete. I mean, it's a tough matchup. But anytime you can get somebody that's 6'8", that runs a 4.2, 140, you probably got to do it. You probably got to. But let's move this back over to the site. Again, of course, we will answer all the questions through flockfantasy.com literally every single day. This is what we are doing. And you can submit a question through flockfantasy.com at any time of the day, whenever you want. We will go through and answer it in the live stream that actually gets submitted straight to you on the site so you can see your answer as soon as we answer it, even if you're not in the live stream. And if you wanted to ask one, you just go to this button that says expert advice on the site. You can ask a team review, trade question, start set question. If you wanted a team review, I highly recommend going about it the free way, which is going and using promo code FLOCK on Underdog, which you can find the link in the live chat, the link in the description, the link in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK will give you a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half total yard for the game tomorrow. A free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half total yard for the game tomorrow. And if you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address, then we can hook you up with that free team review voucher as well. So we can go through and review your team for free in one of these live streams like we did previously with Bum Collection. But let's move this over to a start sit question from Mother Flocka. Going to be excited to get this going for you. It says 0-3 need a win. We have waiver wire options like Ladd McConkey, Michael Wilson, Javonte, Chase Brown, and Yoshi for the flex. Okay, let's pull this up. So right now, in terms of, if I would drop Jerry Jeudy and pick up Ladd McConkey for sure, regardless of if you wanted to play him or not. Pick up Ladd, drop Jeudy. And then who we play this week? Do we end up getting stuck playing Jordan Addison? I'm not playing Swift again. I think you go Jordan Addison. With Ladd McConkey, it's a matchup against the Chiefs where you'd imagine that they have to see a little more passing volume than we would typically expect for the Chargers offense, which so far has just shown that they want to run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. But with that being said, I mean, Herbert may be hobbled. You look at his underdog pick, it was like higher, lower, 181 passing yards. We've seen Addison be productive in the past. I'm not excited to start him. I think you get him in, but drop Jerry Jeudy and go get Ladd McConkey for sure. Now let's move this over. It's one of those free underdog team reviews from Seth Keegan. It says 3-0. Analyzer says I am lower. Yeah, we are down here 6th in the analyzer. My receivers aren't great. Just want to make my team better any way I can. Thanks, Mason. No, thank you. And if you're 3-0, you have a lot of flexibility where you're able to potentially go out there and acquire these guys like Cooper Kupp that we know have a crazy high ceiling in the long term, but we could potentially get them at a discount specifically because if I'm 0-3 and I have Kupp, I'm selling him at a discount. I'm going out there and I'm getting any player that I can to improve my starting lineup and improve my odds to potentially go from 0-3 to 1-3 and start putting points on the board. But here, looking at the squad, right now we have Lamar at quarterback, obviously a QB that we're starting every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. Don't need a backup. Tight end, we have Kittle and Goddard. Honestly, one thing that I may do with this team is if you could potentially go through and package together Dallas Goedert with, let me answer this real quick. Santiago says, can you do a team review for any leagues such as ESPN, Yahoo? Yeah, 100%. This is a sleeper league here, but you can link your team, whether it's ESPN, Yahoo, or Sleeper, all with flockfantasy.com. And even if you're on NFL Fantasy, which we can't link with right now, to submit the team for review, you can just submit screenshots. So literally any platform, you can submit a team for review. But anyway, quarterback, we are in a beautiful spot. Don't need another. Tight end, I actually think that you could potentially make a case for selling Dallas Goedert, knowing that Goddard obviously has the massive pop in the short term, centered around the injuries that you have with A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. But specifically for our team, we're 3-0. We're not too concerned with the short-term pop, and instead we are more so focused in on the long-term upside that you could have with these options. So I think I'd be interested in throwing Dallas Goedert on the trade block and seeing what could potentially come our direction. Going over and looking at what we have at running back. Running back, we are currently sitting with Achane, Jordan Mason. So we have the locked and loaded RB1 with Devon Achane, stud that we can start every single week. Jordan Mason, McCaffrey, we have the combo of a locked and loaded RB1 in the short term, a locked and loaded RB1 in the long term. Running back's great. The depth of Singletary, viable play in the flex spots off of just disgusting volume. Bucky Irving, you have some upside here as well. So, yeah, I really do like the running back room. Going over to wide receiver, we have Olave, Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle, DeAndre Hopkins, Khalil Shakir. It's a league you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth is definitely not super important for this league. So, I mean, one thing that you could do specifically on a team where, like we said, we are just thinking long-term, is if you could potentially take one of these depth receivers, trade with Dallas Goedert, and go target a bad team that needs some production right now and go get an injured wide receiver that has more long-term upside. I think that would be interesting. Like going through and looking at some of the teams in your league that need help at tight ends. I mean, this team right now has Cole Kmet as their locked-in starter. Maybe going through and selling Dallas Goedert in a 2-for-1 deal with say DeAndre Hopkins to pivot over to Mike Evans. I think that could be very intriguing. Trying to see if there's anything else. I don't think there's anything else that could work with this team. This team has Ingram and Mike Gesicki. They have Kupp as well. So, I mean, if this is a team that needs production right now, if we could sell them, Dallas Goedert and DeAndre Hopkins, Khalil Shakir, or Jacoby Myers to go get Cooper Kupp, I think that could be very interesting as well. Give them some short-term production. Give us the long-term upside. But obviously, we're 3-0. It's a very well-balanced team. There's not much to do. I would just try to squeeze some value out of Dallas Goedert to upgrade in the long term at wide receiver, specifically on a team that's 3-0 where we also have George Kittle. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But let's go over to our next question. This is from Shield. This is a start sit question. Going through, if we wanted to get anybody in from this bench, we would want to start Juwan Jennings, but we can't play him over Rashee Rice or Amari Cooper. A.J. Brown is ruled out, so A.J. Brown's going to be the guy that we have to flip. If Mixon plays, you start Joe Mixon here. But if Mixon misses, then in that instance, I think you have to go Juwan Jennings. But I have much lower expectations with Juwan Jennings now in comparison to what we had previously seen last week. Now, let's go over to Tanner's team review. Much love. Going to be excited to check this out for you, my guy. Says, traded Marvin Shaheed for Amon-Ra and traded Nico for Chubb and Tyreek. Oh, dear. You scared me. You should have listed Tyreek first. I'm going, traded Nico for Chubb. But, yeah, really like both deals here. Any other trade ideas? Love the content. Really appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. So obviously 10-team league, depth's not going to be super important. We can start 4 receivers every week, but options on the waiver wire are going to be pretty strong in a 10-team format. Looking at the league analyzer, we are by far and away the best team in this league, and not even remotely close. And loading this up, you can see exactly why. We have an elite tight end with McBride. Outside of this one injured week, he should be the tight end 1 rest of season based on what we have seen so far. Obviously, we have Conklin here that we can just go ahead and we can just play in the short term, but absolutely love what we have at tight ends. We have the best tight end room in the league, arguably. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with C.J. Stroud. Having C.J. Stroud, quarterback that we can play every single week, obviously the rushing upside's not there. And honestly, the passing volume hasn't been great either. But I think that based off what we had as a rookie with a very large sample, based off the addition of Stephon Diggs into this offense, we can't expect the passing volume to be much better going to the future in comparison to what it has been so far. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Alvin Kamara, who looks like a locked and loaded top 10 RB. We have Jordan Mason, who is an RB1 in the short term, obviously long term. Definitely not a guarantee, but we can still be excited about him in the long term. We have Zach Moss as a quality depth piece, Jonathan Brooks, Nick Chubb for the long term, and then Braylon Allen is the desperation play / the premium handcuff where if anything were to go wrong with Breece Hall, then all of a sudden we have a top 10 running back on our hands. And then going over to receiver, in the long term, we have 3 top 5 options. We have St. Brown, Jefferson, Tyreek. We have Ayuk that we can be starting weekly here as well. I mean, you probably end up going through and playing, I don't want to say that for sure. You consider Zach Moss or Ayuk in the flex spot every single week based off matchups and based off what they're looking like currently. We have Hopkins. We have Shakir. I mean, this is just a phenomenal team. There's very little that we can say with this squad. Maybe with us being this strong, if you could potentially find somebody that is desperate for some depth based off some injuries, and if you could go through and potentially sell them a combo of Jordan Mason and one of these wide receivers in a 2-for-1 deal, I think that would be interesting. Like, let's go through and let's see some of these teams at the bottom end of this league analyzer. Like, this team right now is starting Terry McLaurin, Michael Pittman at wide receiver, Travis Etienne, James Conner running back, and then maybe like Ladd McConkey in the flex. If we could attack this team and try to get McCaffrey in by trading like, say, Zach Moss and DeAndre Hopkins, just like 2 gross options they could start, I think that's a very interesting offer to see where it goes. Going over to some of these other teams that are at the bottom of the league analyzer, looking for somebody that's desperate for some depth. It's going to be hard to find too many teams desperate for depth, specifically in a 10-team format. Yeah, I think the main thing that if you wanted to do anything on a team that is this strong in this league is attack the team that had that injury to McCaffrey. Hope that they are desperate to get some points in their lineup right now. And see if we can find that elite level upside for the long term, specifically for our squad. But I mean, obviously, this is a team that's significantly better than mine. Significantly. It's by far and away the best team in the league. So it's tough for me to say too much with it. Another thing is, I mean, you could afford an elite level quarterback. If you could look at the Josh Allen team and if they really needed a depth receiver, go, hey, I'll give you Brandon Ayuk and Stroud and see if you can get to Josh Allen. Do the same thing with Jalen Hurts. I think both of those things could be appealing, but I think that's all I got for you. I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But let's move this over to Trailer Park Boys. Long-time member of the flock. Here we were looking at London, Deontay Evans, Brandon Ayuk. So before Debo and Kittle looked like they were good to go, the answer would be Ayuk. Very, very easy. Now it's definitely much tougher. What are the projections that you have here for these guys? For the Niners right now, you do currently have Ayuk, higher or lower is 62.5 receiving yards. Evans, 63.5. London, 60.5. Deontay, 63.5. So in terms of their yardage marks, they're all pretty much identical. And if that's the case, we probably go with the guy that you think has the most touchdown upside with Mike Evans. Going over to running back, James Cook, Josh Jacobs will be the must-start options here. And then the flex, we are going to probably take Ayuk. If you wanted to go London, I wouldn't fault you for it at all. But it says, love the stream. It's crazy how much the channel's grown since I started watching. Yes, sir. I really do appreciate you sticking with us for so damn long. And thank you so much for everything. But let's move this over to Peck Birdman's question. This is either Pickens and Jordan Addison or Brandon Ayuk. It says 14-team league. First thing, let me say, if this is a 10-team format, you take Brandon Ayuk and you run. With this being a 14-team league, it's definitely going to be tougher because the depth's going to be harder to come by. If we make this trade at wide receiver, we have Ayuk, DK Metcalf, Rome Odunze, Keenan Allen. Running back, we have Henry, Gibbs, and Benson. It's very close in a 14-team format because you have the top-end receivers. And Ayuk, you can make an argument that he may end up being our wide receiver 2, wide receiver. I think you can go ahead. I think you can take Brandon Ayuk. I'm not super confident with it because it's a 14-team league. I would be super confident with it if it was a 10-teamer, honestly, even 12-teamer. But specifically looking at your squad, I think you can. I mean, but also they're going to have to cut somebody. So if you could ask for them to just go through and throw in like a gross name at the bottom in a 14-team format. I mean, obviously I wouldn't care about this at all in a 10-teamer, but if we could just ask them to throw in Curtis Samuel, go, hey man, you're probably going to have to cut Samuel anyway. I think that would be interesting. Now let's move this over to Ethan's question. Start sits. As who should we start at the wide receiver in the flex? Adams is out, so now we are in a pickle. Yes, sir. We have a decent little lead with Malik Neighbors. I am going to go Higgins over Jacoby Myers. If you look at the implied team total that you have right now in Las Vegas, they currently are projected to be the 4th highest scoring offense in the league. I'm sorry, the 4th lowest scoring offense in the league. It'd be very different if this was a great offense that Devontae Adams was out. Then we could view Jacoby Myers and saying, oh, he has the talent profile. Now he's a must-start play. It's not going to be that easy to say that. I think you probably go T. Higgins. Going over to running back, Ramondre. I mean, Chuba Hubbard has not had 60 snaps all year. And then between Myers and Chuba, damn, this is now tough. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all go through and would y'all start Chuba Hubbard or Jacoby Myers? Chuba Hubbard or Jacoby Myers? David says, use code FLOCK and drop the deposit, but signed up on Flock Fantasy before today. Is that okay? 100%. So when I say use promo code FLOCK on Underdog and then set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address, if you want that free team review voucher, it doesn't matter what order you do it. The only thing that matters is that the two accounts have the same email. So as long as, like, if you have an account on flockfantasy.com already, if you had an account a year ago and you make the deposit on Underdog, on a new Underdog account with the same email address to your flockfantasy.com account, it can be an Underdog. I mean, it can be a flockfantasy.com account that's a year old. The only account that needs to be new is the Underdog one. But Hubbard, Myers, Hubbard, Myers, Myers. I'm probably going to go ahead and take Chuba Hubbard. I mean, when in doubt, take the running back stepping into opportunity in comparison to the wide receiver stepping into opportunity. Now, this is a trade question coming out from Uncle Kitty. This is London, Jones, Mason, Bucky versus Achane, Keenan, Brian Thomas, Stephon Diggs. So London to Achane upgrade. Aaron Jones to Diggs upgrade. Bucky to Brian Thomas upgrade. And we're downgrading from Jordan Mason to Keenan Allen. I think you're getting the best player in this deal. And I thought this was Drake London for a second. This is Stephon Diggs. Never mind. Diggs, Jones, kind of a wash here. Maybe this is a little bit tougher. Okay, let's sit here and let's think about this. I will say in general, I hate making 4-for-4 deals because I don't see how it ever turns out that it's a trade where both teams win. More times than not, it seems like a trade that one team's going to walk away like a bandit and the other team is going to end up getting robbed. Would I rather have Jordan Mason and Drake London or Devon Achane? It's close. Would I rather have Aaron Jones, Bucky Irving, or Stephon Diggs, Brian Thomas, Keenan Allen? The Stephon Diggs side. I think that this is a very close trade. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have here? Would you rather have the London or the Achane side? I legitimately just have no idea. Vitamin says, what's your Discord link? Having a hard time syncing my Yahoo account to the website. Yeah, if you're having any difficulty syncing your league to flockfantasy.com, just shoot a message in the Discord and in the site issues section of the Discord. And you can find that link in the description. And the, yeah, that's all you need. You go to the description of this live stream, you can find the link. Achane, London, Achane, London, London, London. London, 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 Achane, Achane, London, Achane, Achane, London. It's, I don't know. The answer is I don't know, and the majority of the people in the chat are saying London. I think it's a close deal. Typically, if it is a close deal like this, and you're giving up the best player, I'd probably just rather keep who we have on our own team. I think a lot of it comes down to what you expect with CMC. This is from Peter. It says, trade is Mason for Evans. Mason didn't come through. Oh, that's weird. Other running backs are Walker, JT, Jacobs, and Allen. If you're trading away Jordan Mason, I probably want a little bit more than Mike Evans at this point. I mean, it seems like people are just straight up terrified of the McCaffrey injury. I mean, a lot of people are saying that McCaffrey's going to be missing all season. But Gavin, always happy to see us, says, happy Friday, Mason. Sitting at 2-1 after last week. Just need some help at my flex. One has to be a receiver. Okay, one has to be a receiver here. I think you go Jaden Reed, where Jaden Reed is the play over Amari, given the fact that you officially have Jordan Love good to go. And then we're going to go Travis Etienne, get the guaranteed touches, the guaranteed volume. I will say I'm not super excited about Etienne, though, where you do have the Texans as 7-point favorites. Okay. So we're going to come back to Steve's question here. For whatever reason, the league analyzer's not loading in initially. Whenever we come back, it should load, my guy. But anyway, this next one coming out from Twinny Hardaway, longtime member of the flock. And I will say real quick, if we hit 600 likes on this live stream, we are going to be answering some more free questions in the chat. So 1, hit the like button if you haven't already. And 2, if we've already hit 600 likes, please make sure you let me know in the live chat when it happens, because I'm not going to see it myself. But anyway, 20 says, injuries got me in a full Nelson, leaning Kirk in the flex, but it's gross. And also not decided on tight end. So tight end, we have Gesicki right now. I think he's a fine play. I know obviously we'd have to go to the waiver wire if you're looking for somebody else. But McBride's out. And then for the flex, no Tank Dell, no Jonathan Brooks, no Trey McBride, no Austin Eckler. You have to go Christian Kirk. Especially since Evan Ingram is out in Jacksonville. I mean, Kirk is going to get some of these just cheap targets over the middle of the field. Now, Rated R Savior, always out here, says, I need a running back. I'm being offered JSN and Walker for Olave. Do I accept? Oblique injury scares me in the long term. So Olave to JSN, downgrade. Chuba to Kenneth Walker, upgrade. If you need a running back, I'd rather have Walker and JSN. If you need a running back, I'd rather have the Seattle guys. I mean, JSN is just continuing to expand his role in Seattle. Now, Ben Dog coming out says, Keeper League just traded Adams and Dobbins for Dell, an early second and a fifth. Also, Pittman or Jacoby. I'm going to go Jacoby Myers over Michael Pittman in our starting lineup. So looking at who we could potentially pivot in, really the start would be Michael Pittman Jr. I think Rome has a higher ceiling than Pittman, so I am fine starting Rome. I definitely start Jacoby over Rome this week. Running back, there's no way we can pivot over to any of these guys. Tight end, I'm definitely playing Kelsey over Conklin. So yeah, we are definitely leaving this as is. We're not making any adjustments with the starting lineup here. Now let's move this team review over for Rick. For whatever reason, this is not loading as well. So you know what we're going to do? We are going to shoot a message in the dev team chat. And we will see if something's up. But for now, we're going to have to move past this one. Looks like we did it 600 likes in the live stream. So let's get some free questions answered in the live chat real quick. If you have any free questions, just go ahead and drop them in the chat. Vitamin says, are the screenshots of the Trade Hub portion on Yahoo good enough for the team analyzer? What I would do is just submit me screenshots of your team specifically with the top waiver wire options. That's what I would mainly want. Let's see. Visionary says George Kittle or Dallas Goedert. Kittle coming off an injury. Dallas Goedert in an environment where you have no A.J. Brown. You have no Devonta Smith. I think Dallas Goedert is set up to absolutely crush. I think you have to go through. I think you have to take Goedert. Now let's move this over. Debo or Drake London. So going up against the Pats, I think this should be a lower scoring game environment overall where we don't see a ton of passing volume. In San Francisco, it probably can run the ball a ton. I don't know if we're going to get a significant amount of Debo Samuel rush attempts. Knowing that he is coming off an injury as well. So I probably just go ahead and play it safe. I probably just go with Drake London here. Now moving this over to the next question. Rana says, hey, Mason, deposit on Underdog just now. When will I get the team review? So just full transparency, pulling the curtain back. What happens is if you deposit on Underdog with code FLOCK, the next day, Underdog sends me a list of all the email addresses that did that made first-time deposits on Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK. Then I take the list of email addresses, I send it to the dev team, and they accredit all those accounts with free team reviews if you have an account on flockfantasy.com. So it should happen tomorrow morning, tomorrow morning. Now, Aldi says Daniels or Mahomes. This week in particular, with Mahomes going up against a good Chargers defense and a Chargers team that just generally is going to be looking to slow the game down. What I'm doing is I'm going with Jaden Daniels, and which should be a very high-scoring game environment against the Arizona Cardinals, where you have all the rushing upside in the world as well. So I go Daniels over Mahomes this week. Now, in terms of rest of season, there, I think it's a little bit different. There, I think it kind of is up to you. Okay. So let's move this over. Wayne says, got Evans for Dobbins. Love that trade. I'm honestly surprised you're able to do it. Levi says, do you think CMC is out for the season? I do not think so. But there is nothing that I could ever pretend that would qualify me to know if McCaffrey is going to be out for the season or not. Real doctors have no idea. Real doctors are all just speculating. I can read what they're saying, but I read 10 different opinions from 10 different guys. The most I would know is I have a biology degree and I have an exercise science degree. That's from 2 different colleges at the University of Texas. One college of natural sciences, one college of education. So I had to take 2 anatomy classes. So I have 2 anatomy classes under my belt, which were pretty much the same thing. And that it doesn't come close to qualifying me to know if CMC is going to be back. I'm staying up to date with everything. They're saying that CMC is going to start pushing his rehab on Monday. And Rappaport said the situation with CMC is a matter of weeks. So I can read everything about it, but obviously, I mean, whenever I say I don't think CMC is going to be out for the season, there's absolutely nothing that could possibly qualify my opinion to be worth anything. Lucas says Ramadre or Jacoby Myers. I'm going to go with Ramadre. I'm going to take the running back that has the guaranteed volume. Be different if Myers was in a good offense. But they're both in garbage offenses. They're both going to get cheap volume. I'd rather have the running back with the cheap volume than the receiver. Monkerton says Flowers in a 2025 second for Garrett Wilson. I would prefer Garrett Wilson, but I would completely understand if somebody wanted to go with, say, Flowers. With Flowers, you are attached to Lamar in the long term. Whereas obviously with Wilson, it's difficult to know exactly what the long-term quarterback situation is going to be when, I mean, hell, Rodgers doesn't look great right now. I don't want to say he looks bad, but it's like Rodgers looks like he is a Hall of Fame level quarterback at 43 or whatever he is, and you can't blame the guy. But I don't know if we can expect it to be much better next season. Let's move this over. Jason says it's gross. Are we going to go with Akers or Quentin Johnston in the flex? Honestly, I think it's very easy. I really hope Quentin Johnston outscores Akers this week. I have Quentin Johnston in a ton of underdog drafts. Loved his price in underdog drafts. And he's crushing for us there. But yeah, if there's no Mixon, you go Cam Akers. If there's no Mixon, Cam Akers last week showed he'll be pretty much the only running back on first and second down. Obviously, the game environment was horrible last week against the Vikings. But right now, the Texans are about 7-point favorites. Okay. So let's... like Jimmy says, hey, Rodgers looked pretty great last week. I'm not saying Rodgers looks bad. I'm just saying Rodgers doesn't look like Hall of Fame level Rodgers. I don't think it's getting much better as he gets another year older. Taylor says, would you trade Carson Steele for Ladd? I think it honestly depends on both your league settings and your team. I have Ladd ranked over Carson Steele in my rest of season rankings on the site, but I think if you play in a league where you could start 4 more receivers, then I'd just rather have Ladd. Playing like a half PPR format where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, then Ladd doesn't really have upside there. There's a big reason why it's a lot easier for me to answer questions on the site since we can actually see the league settings. Ben says, would you start Keenan Allen over Christian Kirk? I would not. I don't think I can start Keenan Allen this week. I think Keenan Allen's the wide receiver 3 in a low volume passing attack. I think Keenan Allen definitely makes a difference in terms of he makes Cole Kmet less exciting. He makes DJ Moore less exciting. I think they all make each other less exciting. I mean, if Caleb Williams is going to come out and if Caleb Williams is going to be near the top of the NFL in total passing yards, then of course at that point we could sit here and we could say that all these players are viable. But as it stands right now, that just simply does not look like it's the case and doesn't look like it's close to being the case either. Okay. Let's move this over. Eli says, Deshaun Watson or Jalen Hurts? So, I mean, obviously with Jalen Hurts, you have no A.J. Brown, you have no Devonta Smith, but you still have rushing upside. You still easily play him over Deshaun Watson. But yeah, let's move this over. We definitely need to get through some more of these questions on the site. And I do want to reiterate, of course, you can always get guaranteed answers to all your questions through flockfantasy.com. If you were wanting to ask any questions here, you would go over to flockfantasy.com. You'd have to be logged into an account. It can be a free account, of course. And you go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. Then you can look at start set questions, trade questions, full-blown team reviews, whatever you're wanting. But again, if you did want that team review, what I'd highly recommend is to actually go over to Underdog Fantasy, where over on Underdog, you can check out all these pick'ems. And if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will actually get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you'll be getting a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow. A free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow. And a free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you have an Underdog account and a flockfantasy.com account with the same email address. That way, when you make that $10 deposit, I can go ahead and credit you with a free team review. Okay. Let's move this over to Mikey's start set question. It says, Superflex undecided on running back, wide receiver, and tight ends. Okay. So looking at this wide receiver, we are going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Ayuk. Wilson has that very tough matchup. For the tight end slot, we are going to go with Kmet with definitely lowered expectations since Keenan's coming back. Running back, Najee Harris is a must-start guy with no Jalen Warren. And then if this is a super flex, it doesn't matter because Russell Wilson's our other option we can go with. We go ahead and we are going to be starting Garrett Wilson in the flex. Yes, over Terry McLaurin. McLaurin averaging about 43 receiving yards per game this season, or 46. But regardless, I know he was great last week. I know Wilson has a very tough matchup. They're definitely close, but I do still probably prefer Wilson. Now, Maserati Mossy coming out with the start sit question. Let's go ahead and move this over. And sorry, I'm actually going to have to refresh this page. Just give me 1 second. And we will get back to Maserati Mawson's question in a bit. But instead, when we refreshed, the order got changed just a little bit here. But let's get over to It's Chavez's question. Drops a massive tip on this trade question. Really do appreciate you. My guy says, hey, Mason, longtime viewer. I need a wide receiver back. I'm stuck with Reed and Jennings this week. If I do this trade, I'm left with Barkley, Jacobs, Chubb, Charbonnet. What are your thoughts? 100%. Achane versus Olave, you have to go Achane. I completely agree based off your team that we need to go and we need to acquire another receiver here. Lucky, we do have our team linked, so we are able to see a couple different options. One, like we said last week it was a lot more doable than it is this week, but we can still try. If you can pivot off Achane for Jefferson, that's the move. Here, another option is maybe getting Deebo Samuel back and not just getting Deebo Samuel back, but actually looking for another added on player, you look at possibly getting Deebo and Olave, to be honest. Another trade you could potentially make is instead of Olave, I think we saw that this team had Nico Collins. Nico Collins could be potentially an option for you. But yeah, please don't sell HN straight up for Olave here. You need to squeeze out more value like those other potential counters that we're going to send your way, my guy. But really appreciate you. And yeah, really rooting for you. And I understand wanting to go out there and wanting to trade a running back for a receiver. Now, this is one of those free team reviews from Underdog from Let James Cook. It says, hey, Mason, 3-0, any upgrades / trades? We got offered Ayuk for Godwin and Marvin Harrison for Tyreek Hill. Interesting. I have Godwin and Ayuk ranked in the same tier rest of season. I do think it's up to you. I'm not even going to ask everybody in the chat, because if I ask everybody in the chat, I know everybody and their mom is just going to scream Godwin. It's not even going to be remotely close. Between Marvin and Tyreek, I think it depends on your team. I want to say one thing. One thing is Marvin Harrison is going to run laps around Tyreek Hill this week. Marvin Harrison is potentially going to be the wide receiver 1 this week. So I probably don't make this trade now, because if they're willing to do it right now, I don't see why they won't do it just on Monday or on Tuesday. So I think you look to hold on to Marvin Harrison Jr. this week. And then when we're 1 week closer to Tua potentially returning on a 3-0 team, then yes, I go ahead and I sell Harrison for Tyreek. I just don't think that's a move that we make right this second. And then also Darnell Mooney or Jacoby Myers. I will definitely go with Jacoby Myers over Darnell Mooney this week with no Devontae Adams. And here we are the 4th team with the league analyzer, but hell, we're 3-0. So what does the league analyzer know? And here, oh no, we can actually sell Tyreek for Harrison. I think you sell Tyreek for Harrison, to be honest. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you rather have Tyreek Hill or Marvin Harrison Jr. rest of season? Would you rather have Tyreek or Harrison? Maybe on a 3-0 team, you keep Tyreek. Don Julio, yes, AJ Brown is out. Okay. So 1 vote Harrison, 2 votes Harrison. Harrison. Tyreek, Harrison. So it does look like the vast majority of people are on Harrison over Tyreek at this point. I do think once Tua is back, obviously, you'd rather have Tyreek over Harrison here. But looking at quarterback, we have the elite name with Lamar. Don't need to roster another guy, starting him every week. Tight end, we have Pitts. Pitts hasn't been great, but at the same time, since the entire tight end position has just been absolutely disastrous, just frankly doesn't matter that Kyle Pitts has been bad. He's still a top 10 tight end, even if he's averaging 4 targets a game. And the matchups will actually get a little bit better for him going into the future. Going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Devon Achane, James Cook. So we have 2 top 10 running backs in fantasy. A very exciting spot here. We have Rico Dowdle, Tajay Spears, Raheem Mostert as depth pieces. I'm not super excited about these names, but obviously Rico Dowdle is trending in the direction that he is taking over as the starting guy in Dallas. Now, as I have said a couple different times now, I don't exactly know how much it matters, specifically because, well, he is the guy in Dallas. They're splitting the backfield 3 ways, so I don't even know if the guy in Dallas is going to be worth anything. Spears definitely is the second fiddle to Tony Pollard, but with that being said as well, if Pollard were to go down, Spears is more likely than not a league winner here. And going over to receiver, it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth definitely does matter a bit more. And we have Tyreek, Adams, Godwin, Pickens, Watson, Darnell, and Jacoby Myers. So this is why we are 3-0, right? We have the Godwin pop. The Devontae Adams injury is going to suck here for us for sure. We're going to be starting Tyreek, Godwin, Pickens, and then, like you said, probably Jacoby Myers here. What can we do? In terms of trades, like we said, you can definitely consider that Tyreek for Harrison. My only hesitation is you're 3-0, so you can kind of think long-term. And long-term, you can definitely make an argument that once Tua is back, Tyreek is the better option. Oh, dear God. I don't want to tell you to cut Mooney or Myers because you can start 4 receivers weekly, and we have the Devontae Adams injury. So I think once Adams is back and healthy, then at that point, you probably go ahead and move on from Jacoby Myers if Adams does not get traded. But obviously, there's the outside chance that Adams is dealt. And in that instance, we're probably going to go ahead. We're probably going to be moving Myers into the second flex easily if Adams is traded off this team. I think it's a very well-rounded roster structurally. I don't think that there are too many moves to make outside of the Ayuk Godwin is just up to your personal preference. The Tyreek Harrison, I think Marvin Harrison has more value at this point in fantasy, but since you're 3-0, I think it's kind of up to your personal preference as well. I wish I had more for you, my guy, but I think you have a strong team. I think it's a very well-constructed roster as well. Okay. Now let's move this over to Adam's question. It's a start-sit question. Here at wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, Nico Collins are the 2 guys that you have to go with. They are in a separate tier, Terry McLaurin and Jordan Addison. Even if Kittle is good to go, even if Debo's good to go. Tight end between Mike Gesicki and Zach Ertz. I think Ertz probably gives you the higher floor, but Gesicki, you have a 26-point total going up against the Bengals. Going over to running back, David Montgomery kind of looks like a must-start player at this point. And then for the flex, we're just going to take Travis Etienne for the guaranteed volume. And then quarterback between A-Rich and Darnold's. 4-point passing touchdown format, give me A-Rich. 6-point passing touchdown format, give me Darnold. But obviously, A-Rich just has the worst matchup you could ever imagine. And A-Rich also has been garbage at the same time. Now going over to Castillo. Here, wide receiver, we have Wilson London in right now. If we were to pivot over to anybody, it would be Deontay Johnson, but I'm not playing Deontay over either of those players. Running back, we have Brian Robinson, Bijan. If we were to pivot to anybody, it would be Akers with no Mixon, but we're not playing Akers over either of those guys. Phenomenal QB room. I think you could go ahead, and I think you could potentially look to sell one of these guys, but we play Kyler. And then for the 2 flex spots, we definitely take Deontay Johnson with no Adam Thielen, plus matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. And at the same time, with Deontay Johnson, of course, I mean, you had the massive blow up last week with Andy Dalton just improving the overall offense dramatically. And then here for the second flex, obviously this is under the assumption that you have no Joe Mixon. If Joe Mixon were to miss, then at that point, you're going to go ahead and you are going to take Cam Akers. If Mixon plays, then we take JSN. Now going over to the start-sit question for Breezy. Here at wide receiver right now, we have Ayuk, Jamar Chase in the lineup. If we were to pivot to anybody, it would probably be Jaden Reed. I'm not playing Reed over either guy. Going over to running back, we have Jacobs, Breece Hall. We're not playing Braylon Allen or Raheem Mostert over either of them. We definitely go Jaden Daniels over Jordan Love. So the pivot that I make is I go Jaden Reed over Terry McLaurin personally now that Jordan Love is good to go. I wouldn't fault you for going with Terry, but I'm more excited about the Green Bay Packers offense. And honestly, we saw the ceiling week 1 from Jaden Reed. Very, very few weeks in Terry McLaurin's career that can line up to like the 28 points you had from Jaden Reed week 1. Okay, let's move this over to All-Star. Says, Ruggs Driving School. Interesting team name. Interesting. Says 2-1. Injuries have been a killer for me this year. But I'm just looking to see what I can maybe do to upgrade some spots. My league mates are stingy with trades. It's like pulling teeth to even get a response. So we'll definitely focus in on the waiver wire moves we can possibly make. Also thinking about dropping Javonte. Appreciate your advice. Oh, somebody who has Javonte on their team. I understand where you're coming from, but it is painful to hear. It is painful to hear, my guy. But let's move this over and looking at what we have currently. We are the 6th team in the league analyzer, so we're kind of middle of the road here. But if you look at all these teams at the top, really the top 7 teams are all about the same. It's just, okay, make sure you're not in the bottom two, right? The bottom two teams look like they're, I don't want to say garbage, but they do not look like strong options at this point, whereas you can be very excited about what we have with a 2-1 team in the middle of the league. Quarterback, we have Allen. So obviously with Josh Allen, a QB that we start every single week. Don't need a backup. Love to see it. We have Kincaid. This does give us a lot of flexibility for what we're able to do at running back and wide receiver. This is a format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So definitely the wide receiver depth does matter a bit more here. So I am fine with us going through and rostering as many receivers as we have at running back. I mean, as many receivers as we do have running backs. I will say, of course, that, running back is maybe a little bit deceptive here because we have both Jonathan Brooks and Isaiah Pacheco injured at the same time. Now, looking at what we have at running back, we currently are looking at Jordan Mason as a must-start player in the short term. We have Chuba that we can start in the short term as well. We have Algier as the premium handcuff back. We have Jonathan Brooks as the long-term option. And we have Javonte as the kind of whatever piece. I understand the thought process of if you needed to drop someone here. I understand where you're coming from with Javonte because the thing is, like, you could see a very clear path for Tyler Algier to turn into an every week starter and almost a league winner in this league. I'm just trying to think, like, with Javonte, he's had volume, and that's the main thing. So I would not cut Javonte Williams because there is a small possibility, and it is definitely small, that Javonte Williams turns out to be a running back that was just stuck in a horrible offense through the first 3 weeks. The offense gets better with the rookie quarterback. And I think that's a player that's worth the roster spot. It would be different if Jaleel McLaughlin was playing more snaps and seeing more touches, but Javonte has been the guy. Now, going over to what we have at receiver. We're currently sitting with Tyreek Hill, wide receiver 1. So obviously, more exciting option in the long term, but regardless, we're just fine. We have Olave, Deontay Johnson, very strong wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 options. Hopkins, a very strong wide receiver 4. Shakir, very strong wide receiver 5. I probably need to go update our rankings here in terms of the rest of season wide receiver ranks on where we have Jacoby Myers based off the Devontae Adams injury being a multi-week injury. Where do we have Myers? And the possibility that you end up getting Jacoby Myers. You get Devontae Adams traded. Okay, let's see. Where is Myers? Jacoby Myers at 63. Yeah, Jacoby Myers has to move up dramatically. I'd rather have Myers over Cooks, Downs, Gabe Davis, Quinton Johnston, Darnell Mooney, Jawan Jennings, Romeo Dobbs, Yoshi Vosh, Tyler Lockett. I think he kind of belongs up in this range of 54. You can make an argument to possibly even have him a little bit higher than this, especially if Adams gets dealt, that he probably jumps up another. God, I may be overreacted with this Wan'Dale Robinson ranking, but he probably jumps up another 12 or so slots. So yeah, I don't want to move on from Myers. It's a very well-balanced team in general. I'm trying to think if there's anything that we could do. If this was a league where you started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, it'd be super easy to say, oh, let's trade Deontay Johnson and Jonathan Brooks and go get the best running back 2 that we can possibly have. But since you can start 4 receivers weekly, I don't think that's nearly as appealing. Now, because you're in a situation in which roster spots are hard to come by for your team, if you could make a 2-for-1 deal, literally for the only purpose of opening up a roster spot for yourself, where you could package together, say, Shakir and DeAndre Hopkins to just go move up and get a wide receiver from a team that may be struggling with depth but has the top end options. Like, go get somebody like Godwin or Ayuk. I think that'd be very interesting. Go get somebody like Diggs or Metcalf. I think you could do that. That way you just don't have to be in a position where you look to cut Javonte Williams. But structurally, I think that's the only thing that you can say with this team that is a quote-unquote issue. And the issue is we have too good of a team where we can't cut anyone. So we kind of have those golden handcuffs on with the waiver wire. So, yeah, if you can make a marginal 2-for-1 tier up at wide receiver just so we can open a roster spot and don't have to consider cutting Javonte Williams, I think we would go ahead and do that. But obviously, I know that's not helping you out much. I just wish we had more for you. But you do have a very strong team here, my guy. I'm wishing you the best of luck for sure. Now, let's move this over to a trade question coming out from Domden. It says, also submitted a team review, but received this trade offer. Well, appreciate you and going to be excited to check it out. Looking at Nico Debo Brown versus London Puka Harrison. Give me Nico over London. Give me Debo over Puka. Brown versus Harrison. Up to you. Very easily the Nico Collins side. Very, very easily the Nico Collins side, regardless of what our team is. Okay, going over to Vincent's question. This is one of those free team reviews from Underdog. Appreciate you, my guy. Says, cheers, Mason. Love the content. And thanks for the rating. Just traded away Olave Etienne for Brian Robinson, DK Metcalf, TJ Hawkinson. So Etienne to Brian Robinson, slight downgrade. Olave to Metcalf. I think it's a slight. I don't love the move, to be honest with you. Should look better in the league analyzer. What moves should I look to make if somebody is interested in my Dallas Goedert? So this is Chief of Police here, number 3. In the league analyzer, but honestly, that doesn't matter because you look at the league analyzer and the top 5 teams are all identical. The top 5 teams are all in that tight race. Everybody else down below. I mean, this is not like a dramatic league where you don't have too many garbage teams, to be honest. So looking at the squad, first thing that I notice is we have Nick Chubb potentially down on the IR. I don't know if Chubb's on the IR or Hawkinson is, but effectively, Chubb's not a viable player for us to look at this point. So honestly, as we sit here with this team, I would say that this is a spot where you need to go through and you probably need to drop Derek Carr and pick up another running back. And real quick, we actually just had a report drop that Deebo Samuel plans to play week 4. So I'm sorry to cut us off here, Chief of Police, but I actually need to run over to my own team. And now that Deebo Samuel's officially playing, George Kittle's officially playing, I am starting Brock Purdy over Anthony Richardson in the Flock League. I am starting Purdy over Richardson. Okay. Now, moving this over to what we have. Oh, so yeah, drop Derek Carr, pick up a running back off the waiver wire. Especially in a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, we are highly incentivized to just go through and chase some running back upside if we can. Going over to running back, we are sitting with Kamara, Mason, Brian Robinson, Nick Chubb. So it's a great running back room. Like Alvin Kamara, top 10 running back. Jordan Mason, top 10 running back in the short term. Brian Robinson, quality depth in the long term. Nick Chubb, quality depth in the long term. So obviously not needing to do much here when it comes to what we have at RB. I would just say that if we're trying to see a massive value pop on this roster, specifically at the bottom end of the bench, it's not really going to be possible for you to get that massive bump in value from Derek Carr. Like, you have 2 games to start the season where the Saints drop 40 plus points, and Derek Carr is still worth nothing in fantasy. Still can't trade the guy. However, if we can roster another running back that could potentially turn into the next Jordan Mason, Zach Charbonnet with an injury to the guy in front of him, like Braylon Allen, I'd way rather have a player like that. Going over to wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Malik Neighbors. So we have 2 top 10 receivers. We have DK Metcalf, quality depth piece. We have Alan Lazard, Ricky Pearsall, and Alec Pierce. So yeah, my main thing with this team is it just feels like the bottom end of it is, I mean, it's not a bad thing. That's what I would rather. This is what I prefer. I want to have a team that's full of studs and duds. Because the duds, you can just continuously churn on the waiver wire. Hopefully, we hit on somebody who turns into a stud like Jordan Mason. But yeah, wide receiver super top heavy here as well. I'm fine with you rostering these guys like Alec Pierce, and Alan Lazard down here at the very bottom, knowing that behind DK Metcalf, we don't really have anybody. And then at tight end, we have Goddard, Hawkinson, Frymuth. So my thing is, like, how many IR slots do we have? We have Nick Chubb, Ricky Pearsall, and TJ Hawkinson all on the same team. So, I mean, some of these players are probably on our bench. Some of these players are probably guys that you are actually having to spend some capital on. I mean, some roster spots on. So what I'd probably do is once we get through the Dallas Goedert bye in week 5, or if you could try to sell a Dallas Goedert right now, I mean, hell yeah, we're going to try to. Like, if you can sell Dallas Goedert and DK Metcalf and tier up to a wide receiver that you're excited about more so long-term, like Garrett Wilson, like A.J. Brown, I think go ahead and make that kind of move. And then you're able to go through and you're able to start Pat Frymuth until TJ Hawkinson comes in. Hawkinson comes in. If he looks great, then we cut Frymuth. But yeah, if you make that Goddard and Metcalf trade to get that upgrade at wide receiver, effectively, if we can open up another roster spot at that point, pick up another running back off waivers. And then if we cut Carr, pick up another running back off the waiver wire, then we get total 6 running backs on this team. We have more shots to see a player have that massive jump in value. I think it's the main thing that I'd be looking at here with this team, outside of obviously just continuing to churn waivers. But I don't necessarily think that trades make a ton of sense with how it's situated now, unless you were trading Dallas Goedert, because I'm sure that you are a big believer in TJ Hawkinson based off the fact that we just went out there and got him. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. Let's move over. And also, everybody, real quick, if we hit 800 likes on this live stream, we are going to be answering the free questions in the live chat. So go down there, hit that like button if you have not done so already. We may already be at 800 likes. So if we are, let me know in the chat so we can make sure we're answering those questions. Now, this trade question is coming out from Blufferano. It says, hey, Mason, I recently lost Pacheco, Cup, and Debo. Well, Debo's back this week. Do we pull the trigger on this trade? Samaje Perine's worth literally nothing. Samaje Perine's barely worth the roster spot. Tyler Lockett's barely worth the roster spot. We're trading Rico Dowdle for Rome Odunze effectively. And I would way rather have Rome Odunze, even with Keenan Allen coming back. So yeah, we get Rome here. We get Rome. Okay. Now let's move this over to the next question. This is a start sit question from Dante Brown. Much love, my guy. We're 3-0. Our opponent's 2-1. Full PPR. Our opponent has Stroud, Jefferson, Ayuk, Saquon, Pickens. Ooh, all right. Let's get this going. Well, now we got great news that Deebo Samuel is going to be playing this week. Between Deebo playing in possibly a limited capacity and maybe Zay Flowers here, I think it's a very tough spot. You're definitely not playing Addison. You're definitely not playing Higgins. You're definitely not playing Shakir. Can y'all please spam the chat? Are you going to be going with Zay Flowers or Deebo Samuel this week? Flowers against Buffalo. Deebo is going up against New England. Obviously, Deebo just got cleared. Let's see what people in the chat have to say. Zay, Deebo, Zay, Deebo, Deebo, Zay, Zay. So it does look like they're 50-50. I like that Deebo was cleared on Saturday and he wasn't cleared on Sunday. We're going to go Deebo. Honestly, it doesn't matter. We have 2 flex spots. Here in these other flex spots, I think we end up going with Zay Flowers with one of them. I'm not going to be playing Dobbins, no Joe Alt in a tough matchup against KC. We're going to go Kenneth Walker. With Kenneth Walker, it's a very tough matchup against Detroit. But hell, we had to have a fun sweat on Monday night. I think Walker, I mean, the spread on this game is very close. I think they can try their best to run the ball. Okay. So let's move this over to Ashfro with the start set question. Going to be excited to go ahead and dive into this for you. Now, this is a league. You're saying no idea who to start at the flex. Love Zach Moss, but hard to ignore Debo Pickens, Jawan's potential. Well, now I can tell you real quick, it's very easy to ignore Jawan Jennings. PSA for everybody in this live stream. If you had Jawan Jennings in your starting lineup, now that Debo and Kittle are good to go, poof, he's gone. He's gone with the wind. You never heard him, never saw him. It's Debo Samuel here at wide receiver. And then for your flex spot, I think, yes, it is Zach Moss. Bengals are favored by about 5.5 points. Great matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. They have an implied team total of like 26. I think you go ahead and you take Moss. Now let's move this over to Tommy D. Says, hey Mason, I just traded Higgins and Jamar for Moss, and I don't know how I feel about it, and I don't know what the next move is. Well, my guy, really appreciate you. I'm going to be super excited to check this out. This is the 7th team with the league analyzer. Is this the big Pyrenees? Is that a Great Pyrenees reference? Maybe, possibly. But anyway, going from Higgins and Jameson to Zach Moss, I don't like it. I think I could potentially like it based off the league settings that you have. However, specifically with your league settings here, where it's a 12-team format where you can start 2 wide receivers. I'm sorry, you can start up to 4 receivers here weekly. I think going and selling that low on Higgins probably isn't a great thing to do. I probably would rather hold on to Higgins here. So at quarterback, we are currently sitting with CJ Stroud. Obviously with Stroud, he's a QB that we are completely fine with starting. Doesn't have the rushing upside, doesn't have Tank Dell this week. Still almost 7-point favorites over Jacksonville. The passing volume hasn't been great, but based off what we had his rookie season, the addition of Stephon Diggs, I am still expecting that Stroud should be better this year than he was a year ago. Now going over to running back, we have Kamara, Joe Mixon. So both top 10 running backs in fantasy. We have Moss as a quality running back too now that we can go through and throw in for Mixon this week and have Moss in the flex in the long term. And going over to receiver, we have Jefferson, Olave, great wide receiver 1, great wide receiver 2 combo. But then the depth is extremely questionable. We have Mooney, Josh Downs, Jonathan Mingo, Greg Dortch. Going over to tight end, we have Hunter Henry, David Njoku. Obviously, Njoku for the long term. Hunter Henry for the short term. So specifically my issue with you trading Higgins and Jameson for Moss is now it puts us in a situation in which so many spots on our roster, we are rostering guys that are pretty much just waiver options. Like Akers, Mooney, Downs, Mingo, Dortch, Hunter Henry, those 6 players could be dropped any given week for us. Which is okay in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But this is a league where we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So this is a league where it does make sense to build a little bit more around the depth. So almost like the trade that I would recommend would be pretty much the exact opposite of one that you made, to be honest. But going through and seeing where we can make moves as of today, to be honest with you, I don't really see many. And I hate to say it, but I mean, if we go through and just map this out, like a trade that we would make would be a 1-for-2 tear down where we essentially sold one of our top options to get back 2 viable starters that we can put in every week. However, with that being said, I don't want to sell Kamara. I don't want to sell Mixon. I don't want to sell Jefferson. I don't want to sell Olave. We just overpaid for Zach Moss. So this is a spot where I think the only move that you can make from here on out is churning waivers, churning waivers, churning waivers. If you don't like what you see from Jonathan Mingo this week, he's immediately cut. If you don't like what you see from Greg Dortch this week, he's immediately cut. If we get news that Joe Mixon is back next week, Cam Akers is immediately cut. And we just need to be on top of the waiver wire. We need to be aggressive with these bids. Because our wide receiver 3 is Shakir, our wide receiver 4 is Darnell Mooney, I don't want to tell you to prioritize running back on the waiver wire in comparison to receiver. Because I do think that we need to try to bolster the wide receiver room and look for those long-term upgrades off waivers if we possibly can. So I'm sorry, my guy, but I don't like the trade. I don't see many additional trades that we can make on the team as it stands right now. And really the plan going into the future, I think, should be centered around the waiver wire, waiver wire, waiver wire. But let's move on. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with the explanation of the overall league settings that we're looking at. And let's move this trade over to Steve. This is Alvin and the Jeffersons. Going to be excited to check this out. And I do want to remind everybody that is watching this, when we hit 800 likes on the stream, we are going to be answering the free questions in the live chat. So make sure you go down there and drop a like on the stream if you have not done so already. We're going to be trying to answer as many questions as I possibly can tonight. We'll probably be live for about 5 hours. But it says, I think I need a better flex or tight end, but not sure who to target. Love the streams. Thank you. No, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I'm going to be super excited to check this out for you, my guy. And love the team name, of course. Now, this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So I am okay if you wanted to go through and roster all these wide receivers at the bottom end. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'd say the first thing you do is you cut Johnston, you cut Alec Pierce, and we go pick up some running backs off of the waiver wire. But here, I think that you are fine to kind of sit as is. Now, going ahead and looking at what we have specifically at quarterback, obviously, no hesitation whatsoever. I mean, we are going to be just fine with Josh Allen. With Allen, you're able to start him every single week, regardless of matchup. And there's not too much to talk about. Don't need a backup. Cole Kmet, so we are just streaming tight ends. Honestly, what I would probably do if this was my own team is, I think more likely than not, I would go ahead and I would let go of the bottom end receiver. And I would pick up another tight end off the waiver wire. That way we had 2 guys that we can choose between every week with Cole Kmet and whoever our other pickup would be. And we have that long-term upside at the same time. Because, I mean, ultimately, if you are looking at Kmet, while last week he was phenomenal, Keenan Allen is back in this week. The passing volume should come down as well. So I definitely don't view him as an option in which we can start him every week regardless of what the matchup is. Now, going over to what we have with running back, we have 2 anchors. This is what we have at the top of the lineup is why this is the best team in the league. And you can see it with the league analyzer, where we are the best team in the league. The second team's close, third team's close, but outside of that, these guys have no shot. We are sitting with Barkley, Kamara, potentially as 2 top 5 running backs every single week. We are sitting with Jefferson, Chase as 2 top 5 receivers every single week. This is the core of the team. This is what we build around, and specifically down there on the bench, what we are trying to optimize for is we are trying to optimize specifically for guys that we can just throw into a flex spot if need be, because we have the elite level players at the top end. Now, in the case of Tajay Spears, Raheem Mostert, their path to crushing in the flex would be, Tony Pollard goes down. Spears is a must-start player with the 3-down workload that's going to catch the ball. Devon Achane goes down. Tua's back. Raheem Mostert is a must-start option at that point. Going over to receiver, Pittman could be a viable flex. Obviously not looking great so far. Lockett could be a viable flex. I don't know if we need Darnell, Johnston, and Alec Pierce. What I'd probably do after the week is or even right now, like I said, I'd most likely be cutting one of these receivers and going through and picking up an additional tight end here. That way we have two guys that we can be looking between with Cole Kmet and whatever tight end we get off the waiver wire. Maybe somebody like Tyler Conklin as an example. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I don't see any trades that particularly stand out for us. In terms of who we're submitting in the starting lineup this week, I think we go Barkley, Kamara, Jefferson, Chase, Pittman, Lockett. And then obviously Kmet is a viable tight end starter. You don't need to go with anybody off the waiver wire with Kmet. That's not the point of me saying all that. But I do really appreciate you, and I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here, my guy. And yeah, this is a great team overall at the very top. The literally only thing I could consider is maybe moving off of one of these wide receivers at the very bottom end and picking up another tight end if Kmet's not going to be a locked and loaded guy for us rest of season. But let's actually go over and answer some of the questions in the live chat right now. So please, if you have any questions, just go ahead, drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to try to get to as many as we possibly could. Somebody says Jacoby Myers or Juwan Jennings. I can't believe we're saying this at this point I would not have thought this earlier in the week, but I mean, you probably just have to go through and take Jacoby Myers. Ultimately, when Debo and Kittle are both in, I would expect that Juwan Jennings is probably the fourth option in this Niners offense, behind Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle. Whereas Jacoby Myers is either number one or number two, depending on the target share that you get from Bowers this week. So I think that, yeah, you have to go Myers. Okay. Chase says Goddard or Najee full PPR. So I know people are upset that we don't include the tight end position in the flex rankings, and there's a reason for that, and we've said this for years. If you're deciding between a tight end or a running back or a tight end and a receiver in your flex, it is never the tight end. Never, ever, ever. Dallas Goedert has a considerable amount of value in fantasy just because of his value over replacement in comparison to other players at the tight end position. But if we're going to be comparing him to running backs or receivers, they just simply are not close to each other. Like if you look at reasonable projections every single week, like you go through and even with Dallas Goedert having no A.J. Brown, having no Devonta Smith, like this is pretty much the best spot you can imagine for Goddard. He's higher or lower, 52.5 receiving yards. Honestly, Goddard may be tight end one this week again. Whereas you look at Najee Harris is higher or lower, 85.5 total yards on Underdog. Like the running backs pretty much across the board will always project out to be a better option. And if you have a tight end that you're considering in the flex, that means you probably got to go ahead and sell a tight end. Lucas says, is Jahan Dotson a start this week? So this will be the third week that you have no A.J. Brown. Obviously, this is now the, second? With the Devonta Smith absence, I'm just trying not to laugh here. Okay. With Smith, he missed the second half of last game. Let's see and let's check in. What did Jahan Dotson get you? Jahan Dotson's had 14 receiving yards this season. For the love of God, do not start Jahan Dotson. I cannot think of something that would be worse to do. Jay says start Josh Jacobs over Terry McLaurin. This is very easily Josh Jacobs for me. If you are looking at Jacobs, 3-down running back, No Marshawn Lloyd, no A.J. Dillon, both on the IR. McLaurin's averaging fewer than 50 receiving yards a week. Jacobs can have the receiving role, and at the same time, when you have Jordan Love back in this offense, should be a higher scoring offense overall with more volume to go around. Now, Baca, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you. Happy to have you. Now, let's see. Zach says, is Joe Mixon playing? We have no reports on Mixon right now. It does seem like Mixon is most likely going to be a game time decision. And I would not be relying on Mixon right now. I do potentially I have Cam Akers in my league, and I have Cam Akers in my second flex spot. And honestly, my options are so gross beyond it this week with all my injuries that I really need Cam Akers. I kind of need Mixon to miss personally. If we're looking at Dobbins versus McCaffrey, I'd way rather have the upside of McCaffrey in the long term in a full PPR format. Jake says starting Sam Laporta. So Sam Laporta versus waiver wire options, I'm going to go Laporta. Like I'm same thing in the flock league. I have Sam Laporta. I picked up Pat Frymuth thinking Laporta was going to miss. Now that Laporta's playing, I already dropped Frymuth and I already picked up another running back. Where, yeah, I don't necessarily think that a waiver wire option can be a play at the tight end position over the tight end that we had ranked as tight end 1 coming into the season, just because he's had 3 bad weeks. Jonathan says HN or Kyron in a half PPR format. So if you look at the Rams, obviously Kyron crushed last week. Absolutely crushed. The Rams have an implied team total of like 18.5 points. The Rams are like 3-point dogs against the Bears. The Rams still have 5 offensive linemen on the IR. The Rams still have no Kupp. They still have no Puka. Sportsbooks are saying that this is about to fall apart. Now, for sure, with that being said, I'm not telling you have to bench Kyron Williams. But I just want to be on the same page that if you're looking at like Kyron versus, say, Achan, can't say like, oh, Achan's going to be a bad offense. Bench Achan. They're both going to be in a bad offense. But I do think it's up to you. And honestly, if Mostert does play, I think that makes me go Kyron. But let's move this over and definitely answer some more of the questions on the site. Then we'll get back over to the questions in the chats. And of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you can always do so through flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to ask a question, you can do so with this little button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're needing. If you did want a team review, by far and away the cheapest way to get it is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy. We're on Underdog. If you use promo code FLOCK, you will get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow. You will get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow as well. And you'll get that free team review through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way we are able to know which person we need to get that free team review voucher for. But let's move this back over, and we are going to be answering this start-sit question for Mikey T. Here at wide receiver, we are looking between Ayuk, Wilson, and Terry McLaurin. I think here it is a very tough spot, but with the bad matchup for Garrett Wilson going up against the Denver Broncos, I will take Ayuk, even with Debo and Kittle back in. Going over to tight end between Kmet, Schultz, Frymuth. Probably going to go ahead and take Kmet. Like I said, we do have lowered expectations in general because of the addition of Keenan Allen. Running back, Najee Harris is a must-start player with no Jalen Warren. And then down here in the flex, I think it's a tough spot. It's really going to be between Wilson, Terry, Chuba. Personally, I probably go ahead and probably take Garrett Wilson. Now let's move this over for Maserati Masi. Here, wide receiver, we are looking between Reed, Smith, Higgins, Dotson, Adams, Rome. Obviously, Adams out. I don't think Dotson's viable. I don't even think Dotson's worth the roster spot. I think you can find a better play off the waiver wire than Dotson. It's like the thing is, even if Dotson has a good game, like let's just walk through this. Dotson has a good game this week. It's going to happen on your bench. And then the Eagles go into a bye. And then Smith and A.J. Brown will be back. So would you ever consider starting him? Hell no. So I wouldn't roster Jahan Dotson. Unless you're in a super deep league and you plan on starting him this week, but he has 14 receiving yards this year. I wouldn't do that. Looking at it, I think you honestly have to play Jaden Reed now that you have Jordan Love good to go. I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to play T. Higgins as well, especially over Rome with Keenan's back. Going over to tight end, I'm going to go likely expecting there to be more passing volume in Baltimore now. And going down to the flex, looking at all these options, it is a tough spot. It's between Allen and Rome primarily, but we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Rome. I think Rome still has a very high ceiling based off how talented he is, but at the same time, we have to be realistic with the expectations. When Keenan does come back, the target share in this offense will dramatically go down. Now, going over to Tyler's trade question, we're looking at Mixon versus McCaffrey here. I'm going to go Mixon. I think McCaffrey probably has more points per game than Mixon. However, if you're looking at rest of season, McCaffrey's going to be missing an undisclosed amount of games. Mixon probably misses one more. So I think you just have way more certainty with the Joe Mixon availability rest of season. Now, going over to our next question, we're going to be looking at Eddie. Team name, definitely a first for us to see this. I hope Jerry Jones dies. Interesting. It's one of those free underdog team reviews. It says, we're at 0-3. Everyone is trying to fleece me for Cooper Kupp. How can I get a decent value? I would also like to trade Dobbins away because his bye is next week, and I'm leaning towards having Steele in my lineup this week. Couple different things. While, yes, J.K. Dobbins has the bye week next week, Carson Steele's not through his bye yet. So, and whoever you trade J.K. Dobbins for will not be through their bye week yet either. I'm not telling you that you can't trade away J.K. Dobbins, but to trade away J.K. Dobbins because he has his bye week next week, do not like that thought process. Second thing with this is, since we are a team that's 0-3, I 100% agree. It's probably a spot in which if we can get some value for Cooper Kupp, we probably should look to trade away Cooper Kupp. Now, this is a team that's kind of sitting here in the middle of the league analyzer at 5. Looking at the quarterback room, Mahomes has been very bad from a fantasy perspective, obviously great in real life. But if you do look at what you had last week with no Isaiah Pacheco, Mahomes did set a season high by a decent margin in terms of total pass attempts. There is that outside chance that they do skew to be a little bit more pass happy with no Pacheco here. Going over to what we have with running back, you have the anchor at the top with Breece Hall. That's going to give us a lot of flexibility for the moves that we can look to make. We have Dobbins, Carson Steele, Braylon Allen. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So I would really like to build out the running back depth if we are able to. Going over to wide receiver, we have Harrison, DJ Moore, 2 guys that we can start weekly. So one thing that, is kind of obvious to us is obviously Cooper Kupp is a sell for a team that is currently sitting at 0-3, where we need some production in this lineup right now. But with that being said, I think also maybe the rookies are for sale as well. I think looking at Rome Odunze, I think looking at Brian Thomas, these are examples of wide receivers that are better options rest of season than they are in the short term. So what I would look to do is I would probably look to, if you were going to sell Dobbins, hell, let's give a league mate one of those rookie receivers that will get better as the season goes on, and let's go get an upgrade at running back 2 right this second. Go send them Rome and J.K. Dobbins for a really strong running back. Looking at this team's running back room, if you can get to James Cook, let's do it. Dobbins and Rome Odunze, give me James Cook. Brian Thomas and Rome Odunze. Brian Thomas and J.K. Dobbins, give me James Cook. You could also look to potentially try to pivot over to Jordan Mason. I probably wouldn't do that with Rome, but if you could do it with Brian Thomas, go Brian Thomas, J.K. Dobbins, get Jordan Mason for a team that desperately needs wins right now since we're 0-3 and we can't really think long-term here. I think that would make sense. Going over 2 tight ends when we're sitting with Andrews, Zach Ertz, I'm completely fine rostering 2 tight ends, knowing that Andrews has been absolute buns. Personally, I'm a sicko, so I probably still go ahead and start Mark Andrews this week over Zach Ertz, but I'm going to keep that between us because I know that most people would roast me for saying it. But honestly, I think that if your league mates, obviously plan A on an 0-3 team is we sell Cooper Kupp. But if your league mates are trying to rob you for Cooper Kupp and they're not giving you the value you need because he is injured, I think the pivot instead is, okay, well, let's sell them one of these rookie receivers, especially as you have Jordan Love back. So Jaden Reed is that viable depth piece now. So if you could maybe package together one of the rookie receivers and Dobbins to go get a running back upgrade, then backfill with another running back off the waiver wire, I think that's the main thing that we'd be looking to do here, my guy. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way. And I hope that we were able to get some value that we like for that rookie option. Now let's go over to this next team. It's going to be for official Rob here. Running back, we are looking at Jacobs, Montgomery, Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving. And it honestly doesn't even matter if Rachaad White's out, you go Josh Jacobs. Jacobs is going to absolutely crush now that Jordan Love is back, even in a tough matchup. Going over to the flex, this is where things get a little bit tougher. I still think you take David Montgomery running behind the best offensive line in the NFL, or one of the best offensive lines in the league. It just scored a touchdown every single week so far this year and actually has seen more receiving usage than I personally was expecting. So I think we go Montgomery. I think I was too low on Montgomery this year. I think it's safe to say that through 3 weeks. Now let's move this over. It's going to be a team review here for Evan. We're actually going to have to move past this real quick and come back to it. So the league analyzer pulls it up for whatever reason. Sometimes they don't load on the first try. But Cali Kid says, what's good, Mason? Got offered Bijan for Godwin. Wait, what? Or Hall for Godwin? I know you're trolling me. Cali Kid's been a long time with luck. Obviously, yeah. I mean, if we can go Breece Hall, we take Breece Hall. If we can go Bijan Robinson, we take Bijan Robinson. You could trade Godwin for either guy. It's a no-brainer. I'm assuming you're trolling me. Much love. I appreciate you always hanging out with us, my guy. And if this is a real trade and you're not trolling me, congrats. But now Kubitin coming out says, we have Purdy, Baker, Breece, Etienne, Evans, Debo, Amari, McLaurin, Higgins, Brian Thomas, Mostert, Benson. If I make this trade, I feel like Mostert or Benson are not startable. But I feel like I have enough depth to trade for a running back. Should we pull the trigger? Okay. First off, really do appreciate you, my guy. Second off, in terms of this being a 1 quarterback format, Brock Purdy is not much better than a streaming option. So while, yes, we are downgrading from Purdy to Caleb, to be honest with you, it really doesn't matter. Debo and Etienne up to Caleb Williams. I'm sorry, up to Amon St. Brown, not Caleb Williams. In general, I would rather have St. Brown here. And I will say in the future, my guy, if you just wanted to link your league, we can actually see all the players here for both teams. So I could try to come up with some counters for you. You spend $10 on this trade question. I'd love to try to come up with some counters for you. But yeah, so just definitely in the future, link your team and we could try to do that. So yeah, in general, I like the value with the Amon St. Brown. But if you're telling me all of a sudden we have to start Trey Benson at running back too, you just simply can't make the deal. If you have to start Trey Benson right now, we're just in a position where we can't sell a running back, even if we like the value to pivot over to one of those true elite options in St. Brown. Now let's go over to this question for Jonathan. This is going to be a start sit here. Here, this is, we need 2 receivers, a running back, and a flex. Well, thank you, my guy. Really do appreciate you. So we have no A.J. Brown officially. Shakir's been phenomenal. But I mean, if you're looking at Shakir's production so far this season, it's not like he has done this with a ton of volume. It's more like this has been done with just the touchdown efficiency. And going into the future, that touchdown efficiency is very hard to project. So I think I would very easily go Garrett Wilson and Zay Flowers over Shakir. I can make sure that I'm not going crazy here. We can look at the projections on Underdog. I'm looking at this. The Shakir pick right now is higher or lower, 47.5 receiving yards. Looking at the Flowers pick, we're currently at 51.5 receiving yards. The Garrett Wilson pick, currently at 57.5. So obviously Wilson has a very tough matchup. But honestly, I think you still have to play him over Shakir, expecting maybe the volume's not going to, since the volume's not there, the consistency won't be for Shakir either. Going over to running back, I think Zach Moss is going to be a must-start guy. Right now, you have an implied team total about 26 points for the Cincinnati Bengals offense. I think you have to go ahead and get him in. It's a great matchup against Carolina. And then for the flex, this is where things become interesting. Obviously, no Brooks, no A.J. Brown, no Nick Chubb. If you have no Rachaad White this week, it is Bucky Irving, and it is Bucky Irving easily. If Rachaad White does play, we'll go ahead and we'll take Khalil Shakir, but it all hinges on Rachaad White between those two players. But thank you again, and really do appreciate you. Now let's move this over to Dez. Dez here says, are there any guys with a safer floor / high upside? Thanks in advance. Thank you. If we wanted to start anybody down here on the bench, Juwan Jennings probably not startable for me anymore. I think it would be Shakir. No way in hell I start Shakir over Nico Collins or Marvin Harrison. Running back, I think we have to go ahead. We have to play David Montgomery at RB2. I mean, Chuba Hubbard is going to be in a worse offense. Obviously, he's exciting with no Brooks, but, I mean, he hasn't played over 60% of the snaps yet. I go Jordan Love over Sam Darnold. The Packers are favored by a little over 3 points. And then for the flex spots here, I think we're going to go ahead. We'll take Chuba Hubbard. Obviously, with this Panthers offense looking much better with Andy Dalton under center, they actually have an applied team total of about 21.5 points. What's the pick for Hubbard this week? This is just literally for me to know. Panthers, Chuba. Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe we need to be higher on Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard's higher, lower, 81.5 total yards. Almost even odds to score a touchdown as well. That's nuts. Yeah, so I guess Hubbard's like a no-brainer flex option there then. And looking at the second flex, I think we probably go ahead and take Shakir. Obviously, with this being a full PPR format, if we can go back in the time machine and start Wan'Dale Robinson instead, we would. But, I mean, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Now, Kobe L coming out says, start 2, Dobbins, Rashad, Rome. If I start one of the running backs, we have a flex spot open. I don't exactly know what you mean by that. I would start Rashad over Dobbins and Rome. So here's, say next time you want to ask a question, just to make this easy for you, just so we can be on the same page next time, because I want you to be able to, we built this out specifically so it's as easy to use as possible. What you could do is, like, say you needed 2 running backs and a flex. You could put 2 running backs here and then just 1 empty, like 2 empty running back slots and 1 empty flex. And then underneath the running backs you could consider, you could just put, David Montgomery, Rachaad White, J.K. Dobbins. And then I could go through and I could fill out those 2 guys in your starting lineup for you. And that way when I send it to you, you can see it as well. And it should just be easier. Then you don't have to type anything either. But in terms of who I start, I bench Dobbins and I play White and Montgomery if he plays. But then also for the flex, I go Dobbins. I play all 3 running backs. I play 2 running backs and I throw somebody in the flex. And then obviously if White's out, you play Rome. Okay. Now let's move this over to Charlie. He says, injuries have gotten to me. Need your help, brother. Should I grab Wilson or Yoshi Vosh over Leggett? Really appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out for you, my guy. Looking at wide receiver here. It looks like Deontay Johnson's going to be good to go. So, yes, we actually pivot. We go Michael Wilson. If you look at the projections with Michael Wilson this week, primarily just because, obviously, one, you have a phenomenal matchup going up against the Washington Commanders, where right now sportsbooks have the Arizona Cardinals as the highest scoring offense in the NFL. And you have no Trey McBride, so the secondary receivers will see more target volume. This is crazy. Michael Wilson was higher, lower, 51.5 receiving yards earlier today. Now he's moved down to 44.5. I think you have the touchdown upside here. What's Sutton at? Sutton's probably higher than this, isn't he? No, Sutton's at 44.5. You definitely have way more touchdown upside in the Arizona offense than you do in Denver. But yeah, I would actually move on from, I would cut one of these guys, probably Leggett, pick up Michael Wilson. I think Michael Wilson would be a better play than any of them. I'm going to throw in Sutton here just because if you can't get Wilson, I do prefer Sutton over Leggett. And then for the flex spot, definitely not playing Leggett. Obviously, this is a spot where we've been decimated with injuries. No Kupp, no Brown, no McBride, no Chubb, no Jonathan Brooks. The 5 most exciting players in consideration for the flex here we cannot play. It's Charbonnet, Leggett, Braylon Allen. I'll go Charbonnet with just the outside chance that maybe they limit Kenneth Walker a little bit his first week back. But with that being said, to be honest with you, it is a very tough matchup for Charbonnet going up against Detroit. So by no means is it a no-brainer. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But we are going to get some free questions in the chat going. So if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Would be super excited to go ahead and check them out for you right now. Let's see. Alejandro says Calvin Ridley or Rachaad White at the flex this week. So if you look at Ridley, I believe Ridley's only averaging like 4 targets a game. So if Rachaad White does play, I will go ahead. I will take Rachaad White over Calvin Ridley. Yeah, I honestly wasn't watching the Alabama game specifically because by the time I could have potentially watched it, it was at the end of the first quarter where Alabama was just completely blowing out Georgia. And then I saw y'all at the very end of the chat saying that the game was getting close. I pivoted over and threw up a window real quick just so I can see what the score was. And yeah, I saw that Georgia almost came back at the final drive. Freaking nuts. ZM5 says drafted Laporta because E. Mason. I drafted Laporta myself. I thought Laporta round 4 was phenomenal. I took him in a ton of underdog drafts. He's my most drafted tight end. Literally. I took Sam Laporta as my most drafted tight end on underdog. And I took him in round 4 of the Flock League. And it's been literally nothing but pain. Now let's see. Lucas says Brian Robinson and David Montgomery for Devon Achane. I definitely prefer Achane here, especially if it's a full PPR format, obviously, where Achane has shown the ability to be a high volume receiving back. Luxurious says Chuba or Deontay in a full PPR format. Full PPR format, I prefer Deontay Johnson. Non-PPR league, give me the running back. Christopher says Najee or Kenneth Walker. Rest of season, I think it's very easily Kenneth Walker. I think Kenneth Walker is probably in the higher scoring offense. Kenneth Walker is the better running back. But this week, it's going to be a little bit different. This week with no Jalen Warren, a really tough matchup for Kenneth Walker going up against the Detroit Lions rush defense. With Najee Harris going up in a really nice matchup against the Indianapolis Colts. I think it's Najee with relative ease, to be honest. Fire says Debo or Reed at the flex. I probably go Debo Samuel, but it's like tough just because Debo's first week back in. My thought process with Debo this week is You're going up against the Pats. It's his first week back in, coming off an injury. You're 10-point favorites. You're up by 2 touchdowns in the second half. There's no way we're seeing like manufactured carries for Deebo Samuel, right? I don't think Deebo gets just a bunch of those cheap gimme touches at the line of scrimmage. Hake says Steeler Acres this week. Honestly, up to the availability of Mixon and Hunt. Brandon says, Mason, not sure if I use code FLOCK. Is there any way you can check if I did? Well, I will say you should probably know if you use code FLOCK on Underdog. At least if you signed up. If you signed up years ago, then you're not eligible for the free team review voucher. If you signed up years ago, you should have got a different promo to sign up to Underdog. The free team review and a live stream promotion that we started with Underdog started on September 5th. So if you signed up over the past like few weeks, I'm assuming good now. Chase says pizza or wings rest of season. I know this is off topic, but I got to answer it. I got to have some fun in these streams. I need to ask y'all, what is your favorite kind of pizza? Favorite kind of pizza? Mine, anything with chicken. There's a place next to where I live that has a really good like chicken pesto pizza. But barbecue ranch chicken bacon, phenomenal. Buffalo chicken pizza, phenomenal. Any like that's like the only pizza I like at this point. Any kind of chicken specialty. I loved meat lovers growing up. I can't do meat lovers anymore. I love meat lovers growing up. I can't do it. Pepperoni's good. Sausage, Alfredo, buffalo chicken's top notch. Reese says California Pizza Kitchen, but they're frozen. I grew up on California Pizza Kitchen, barbecue chicken pizza, frozen pizza to be exact. And I actually got excited because I went to Costco. This is years ago at this point. And this is when I lived at an old apartment. And right next to us, there was it was the Barton Creek. There was a California Pizza Kitchen right next to us, like a real restaurant. Costco was selling for $60, $100 worth of gift cards for California Pizza Kitchen. I love the frozen pizzas from there. I was like, hell yes, I'm all in. And then literally the frozen pizza was better than the actual pizza at California Pizza Kitchen. It was garbage. Yes, use code FLOCK for 20% off. Aiden says, actually, you'll get a 100% deposit bonus on any pizzas you get. Aiden says, Zach Moss or Chuba Hubbard. I personally go Zach Moss. They're favored by about 5.5 points in this game. Zach Moss has actually seen higher snap rates than what you've had from Chuba Hubbard this year. So obviously, Hubbard gave you that absolute massive blow up this past week. But Moss has had the larger workload in what should be a much better offense. So I go Moss. Chandler says, does Braylon Allen keep Brees from being the true running back one? Most likely. I mean, I do have Saquon Barkley RB1. I have Bijan Robinson RB2, which I know a lot of people hate, but hell, he's averaging 20 opportunities a game, and he doesn't have Braylon Allen in his backfield. Z says, what do you think of Goff's low QBR numbers so far this season? I think week 2, he had a ton of passing attempts. And he wasn't it was a horrible game in week 2. And the thing with us sitting here 3 weeks into the season, it seems like this year's been going on forever now. But ultimately, these guys have only played 3 games. So when Goff face plants in week 2 and looks horrendous and puts up really bad stats, yes, you are going to be all of a sudden seeing any of his season averages, especially his efficiency averages, absolutely tank. Now, does that mean that Goff is garbage? Does that mean that Goff is not somebody to be excited about and he's a bad quarterback? No, it doesn't mean that at all. It just means, week 2 was horrible. His efficiency numbers look horrible because of it. I believe he had over 50 passing attempts and he had 2 interceptions. Frolicking Ever says, my hat is faded after 4 years. Do you sell merch on the site? Much love, my guy. Love that you're in the chat hanging out with us still. We're not selling merch directly on the sites. I am coordinating with the domain guys because they're going to be chipping in and getting some free domain merch as well for everybody on flockfantasy.com. But I actually just ordered these new hats. And also we have all the old hats. We got a bunch of shirts and hoodies and stuff. And I'm going to be doing a big giveaway of the merch just for the people who are annual subscribers on the site. What we're going to do is we're just going to drop a Google Drive link on the site and saying like, hey, give us your flockfantasy.com email, give us your, we're going to have like 4 different merch options, and we're going to say like, give us your, what you want most to what you want least, your size, your shipping address, and then we're going to be getting merch out to everybody that way. But it's just much easier for me to go through and like do the drops for all like the annual subscribers on the site. That way I can hire one person to handle all the shipping and stuff like for one specific like couple of like day period, you know, rather than constantly be selling stuff and have to worry about it. I would rather just spend all my time trying to make the website the best that it can be for people than just trying to sell merch. Reader says Debo or Amari. I definitely go with Debo Samuel. I think Debo is in a much better offense here. Okay. Hubbard or Ford in the flex. Probably give me Chuba Hubbard. JT or Gibbs, full PPR. Very close. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Gibbs this week with JT having a very tough matchup against the Steelers. But let's actually move this back over to the site. Obviously, we have a bunch of questions to go through. And I will reiterate, if y'all wanted to get any start-sit questions, any trade questions, anything you want answered, you can always do that through flockfantasy.com. What you need to do is just go over to the site, click this little button in the top right. It'll take you to the expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, start-sit question, whatever you're interested in. If you wanted a team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it and what I'd recommend is actually just taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus with promo code FLOCK as well, you will get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard. But if you were wanting that free team review on flockfantasy.com with that, just make sure that you have an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way we're able to go through and credit your account with a free team review voucher. Now let's move this over to Carlos's starting lineup. Obviously we start Collins and Chase. That's going to be an absolute no-brainer. Christian Kirk would be the best option. We're not starting Christian Kirk over Mike Evans. Going over to running back, Chuba Hubbard would be the best option to get in here at either RB1 or RB2. Tight end, we have Schultz in for McBride. Schultz shouldn't be too bad, knowing that you have no Dell. And then, down for the flex, we're probably just going to take the running back that's penciled in to have that volume. With Chuba Hubbard, if you have no Rashad White, you could definitely think about pivoting over to Bucky Irving, however. Now, Jonathan coming out with a trade question, asking, what do you guys think? Much love. Really do appreciate you. Going to be excited to look at this, my guy. This is a trade where we send Flowers, Bowers, Moss for Godwin and Ramadre. So Flowers to Godwin upgrade, Moss to Ramadre lateral move, and we're paying Brock Bowers to get the job done. It looks like we currently have no other tight end of significance if I'm looking at this correctly. So to be honest with you, I think that this is an absolute no-brainer deal where it's the Brock Bowers side by a mile. Now going through and trying to come up with a counter for you here. Like I have Bowers and Godwin ranked pretty much back to back at this point. So it's going to be tough for me to even want to consider. Like I think you need a lot more, to be honest. Like I think one thing, if you were like dead set on making this deal, maybe Travis Etienne makes it more appealing than Ramadre Stevenson. What would actually be really strong is if instead of Godwin, we could get Rashee Rice. But I mean, I don't even know if I would do this Etienne deal. I would do the Rice one. And you spent $15 on this trade question. So I'm definitely trying to go through and get you some different options here. Maybe if we take out our Zach Moss and add in their TJ Hawkinson, it's at least a little more appealing. I think this is another move that you could look to make. But in general, the initial trade, I'm not interested in at all. I think you're much better off keeping the Bauer side. But let's move this over to this next trade question. This is from Cleaver Raiden. Here right now, we are looking at Nico Collins, Jahmyr Gibbs versus Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson. Gibbs to Breece, give me Breece easily. Nico to Wilson, give me Nico easily. So I think it's a very fair trade. Honestly, kind of up to you here. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would y'all rather have the Nico Collins, Jahmyr Gibbs side or the Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson side? Would y'all rather have Nico and Gibbs or Breece and Wilson? Please let me know in the live chat. Nico, Breece, Nico, Breece, Nico. So it does look like the vast majority of people are on the Nico Collins side. I think it's a fair deal. I think it's kind of up to you, but if everybody in the chat's saying Nico, you go Nico. BMV coming out says, looking to upgrade running back. Am I giving up too much? Okay, let's see if we can cook something up here. So going from Drake London to Brandon Ayuk, slight downgrade, kind of a lateral move. T. Higgins to Tank Dell, downgrade. Dobbins to Devon Achane, massive upgrade. I think you go Achane. I don't even think we need to come up with any additional counters here. I think if this is an offer you have, you accept it, you run for the hills. We're getting the best player with Devon Achane. I think it's kind of very easily Achane. Now, going over to this team review, this is one of those free Underdog team reviews from Super 6. Team name is You're Cooked, asking, where do we improve at? All right. First thing I want to mention is we are one of the best teams in the league. Looking at the league analyzer, it does look like the top 3 teams are all very similar. Looking at the bottom teams, these teams are going to have a very tough time competing with us. Second thing is it's a 10-team league, so the options on the waiver wire should be pretty damn strong. But with that being said as well, it is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, so it's not like it's a situation in which we can say, oh, okay, well, the wide receiver depth doesn't matter. Every deal we make is a 2-for-1 trade. No, it's a little more balanced than that. Now, moving over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Kyler as well as Brock Purdy. So when we have both of these QBs, obviously we can say that Kyler is somebody that we're starting every single week, regardless of his matchup. And you don't need a second one. So if you get the ability to sell Purdy to a team that's maybe absolutely desperate at QB, like this team, honestly, it's a 10-team league. Nobody's going to pay anything for Purdy. Comes down to, do you cut him? You probably don't. He's probably a little bit too good, so we're just chilling at quarterback for here. If you could sell Purdy and go get some big-time upgrade, we for sure would, but obviously, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Okay. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, so 2 top 10 RBs. We have Rachaad White as a depth piece here. I mean, with Rachaad White, if we had him as my RB2, I'd be very much concerned. To have Rachaad White as the RB3, definitely not nearly as concerning. Going over to Ford and Jalen Warren, I mean, you could start Jerome Ford if we really needed to. Probably not something that we're looking to do at any point. Same thing with Jalen Warren. Outside of if you were to get like an injury to Najee Harris, then all of a sudden Jalen Warren is super exciting, right? But I mean, they could be desperation plays if we really needed to. Now, going over to wide receiver, we're currently sitting at A.J. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, Mike Evans. So looking at A.J. Brown, once he is back, top 10 wide receiver rest of season. Have Ayuk, Evans, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, Flowers, wide receiver 4, Deontay, wide receiver 5, It's a team with a ridiculous amount of wide receiver depth where we can be extremely excited. Now, in terms of potential moves that we can make from this point, I think definitely this is a team where you have the kind of depth at wide receiver where you can afford to make a 2-for-1 deal. Where if you could potentially sell, say, somebody like Zay Flowers, who has popped, Deontay Johnson, who has popped, I think that would be very interesting if you can just go through and package together, say, Deontay and Rachaad White and go get a significant running back upgrade. Go get a running back that we're super excited to put in our flex spot every single week from a team that is lacking depth in general. Going over to what we have at tight end, we currently have McBride, TJ Hawkinson, Cole Kmet. So it's a tight end room that we are completely fine in. Obviously, not having to panic here whatsoever. I will say that once McBride is back this next week, Cole Kmet's probably somebody that we cut here. And we probably just pick him another running back off the waiver wire, chasing the highest ceiling that we could possibly get, specifically in a 10-team league. And then obviously once Hawkinson's back, if he does have a spike week, then we'll go out and we'll see if we can package him together and get an upgrade at either running back or wide receiver to a team that needs a tight end. But there's no reason to try to sell Hawkinson now. You're just simply not going to be getting anything. So overall, I think it's a very well-balanced team. I think it's a team that has a ton of wide receiver depth. I'd love to capitalize on some of this wide receiver depth. Make a 2-for-1 deal selling Flowers, Deontay with Rachaad White to go get that upgrade. And then once McBride is back and healthy, cut Kmet, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. But really do appreciate you. Really hope that you were able to get something from this. And yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And hope I get to see you in the stream soon. Well, let's move this over to another question for Brazy. It says, other options at tight end are Hunter Henry, Dalton Schultz, Pat Freiermuth, and Tucker Kraft. I probably would prefer Pat Freiermuth over Mike Gesicki this week. Now, with that being said, I may be on an island there because if you looked at the bidding in the flock league this week, I got like Freiermuth for maybe like $3 fab. I think Gesicki went for like $18 fab, something along those lines. So people are definitely more interested in Gesicki, at least in my own league. And obviously he's in a very good offense. Completely understand why. I think I would maybe go Freiermuth, though. Freiermuth has had about 4 targets a game. Looking over to the other flex spot, couple interesting players that we could be looking at, primarily between Amari, Flowers, Jaden Reed. I think more likely than not, we just go ahead and we just take Zay Flowers in a game environment where we should expect that the Baltimore Ravens are going to be a little bit more pass happy. I am very excited about Jaden Reed with Jordan Love back in, though. But all these wide receivers are very close. Now, Astronaut coming out with a start sit says, really tempted to sit Waddle and start Mooney, Tucker, Roschon instead. And also, we are in hell at running back. We need some help. Okay, so looking at what we have at wide receiver. We are starting Harrison, JSN, and Higgins. And 100%, we are starting those 3 guys over who we're looking at with like Trey Tucker and Jalen Waddle. Tight ends, Tyler Conklin is our guy. Running back going down here. I'm assuming this is a Dynasty league with how many roster spots we have. Not a super exciting situation, but we probably play Jerome Ford. He did play dramatically more than Deonta Foreman this past week. I think you're going to see Ford in environments where the Browns are trailing. Foreman probably in environments where the Browns are winning. Looking at our next RB, I think we're going to go ahead and take Carson Steele. I mean, with Steele, I'm not super excited about him knowing if Kareem Hunt does play this week. There's just an inherent uncertainty where we don't necessarily know what to expect between the 2 running backs and their workloads. Going over to the flex, I understand wanting to pivot off of Jalen Waddle. I think if this is a full PPR format, you have to take the guy that's going to get the receiving volume. It sucks that you have no Tank Dell this week. I think you have to go Waddle. And just to set some like realistic expectations maybe with the projections that you have with these guys, like Waddle right now, you have higher, lower 39.5 total yards. Trey Tucker, you have higher, lower 34.5 yards. Roschon is at 42.5, but keep in mind the reception volume is going to be much lower for Roschon than it should be with Waddle. And Roschon is a 2.47x multiplier to score a touchdown. Waddle's at 2.1x, so Waddle's more likely to get the touchdown than Roschon. I think Waddle's somebody that you have to play. Now, when we go over to the next flex, what I'm probably going to do is I'm just going to play Darnell Mooney. I mean, obviously, Mooney hasn't had a ton of volume, but he has been somebody that we are seeing the big play upside from. And I think that that's worthy enough to be the second flex when we're dealing with all these injuries. But Dave coming out with a massive dono says, I have Mason at running back 2, Conklin, Shakir, JSN, Reed, JSN on the bench. We're 0-3. We need some help. All right, well, let's figure this out. I would definitely go Kelsey here. Okay, so and just let you know in the future, my guy, if you link your team with the site, you don't need to fill any of this out. All your players will be immediately loaded up here where you don't even have to type anything in the comment section. And if you're having any issue linking your team with the site, you can link on Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo. You can just message one of the developers in the site issues section of the Discord, which you can find that link in the you can find that link in the description. But yeah, Jordan Mason will be our RB2 here. Looking at Shakir, JSN, Jaden Reed, and I think that's it. I would go with Jaden Reed over JSN Shakir now that you have Jordan Love good to go. But at the same time, we're not playing either guy over Kenneth Walker. So we probably leave this lineup as is, but maybe you have a second flex spot, and that's why you're including this. And if you have a second flex spot, we go with Jaden Reed there. Okay. Now let's move this over to this team review from Ryan. Says, to infinity and beyond. This league is 9 years old, been working really hard on it, made some bad trades in the past, but some good ones over the past years to get here. Is there anything you would suggest with the Dynasty squad? As always, Flock for life. Thank you, brother. No, thank you so much for being a member of the Flock. Going to be excited to check this out. See, that's that free Underdog team review. Thank you so much for taking advantage of that promo, my guy. And I'm extremely jealous. I've been playing Dynasty for over 10 years now, or exactly 10 years now, but I do not have a single Dynasty league from 2014 that I'm still in at this point. So the fact that you've been able to keep this league running for 9 years is incredible. Like, the ugly truth with Dynasty is, well, obviously the goal is that leagues last forever until the end of time. The vast majority of them end well before the 9th year. So the fact that we were able to keep it together this long is already incredible. Now, looking at it, if the league settings are pulling this correctly, it does look like the starting lineup requirements are pretty damn shallow for this being a Dynasty league. So maybe the depth doesn't matter as much as it would typically in a Dynasty format. And looking over at what we have at QB, we're currently sitting with Lamar Jackson. Obviously, having Lamar, quarterback that we can start every single week, regardless of matchup. Here we have McCarthy for the long term. We have Bryce Young, who just got benched. So for the Lamar, a bye week, we'll probably need to go out there and pick him another quarterback. Maybe we trade a third rounder for one. Obviously, if Lamar gets injured, then maybe we're in a very difficult spot here at quarterback. But it's a 1 QB league, so it should be very easy to go through and trade for QB if we really needed to. Now, to go over to what we have at running back, this is why this team is so strong. Very rarely in Dynasty can you project out a running back for a long term. It's so tough to figure out what the projections should be for the opportunity for a player like Joe Mixon a year from now. Joe Mixon could be nothing in 2025. I mean, even looking at someone like Rachaad White, even though he's young, could be nothing in 2025. We just simply don't know. However, we have some of the very few running backs that you could actually confidently project with Bijan Robinson and Breece Hall. Love to see it. These are anchors that are cornerstone assets. We can build around them and contend with them right now. And at the same time, they give you the long-term upside as well. Going over to what we have with Joe Mixon here is our RB3. I mean, with Mixon, obviously, this is a running back that we are not super excited about beyond this season. But specifically for this year, I mean, Mixon's going to help in contending builds. And then the depth beyond this is absolutely atrocious. But as we discussed, looking at the league settings with this, as long as we're pulling them correctly, it's not like we have a ton of flex spots here, so we don't necessarily need to concern ourselves too much with the running back depth. Going over to wide receiver, we have Rashee Rice, A.J. Brown. So Rice, that cornerstone piece, we're able to build around him. In the long term, we're able to win with him right now. A.J. Brown, definitely more of a contending asset, even if we don't expect the production to fall off a cliff in 2025 or even the production to decline at all. We know that just typically his dynasty value will be lower in 2025 than it is right now based off how the dynasty community treats these older receivers. So definitely if you wanted to pivot over to a rebuild, A.J. Brown, somebody that I'm looking to throw on the block in a dynasty format. But to be honest with you, I don't think that this team has any reason to look for rebuilds here. I think that this team is very much, a clear contender. Because beyond this, we have Adams, we have Amari, we have Sutton. Three other receivers that are definite contending assets for us. Where, if you wanted to go through and pivot to a rebuild, clearly they're all sells, but this is a team that should look to contend. And the main reason we should look to contend as well is we don't have our 2025 first. So, the benefit that you have of having that 2025 first is if our team goes downhill, where all of a sudden we have some significant injuries and it looks like we actually need to plan for the long term, you could go through and you could sell your win now assets, pick up some future pieces, and put yourself in a position where we can earn the 101, we can earn the 102, we can earn a very high rookie pick next season. But without that future first, there's no backup plan in that. So really, I think that this is a team that's set up really nice with the top end assets that we have, assuming that this is a league where you only start like two receivers in a flex. Then honestly, I think that you're in a perfectly fine situation here where there's not much that we should be looking to do. If Davante Adams does miss a considerable amount of time and he does roll into the bye weeks, then obviously when we have these extra second rounders in 2025, it's a really easy spot for you to just go ahead, trade a 2025 second, and pick up an additional wide receiver spot start. Pick up somebody like Deontay Johnson from a team that has decided to pivot over to a rebuild. But overall, I think that you have a great team here, assuming the construction assuming the league settings is that one where you don't have a ton of flex spots and we don't have to worry about the depth as you typically in like a start 10 dynasty super flex league. But yeah, I think if Adams missed a bunch of time, maybe we sell a second, pick up one of those depth receivers from a rebuilding team. But I think you are good to go. And we just had some pretty big news here as well. Alvin Kamara is listed as Alvin Kamara is playing tomorrow. I don't know why I'm saying he's listed as a blah, blah. Alvin Kamara is playing tomorrow, so it's just making me think, okay, I need to go ahead. I need to cut Jamal Williams and pick up another player off the waiver wire. So I'm sorry. Let me go to my league real quick, and we will get a waiver wire option picked up right this second. God dang, my league has some garbage players on waiver. All right. Who can I pick up at running back? Jaleel McLaughlin, Justice Hill. I'm actually going to pick up Jaleel. So my thing with Jaleel is if Javonte were to go down, then at that point, Jaleel's probably a must-start guy where you do have you have the receiving upside, and you also have Estime already on the IR. So we'll pick up Jaleel, and we will drop Jamal. And we will confirm that right now. Okay. Now, let's move this back over. We're going to get this next question going for Siegelt. This is another one of those, a free Underdog team review. Says, come on my faithful. I don't know what the reference is for, but maybe it's an inside joke. And this is the third team in the league analyzer. Doesn't really mean much because if you look at the league analyzer for this league, all the teams at the top are pretty much identical. Obviously, you don't want to be one of these teams at the bottom, but as long as you're in here, pretty much as the top 9 teams, you're in play. Saying this is our first year as a one-player keeper dynasty league. Okay, so this is marked as dynasty, but my guy, if you're only keeping one player, it is nothing close to dynasty. If you're keeping one player, you don't think long-term. Every move you make is just for right now, as if it's a redraft league, because you'll always have a player that you're excited about keeping the next season. So, yeah, right now, honestly, ignore the league analyzer as well, because league analyzer is pulling in the dynasty values for this. And it's going to be way more useful to just think about this as a redraft league. I'm not even going to talk about this being a keeper league at all, to be honest. I really don't start thinking about the long-term aspects of your moves in a keeper league until you get to at least 4 keepers. But we are the 5th pick in the draft, and I've been dealing with a lot of injuries with the receivers lately. I'm wondering if you see a move we should be making or bank on them to get stronger later. And Jacoby Myers is on the waiver wire at the moment, but can't pick him up. All right, well, anyway, looking at this team, this is a 12-team format where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So this is a spot where we are incentivized to build around wide receiver depth if we can. Now, looking at quarterback, we have the elite QB option in Jalen Hurts. When we have Hurts, we definitely don't need a backup quarterback here, but he has the bye week next week. We have Sam Darnold, so if you want to keep Darnold and then play Darnold next week when Jalen Hurts does miss, I mean, completely understand the thought process. Definitely think you can do that. Going over to tight ends, I mean, when we have McBride, we're going to go with just Trey McBride rest of season here, obviously, with not much hesitation beyond that either. But this week, we need Zach Ertz to play. So honestly, after this week, when McBride's back, cut Zach Ertz, pick up another receiver. And then when Jalen Hurts is through his bye, then we're going to cut Sam Darnold. We're going to pick up another running back or wide receiver, depending on who the best waiver wire options are. And honestly, if Jacoby Myers is on the waiver wire right now, I'd probably cut Darnold, just to pick him up and see what happens this week. And then if we need and then at that point, obviously, we'll need to cut him or a different player to go pick up a quarterback for next week. But running back, we have Brooks, White, Ramondre at the very top. So very weak running back room at the top. Even when Brooks comes back in, I know it says Jonathan Brooks, RB11 here. This is pulling the dynasty values. This is taking into consideration age. So honestly, much worse than this. But very bad running back room. Where, like, if Jonathan Brooks is my RB3, I'm very excited. If Rachaad White's my RB3, I'm very excited. If Ramondre Stevenson's my RB3, I'm very excited. To have them as RB1, 2, 3, it's a very bad running back room. We need to roster as many running backs as we possibly can. That way we can hopefully just bring in a potential Jordan Mason candidate if we were to see an injury to somebody in the NFL. I'm going over to receiver. We have the anchors at the top with St. Brown, A.J. Brown. Presumably St. Brown would be your keeper next year, but like I said, you always have a viable keeper in a keeper league. It's not something to worry about. We lose out on a little bit of depth here with no Tank Dell. We have Deontay Johnson to fill in. But, I mean, if you are submitting your starting lineup this week, we're probably starting like Ramondre and then Rachaad White. I guess you have Bucky, so if White misses, you can go with Bucky. Wide receiver, we go with St. Brown, Deontay Johnson. But then for like our second flex spot, you kind of need another receiver here. So I actually would drop Darnold. I would pick up Jacoby Myers to play him this week. And then obviously next week we can drop Myers, pick up a quarterback. For the bye, next week we drop Ertz, pick up another running back to chase the running back upside. But yeah, with the injured wide receivers that we have, I don't think you have the firepower to go through and make a 2-for-1 trade to upgrade running back. So I think the only way that we can attack the running back position here and try to improve it is by rostering as many running backs as we possibly can. So I think that's what we would look to do with the team. But really do appreciate you, my guy. And definitely don't think long-term when you're making moves with a team that you only keep one player. So you are wanting to definitely just treat it as if it's a redraft league. Now let's move this over to Walsh's question. It says, currently 2-1. Is it worth trading to Tyreek or waiting for Puka? 100% you want Tyreek Hill. I would do the Tyreek side even if you didn't have a Bucky Irving. Because say Tua comes back and Puka comes back around the same time. Tyreek is the top 3 receiver in fantasy. Puka's the low-end wide receiver 1. But at the same time, you still get Tyreek as a wide receiver 2 with no Tua. So you still have that viable option for now. So please, please, please go with Tyreek Hill. Okay. So let's move this over. And I'm going to be answering some free questions in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions, go ahead, drop them in the chat. We'll try to get to as many as we possibly can. Okay. And yeah, drop as many questions as you can in the chat. And I am actually going to run and go pee and fill up my water real quick. We've been live for about 3.5 hours. First bathroom break. We're going to be live for a couple more hours, answering free chat questions, answering all the questions on the site. So just be a little patient. Okay, we are back. Hopefully we have some questions in the chat that we can answer. Louis says, Pat McAfee or Tom Brady as an announcer. I have a hot take that whoever's announcing the game, I do not care. Like, I know it's like a big thing that people complain about, like, oh, this guy's a great announcer, oh, this guy's a horrible announcer. 99% of the time, I don't care. It makes no difference to me. Like, I almost want the guy with the least amount of personality. Like, I don't want the announcer to be like the star of the show of the game. On board, it says start Garrett Wilson or Zach Moss in a full PPR league. Phenomenal matchup with Moss. I think, honestly, Moss probably gets the higher floor there. Kate says Debo or Jameson as the flex spot. Please go Debo Samuel. Andres says Laporta or Ertz. I'm going to be going Ertz. I'm going to go Laporta over Ertz. I'm playing Laporta over Frymuth in my own league. Obviously, Laporta's been very bad. I don't want to sit here and act like Laporta's guaranteed to do anything based off how bad he's been so far this season. But still, I don't know. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Justin says Bijan or Kyron and Chuba rest of season. So Chuba gives you like 1 or 2 more viable weeks. Bijan Robinson is seeing a similar amount of touches from a week-to-week perspective as what you have with Kyron Williams. The massive difference that you've had between these two players is if you're looking at what you've had with Kyron, you've had consistent work once the Rams get to the red zone inside the 5-yard line. They've been going with Kyron Williams. And Kyron Williams has been great in fantasy because of that. Now, also, it's hard to continue to project that out with how bad this Rams offense is, where they're like 3-point dogs to the Chicago Bears. They have 5 offensive linemen on the IR. Bijan Robinson seeing 20 touches a game. And what I personally would expect to be a much better offense going into the future. So personally, I'm going Bijan Robinson. I wouldn't fault anybody, though, if they wanted the Kyron side. And honestly, I think the majority of the people in the chat would tell you the Kyron side. Riggy says, is it a good trade to get rid of Jonathan Brooks for Najee Harris? Now that you have the Jalen Warren injury, I'd probably prefer Najee over Brooks, especially if you needed somebody to start this week. Josh says, Love or Darnold? I have Anthony Richardson. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jordan Love. I mean, if you look at this game, we can pull up what the updated spread is. But last I checked, I believe the Packers were favored by slightly more than 3 points. I don't necessarily expect like the Packers are going to be a much more rush-heavy offense with Jordan Love than what we should see in Minnesota. So if sportsbooks are telling us the Packers are going to score more points, and we expect it to be a similar split in terms of the percentage of the offense that each quarterback will account for, and they're going to run the ball each QB has about the same amount of rushing upside, I'd rather just have Jordan Love. KBW is a 6-point passing touchdown format. Jalen Hurts or Darnold tomorrow? This is a very interesting question. If it was a 4-point passing touchdown league, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jalen Hurts relatively easily. Because it's a 6-point passing touchdown league, that actually does bridge the gap from the Jalen Hurts rushing upside here just a bit. So if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to take Sam Darnold with that context, I would not fault you whatsoever. I think 100% you could look to do that if you wanted. And really, it is up to you there. Leo says, should I play Nico and Diggs or sub for Flowers or Higgins? I play Nico and Diggs. And no Tank Dell, high volume passing attack, great receivers. I think there's no hesitation to do that, to be honest. At least I have no hesitation to do it. Okay, so let's move this over and let's get back to some of the questions that we have on the sites. And I do want to remind y'all, of course, you can always get a guaranteed answer through flockfantasy.com. And even if you have to ask a question, then leave the live stream, you still actually get your answer sent to you. We actually send out all the clips of all the answers through flockfantasy.com exactly. So you're going to get to see that answered regardless of if you're here or not. You can also ask a question at any time of the day that you want through flockfantasy.com as well for that reason. But yeah, all you have to do is go over to the comment button that says expert advice on flockfantasy.com. We have a team review, start sit question, trade question. And yeah, if you wanted that team review, definitely what I'd recommend is taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog, because it will be by far and away the cheapest way that you can get that team review. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus with promo code FLOCK, you will get that additional free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for this Sunday. You'll be getting the free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for this Sunday, and a free team review through flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is make sure that when you make that account and make that $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy, also by the end of the day, at the same day, you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. So the next day we can credit you with that free team review voucher. But anyway, let's check this team review out for Evan. This is We Don't Suck Much. It says, back for the second team review, trying to upgrade my wide receiver 2, and I've tried to trade for a better running back, but they are countering with trash. Now I sent an offer out for Rice and James Cook for Skyron and Scary Terry. I'd much prefer Rice and James Cook there. Probably won't be taken, but want more suggestions on what to do with the team to make it win. So I actually do remember this team here, my guy, where I believe this is that shallower format in general, where we don't have many guys in the starting lineup. So if you've been trying to go out there and trade for a running back, completely understand. And honestly, I probably would look to do the same thing. But if a running back's not viable for us, what instead maybe we could look to do is go get an upgrade at quarterback, where if this is that very shallow starting lineup league, quarterback's going to make up a really high percentage of our starting lineup output from a week-to-week perspective. So upgrading from Dak Prescott, I think would make a ton of sense, especially if you were able to use some of the wide receiver depth that we have here, such as Terry McLaurin and Dak Prescott in that 2-for-1 deal. Or maybe we can go ahead and maybe we can package together, say, a Dallas Goedert and Dak Prescott in a 2-for-1 deal here. I mean, especially if we can find a team that is a little desperate for tight end. Like this team has Evan Ingram and Hunter Henry. And obviously their quarterback room's not great, but I mean, if you wanted to trade Dallas Goedert, I think we can make a couple different things work. Like Goddard and Nico for CeeDee Lamb. I'd really like that move. Maybe we go Goddard and McLaurin to try to get up to Devontae Adams or Drake London. I think both those trades would be interesting. And real quick, I actually need to lower Devontae Adams in my rest of season ranks on the site because of the updated injury news that we have. If he's going to be out multiple weeks, and also Deebo Samuel is back here, I think we probably move Adams below Godwin, right? Adams probably falls down to wide receiver 18. Let's go ahead and let's submit that. But yeah, anyway, I think selling Goddard, if we can, either to get that 2-for-1 upgrade at wide receiver or maybe getting that 2-for-1 upgrade with Dak Prescott, that would be very advantageous. Another thing is, in terms of us with this shallower starting lineup, I think it would be very interesting to just change the construction at the bottom of this team, especially if you have faith in players like Terry McLaurin, Bryant Thomas, Cortland Sutton, where if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to chase the upside for running backs down there on the bench to try to find the next Jordan Mason, try to find the next Zach Charbonnet, I think that that would be a very appealing move for us if you can. Now I'm trying to think of what we could potentially do on that front. Like, Michael Wilson obviously looks very exciting with the McBride injury and with the matchup this week. But if you're not starting Michael Wilson anyway, I'd rather be rostering those guys. Like, I think Roschon Johnson's a perfect example of somebody that we could see skyrocket in value. Obviously, the very top of the team is strong with Taylor, Kyron, Nico. But I think selling Goddard to get an upgrade at either quarterback or wide receiver 2 would make a lot of sense, specifically based off the league settings. And yeah, I'm okay if you wanted to hold on to this wide receiver depth because our wide receiver 2, 3, 4 isn't great. Obviously, it's a league where depth matters not much. But at running back, we are sitting with the absolute anchors at the top with Taylor, Kyron. Side note, if this is a full PPR format, I would look to actually sell Kyron for Jahmyr Gibbs this week. I just think one's going to be in a significantly better offense rest of season. Actually, I may have to walk that back. Man, never mind. Act like I did not say that. But I really do appreciate you and hope that I was able to help you out. And I know that going out there and trying to upgrade for that RB3 makes a lot of sense. But honestly, I don't necessarily think you have to do it. And if your league mates aren't budging, I think we try to get a quarterback upgrade instead. But really do appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And Levi says, from Super 6U, is Mixon a good one to try a 2-for-1 deal with? I mean, yeah, I would love to go get Mixon. And thank you for coming by the stream, my guy. Okay. Hardness says, Mason, I'm team review number 1. I changed my name to wide receiver university. Thanks, bro. Thank you for letting me know. So we're going to actually mark that complete for Evan. We're going to go to Bagmaker. And we are wide receiver university. Hell yes. Happy you're able to make it to the live stream to let me know. And thank you so much as well, my guy, for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. And going to be excited to check this team out for you. Says, I just did a trade and it got vetoed instantly. Neighbors and Brooks for James Conner, Jaden Reed, and Kirk. I mean, yeah, at this point, we would way rather have the Neighbors side. I'm currently 3-0, but I think I need running backs. What running backs should we be looking at? So this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So 100%, it is a spot where we need to build around top level running backs if we are able to. Looking at the current situation that we are in, we changed the name to Wide Receiver University, fitting because we have Jefferson, we have Neighbors, we have Nico Collins. We are crushing here at receiver. We have 3 top 10 options that we can start every single week. And to be honest with you, specifically because this is a team that you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I think this makes George Pickens almost somebody that you need to sell. Because you have the upside with Keon Coleman here in the long term. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we have Love and Geno. I think Love's the range where you don't have rushing upside. It's not like we have the super large sample of dominance like you do with Patrick Mahomes, where we can say that you don't need to roster another guy. If you want to have Love and Geno Smith, I think you can easily just keep both on the squad. Going over to running back, we have Montgomery, Brooks, Eckler, Bucky, Chase Brown. I would love to have Montgomery as my RB2. RB1, I hate it. Love to have Jonathan Brooks my RB3. RB2, not a fan. So yeah, this team needs running back. That's the number one priority for this squad. A couple different ways we can go about this. One, by seeing if we can package George Pickens with one of these RBs to go get an upgrade there. Or two, by seeing if we can package together one of the tight ends with one of the running backs and get an upgrade there. Because looking at this team currently, we do have both Kelsey and Ferguson. Now, obviously, I have them ranked very close. We have Kelsey tight end 5. We have Ferguson tight end 7. Honestly, I do think it's kind of going to be up to you with how you're viewing those two players. But I will say it's probably a spot where you are just going to get more value if you do look to move off of Ferguson at this point. But regardless, let's go through and let's see if we can find a team that's garbage at tight ends that needs some help. This team is Frymuse, so they're streaming tight ends. They have Kyron Williams at running back. So if you could potentially sell either Kelsey or Ferguson with Montgomery or Brooks to get to Kyron Williams, that'd be a no-brainer. If you could sell Kelsey or Ferguson straight up for Kenneth Walker, that would be a no-brainer. If you could sell Kelsey or Ferguson for Aaron Jones, that'd be a no-brainer as well. This team here currently is streaming tight ends as well. They have Gesicki and Hunter Henry. The issue is they're garbage at running back. There's no way that we can make a deal with them. They have McCaffrey. Ezekiel Elliott's their RB2. I mean, if possible, what we could look to do is go ahead and sell one of the tight ends for CMC, especially if we're 3-0, and go out there and get the long-term upside for McCaffrey and say, hell, if he is back for the playoffs, then at that point we could potentially lock in a top 3 running back. And we're not necessarily moving off of somebody that's going to hurt us in the short term because we can just start the other guy. And it looks like we don't have a player currently in our IR. So trading one of the tight ends for CMC, I think would be an absolute no-brainer as well. And going through and looking at some of these teams that are garbage at receiver, this team has Khalil Shakir as their wide receiver 2 and Christian Watson as their wide receiver 3 right now. Another possibility is if you can take Pickens with either Montgomery or Jonathan Brooks, whoever they prefer, and move up to Jonathan Taylor or Jahmyr Gibbs, whoever they would be willing to sell. I think that'd be very interesting. Obviously, much, much easier said than done, but we're about to spam offers out here, right? This team probably has plenty of depth at receiver. I don't think they need a depth option. This team has the Adams injury. So right now they have Wan'Dale Robinson as their wide receiver 2. So maybe if we could sell Pickens and go get Zach Moss, I think that could be a very interesting play. Obviously, they have Barkley, Brees. They don't really need Moss. I'd first offer Pickens for Moss and Braylon Allen, and if they shoot that down, then just come back and tell them I'll just do it with Zach Moss. But I think those are the moves that I'd be looking to make there. Obviously, we have a bunch, but it's all centered around adding in another running back if possible by selling a depth receiver or selling that backup tight end. But I really do appreciate you, my guy, and really hope that I was able to help you out some way with this. And yeah, again, sorry it took us so long to get it. When you change your name, I didn't, I just didn't know what team was yours. But thank you so much for also stopping by the live stream to let me know what the team name is. Really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out. But let's go ahead and let's get this start-sit question. Actually, Chip or Bust is loading now. Perfect. We're going to get a start-sit question just for a little bit of a, no, we'll do Chip or Bust. And then we'll go back to the start-sits. Says, hey, Mason, appreciate all the content. I chose Dynasty League, but it's really a 2-player keeper league. Thoughts on the team? Also trying to trade Wilson Carr for, actually, we already looked at this team for you, my guy. We already looked at this team for you. We already marked it as complete. I guess the site, for whatever reason, duplicated it. So I really hope, we're not going to dive into it again. I really hope the site sent you the correct timestamp. If they did not send you the correct timestamp, reach out to me. You just respond to the email that you got from the site. The email address, mason.flockfantasy.com. Say, Mason, I got the wrong timestamp, and I completely understand you don't want to go through a 5-hour live stream to figure out which team was yours. And then we can go through and we can figure it out, and I can get you another team review. But Yeah, we looked at that earlier in the stream. So we're going to move by that right now. And we can check this one out for the Mean Machine. This is another one of those free Underdog team reviews where we are in a tough spot. We are at the very bottom of the league analyzer. I made a trade recently. CMC for Zach Charbonnet and Dallas Goedert. Okay. This is why we're at the bottom of the league analyzer. We just traded our first round pick for Zach Charbonnet and Dallas Goedert. Trade is still pending. Personally, I don't think CMC will play this season. How do you feel about the trade? I really don't like it. Obviously, if CMC does not play this season, we win the deal slightly. We pick up a low-end tight end 1 rest of season. We pick up a viable depth running back rest of season. If McCaffrey doesn't play rest of year, you slightly win. But when you make this trade, you are just taking in so much risk that if McCaffrey does play, you are toast. If McCaffrey does play, you got destroyed. So I think it's a trade that has limited upside with so much downside. So if we can take it back, we take it back. But anyway, also any other recommendations for the team? Currently 3rd in the league that goes by total points. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my guy. 3rd in total. Actually, let me walk this back. Let me walk all this back. If this is not a league with fantasy football playoffs, and instead it's all based off total regular season scoring, then ignore everything I said about McCaffrey. There's any player that's going to miss that section of time in a league that doesn't have fantasy football playoffs and it's all about regular season scoring, then the strategy is very different. We don't look for those guys that have upside later in the year. We look for players that can give us points right this second. So actually, it's not the worst move if I'm understanding the league settings correctly. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and let's move this over. So right now, quarterback, we are sitting with Lamar and Geno. Definitely a spot in which you can go ahead and you can drop Geno Smith if you want. Like, I don't see a world that you start Geno Smith over Lamar Jackson outside of a potential Lamar injury. So when that's the case, I think I would rather just roster the bona fide stud quarterback, and you don't need the backup. Going over to running back, we have Jordan Mason, so we have the short-term plug and play for McCaffrey. We have Aaron Jones. We have Jerome Ford. So, I mean, it's a completely fine running back room, especially if we were to keep McCaffrey, where we have the short-term availability of some of these names like Jordan Mason and Jerome Ford. And you have the long-term upside here of getting McCaffrey back into this offense. Now, like I said, if I'm understanding it correctly, and it's just a league where it's all about cumulative scoring, there's no matchups at all. There's no fantasy football playoffs. And it's just going to be who scores the most points weeks 1 through 17. That's going to be the person who wins the league. Then in this kind of environment, yes, it does make sense to say, well, CMC is giving us no points right now. And you potentially just go ahead and move on from McCaffrey. But yeah, as of now, running backs, very, very solid the way that it's set up. Wide receiver, we are dealing with the Puka injury as well. So this is why this team's so low in the league analyzer. We had the McCaffrey injury. Then we had the Puka injury. This team's been decimated. We had the Evan Ingram injury. So right now we're having to start Diggs, JSN, Keon Coleman. Looks like Jawan Jennings may be getting sent back down to the waiver wire with the addition of Deebo Samuel and George Kittle back in here. So wide receiver, we're definitely a little bit light. I would say that this is probably the weakest point of the team. Going over to tight end's pretty damn weak as well with Evan Ingram and Zach Ertz. But at the same time, tight end's weak for everybody, so it really doesn't matter too much. I mean, pretty much everybody at this point is just going through and streaming their tight ends. So looking at what you have here, I think it's a team that trades don't necessarily need to be made unless it's that league setting where there's no matchups, no fantasy football playoffs, and instead it is all centered around who scores the most points throughout the year. And if that is the case, I completely understand the thought process of looking to sell some of these injured guys, because in that situation, it is very hard to just for me to tell you hey, we're going to wait for the upside later. But if it's a league that you have the fantasy football playoffs, I probably sit on my hands. We probably work the waiver wire. We probably cut Geno Smith, pick up another running back. And just really hope these injured guys come back in and make a difference at the end of the season. But obviously will depend on the league settings that we are in there, my guy. But appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out. Now, Marker Word coming out saying, for the flex, are we going with Steele, Michael Wilson, Roshan, Trey Tucker, Chase Brown, or Yoshi Vosh? Really do appreciate you, my guy. I am going to go Michael Wilson if we didn't have Carson Steele. I was just looking at Roshan first. But, I mean, we have Carson Steele, so I think you take the running back that's in one of the best offenses in the league. Definitely not super excited about Carson Steele if Kareem Hunt is available, just because we simply don't know what the split's going to be between Kareem Hunt, Steele, and Samaje Perine in this backfield. But E. Freeman coming out with a start-sit question. Here we have Rice, Chase, wide receiver. Obviously, we're not pivoting off of either one of those names. Brock Bowers is tied in 1 overall this week. Mason, Achane, there's no way we can pivot. It really all comes down to the flex. Right now we have Montgomery and Zach Moss. Really strong options. Now, this is a full PPR format. If you wanted to pivot from Zach Moss to Deebo Samuel or to Drake London, I wouldn't fault you at all if you want to go with the receivers in a full PPR league. I think the running backs probably give you a higher floor. The receivers probably give you a higher ceiling. But when you're sitting with quite possibly one of the strongest teams that I've seen all live stream, I think you maybe just care about the floor, most likely. Now, let's move this over from Jameel. Here, wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Waddle, Rome, Reed, Jawan. Can't play any of these options over St. Brown or Nico. They're locked in. Tight end, we have Conklin to stream for McBride. Conklin's playing 90% of the snaps in New York for 3 straight weeks. Mason, Achane as top backs. It really all comes down to the flex. And honestly, I think it's almost a no-brainer here. You play Najee Harris. You have no Jalen Warren. You have a great matchup going up against the Indianapolis Colts. I think you have to play Najee. I think Najee's set up to absolutely crush. Now, moving this over to Eve Freeman. This is that start-sit question that we just answered. This is a Homelander's Milk. I have no idea what this reference is for. Y'all are throwing some weird things at me in the live stream tonight, but really do appreciate you and going to be excited to check this squad out for you, my guy. Here at quarterback, we currently are sitting with Joe Burrow. With Burrow, no rushing upside, but now that you have Higgins back in, I mean, you do see the overall passing volume ceiling, where it wouldn't be surprising if Burrow from this point on through the rest of the year, not saying the Bengals are going to be great, but especially with how bad this Bengals defense looks, and the fact that they may have to get into some shootouts, it's maybe a spot where Joe Burrow can be leading the NFL in passing when it's all said and done. Going over to running back, we have Achane, Jordan Mason. So we have 2 RB1s. Obviously, Achane is maybe a little more exciting in the long term when you do get Tua back in. But regardless, we have running back 1 right now, and then down there with the depth pieces, we have Montgomery and Zach Moss. So to be honest with you, I think in this league, you actually have the availability of this running back depth to go ahead and potentially look to make a 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade elsewhere if we can find a team that's desperate for running back, which there should be a lot of teams desperate for running back right now. Just going through and looking at receiver, we are loaded up with depth. This is just a nuts team. I mean, you can see with the league analyzer, we're by far and away better than everybody else here. We have Chase, Rice, 2 top 10 receivers. We have London, Deebo, 2 quality wide receiver 2s. We have Waddle, Brian Thomas, Keon Coleman. These guys that have insane ceilings later in the season. We have Bowers here at tight ends. So it looks like people are saying the names from The Boys. Is The Boys a good show? Is The Boys show the Amazon one that like all the superhero gifts are from? Let me IMDb it. Because I need a good show after the football season. Yeah, this is where all the gifts are from, or the memes. This has a ton of reviews on IMDb. Okay, so it looks like people are saying it is. All right. Well, I will go through and I will watch The Boys. If it's very gory, then that honestly maybe sucks because the girlfriend probably won't watch it with me. But you know what? We're going to be training for another Ironman once the football season's passed. So we'll watch it on the bike because we'll have to be on the bike for like 2 hours a day. But anyway, looking at tight end, we have the elite tight end. We have the tight end one. So here's what we're going to do. All right. Stupid simple. Every chance we get, we're making a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. First thing we do is go look at the teams with bad running backs. This team has CMC injured. So right now they are starting Swift and Bucky Irving. This team should be desperate for an RB. So we're going to walk down to him and we're going to go, hey man, you have McCaffrey injured. Here's Jordan Mason. And they're going to jump for it. They're going to go, oh my, they're going to get so excited. And you're going to wait. I'm going to give you Jordan Mason and one of my depth receivers. And I'm going to need back either Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr. And honestly, they could very much help them. They go, okay, I no longer have to start DeAndre Swift. I can start Jordan Mason. I get another wide receiver in return as well. That's the first thing we do. Second thing we do is walk our little butts over to the Joe Mixon team and go, hey man, I'm about to make a Jordan Mason trade. You want it? And right now they're starting Trey Benson and Zamir White. And they're going, oh yeah. We go, okay, well, hold off 1 second. We're going to look to trade Jordan Mason and either London Debo or, Jalen Waddle, Brian Thomas. It doesn't matter. One of the depth receivers. We want Tyreek Hill. Another thing we can look to do when we're this damn strong is go over to this team with Jalen Hurts and see if we can give them, a quality running back too. Right now they're starting Dobbins at RB2. If we can't pull a Mason trade off somewhere else, maybe we go, hey man, we'll give you Zach Moss, Joe Burrow, give us Jalen Hurts. They also have Jaden Daniels, so I'm sure that they would be willing to do it. Send them a depth running back or maybe send them a depth receiver and Joe Burrow to get the elite quarterback. This team has Josh Allen here. It looks like they have plenty of depth at running back, but maybe we can go send Joe Burrow and Deebo Samuel or Joe Burrow and Drake London to get to Josh Allen and give them a viable wide receiver play over Puka Nacua. So I think that's what you do. You go to some of these other teams that are hurting, and they are hurting, and we give them one of these depth running back or wide receiver options. And that's it. So looking at this, because right now you're starting H.N. Mason, Chase, Rice, London, Debo. We have Montgomery, Zach Moss on our bench with Jalen Waddle, Brian Thomas, Keon Coleman on our bench as well. There's no reason for this team not to have one of the best quarterbacks in the league and make 2-for-1 deals where we can just pivot up. This is a phenomenal squad. We can see it with the league analyzer right now where we are just so much higher than everybody else. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. Now, Vincent, always out here, happy to see us, says 10T full PBR. We're going to go Kirk or Jawan Jennings. Well, next time, you don't even have to type anything out here. You can actually just put these two players down here in the little empty spot, and I can click it. It will send it to you through the site as well. But we definitely want to go ahead. We definitely want to play Christian Kirk over Jawan Jennings now that Deebo Samuel and George Kittle are both good to go. But Anthony says, flex help. Wilson, Deontay, Charbonnet, Ford, Jamison, Rome, Bucky. Also, best defensive recommendations between Houston, Miami, Green Bay, Pittsburgh, Detroit. I would go with the Pittsburgh defense. Pittsburgh not only is a great matchup against Indy this week, but at the same time, they've dropped double-digit points depending on your league format every single week. And then same thing here, my guy. Just next time, if you need flex consideration, just throw some of the guys that you're considering down here, and you don't even have to type anything. But between Garrett Wilson, Deontay Johnson, Charbonnet, Ford, I am going to go ahead. I will take Garrett Wilson. I'm definitely less excited about Garrett Wilson based off the brutal matchup that he has this week. And obviously, it's not like Wilson's been great by any stretch of the imagination. Now, moving this over to the Waffle Houser, a long-time member of the flock. Excited to look at this team. And real quick, also, by the way, guys, if y'all want to know how, like, if it's like, because I've seen some confusion with this in the chat. Like, if you go to flockfantasy.com and you're like brand new, it's going to say like $5 for a start sit question. And you can see some people come in and pay like $3.50 for stuff or $4.25 for stuff like much lower. The reason for that is they are active subscribers to the site. So if you're an active subscriber to the site, everything's, like if you use promo code FLOCK and you have an active subscription to the site, then everything's 30% off, like both subscriptions with code FLOCK as well as any questions to me are 30% off. But if you are like on the site through a different creator, my questions will be 15% off. Okay. Training Ryan, it shouldn't be 70. If that is the case, shoot me an email. But what's most likely happening is most likely you are either one on an inactive subscription or two, you are logged into a wrong account. But anyway, checking this team out for them. Right now, obviously, I'm in golden wide receiver room. Between Terry McLaurin and Garrett Wilson, I personally prefer Wilson here. I understand McLaurin was phenomenal last week, but if you go ahead and look at him, he's still averaging fewer than 50 receiving yards per game. I actually really like the Terry McLaurin fewer than 57.5 receiving yards this week on Underdog. And maybe this is just a spot that I'm going against. I know that McLaurin has a significantly better matchup than Wilson. Significantly better. Now, going over to tight ends, we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Mark Andrews, no McBride this week. It sucks, but kind of have to do it. Quarterback for the Superflex spots. We're going to go Purdy and Goff. Yeah, we're going to bench Derek Carr. This is a nuts Dynasty team here. I'm assuming this, this has to be Dynasty. There's no way it's a redraft team. And then down on the flex, assuming Mixon misses, assuming McBride misses, Waddle has no Tua. Yeah, I guess we go Terry McLaurin. So the spiel of Terry McLaurin versus Garrett Wilson really doesn't matter at the end of the day. We are going to be starting both. But let's go over and check this out for Dylan. Actually, this isn't loading, Dylan. I'm sorry, my guy. We're going to have to get back to that in just 1 second. Ledex says, how's it going, Mason? Appreciate all the advice. Thank you for always being in the streams with us, my guy. Justin says, I just joined Flock Fantasy from watching your stream a few days ago. Didn't see there's a way to use code FLOCK. Is there a way to add it? Yes, if you go to your account page on flockfantasy.com, you should be able to use code FLOCK if you didn't whenever you initially signed up. But anyway, looking at Ledex, says, how's it going, Mason? Appreciate all the advice and tips. Should I instead pick up Komet over Zach Ertz? I probably would prefer Komet over Ertz. I don't think it's an easy call because Keenan is back. So I do expect that the passing volume here in Chicago funnels through the receivers a little bit more. Going over to the other wide receiver, I think you for sure have to play Drake London here over Addison, Thomas, Puka, Jameson. Going over to running back, Josh Jacobs is a must-start name now that you have Jordan Love back in. Quarterback, I'm going to go Jaden Daniels this week now that you officially have no A.J. Brown, no Devonta Smith. Rest of season, still easily give me Jalen Hurts, even with how good Jaden Daniels looked last week. But if you're looking at the situation that you're in right now, you have a great matchup for Jaden Daniels going up against the Cardinals. And at the same time, with Jalen Hurts, both of his top receivers are out. Going over to the flex spots here, I think you can get Zach Moss in with the guaranteed workload in a very good matchup. And honestly, because of how strong the rest of our team is, I think we go ahead. I think we play it safe. We get Chuba Hubbard. We get the guaranteed touches in, even if they are in an offense that we expect to regress just a bit. Now, Reed coming out says, extra for the beer at the meetup. My guy, love to hear that you're at the meetup with us. 3 bench, 16 team. My wide receivers 2's bad. Also, Ladd versus Judy. Ladd on the waiver wire. For sure, we're going to go Ladd. If Ladd's on the waiver wire, I'd rather have Ladd over Judy. This week, it's kind of close. I still probably prefer Ladd. But the rest of season, Ladd clears him with the upside that you have. And, yeah. Crazy with the meetup. I don't know if you're the guy who saved me, but yeah, with the meetup, obviously there were a bunch of people who came to the Flock Fantasy meetup. I think we had 60 people show up or so. And I had specifically told, like, the bartender was confused and they thought that like all the drinks were in all the food where everybody got dinner and like drinks and stuff. And they thought it was all going to be on one tab. And I was talking to some guy at the meetup and he was like, oh man, thanks so much. I can't believe you're getting, like, you're covering everything. And I thought he was joking. I was like, oh, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, that's really funny. And then he kept on going with it. And I was like, wait, are you actually being serious? And then I'd like look around and there are like 60 people all eating and drinking. Oh my God. And it's going to be like a 4-hour thing, you know? So I had to run over to the bar real quick and tell the waitress, like, hey, I'll cover everything that's been ordered so far, but going forward, we got to get separate tabs. But it was a tough scene where I thought I was going to have like a $5,000 tab at the meetup or something crazy. But anyway, going through and looking at this. Appreciate you, my guy, for making it to the meetup, of course. Wide receiver, I think here you have to go ahead. You have to play Lockett. You drop Judy, pick up Ladd McConkey for the rest of season upside. And honestly, F it. I play Ladd in the wide receiver slot anyway. Going over to the flex, obviously we just start whoever the Houston starting running back is. We're assuming it's Cam Akers. We're assuming that Joe Mixon misses. But even if you have Mixon playing, it's just a 1-for-1 swap. There's nothing to talk about. But really do appreciate you, my guy, and thank you for coming out to the meetup yet again. But let's move this team review over for Free Cheetah till I'm back. Now, says trying to improve off of ETN. Would you package him with Jacobs or even Tyreek at the moment? Or would you just wait on the Tua return and sit on Jacobs for a breakout? We have interest for almost everyone on the team. Okay. I would not be looking to trade Jacobs. ETN, I'm definitely more concerned with. If you're looking at Jacobs going into the future, this is a running back that should be in a top offense. Now that we are getting Jordan Love back in, it's a offense that I think you can comfortably project out to be probably close to being a top 5-ish, top 6-ish offense every single week. You have Marshawn Lloyd and A.J. Dillon both on the IR, so the only competition is Emmanuel Wilson. Jacobs was given the contract to be the true 3-down guy. So I'm holding on to Jacobs very easily. Travis Etienne with the Jacksonville offense, I think there's probably a little bit less hope. And if you could get a really nice return, I think we will. But yeah, this is a monstrous squad. Starting off at quarterback, we have Stroud. Obviously with CJ Stroud, the passing volume hasn't been great. I don't want to sit here and act like CJ Stroud's going to be a phenomenal quarterback going into the future in fantasy, but I think he's definitely a solid QB1, right? I think he's a QB1. I don't think there's much to talk about. I think you have to roster a second quarterback. Going over to what we have at running back, Kyron Williams, perfectly fine with him as my RB1. Josh Jacobs, I love him as my RB2. Travis Etienne as an RB3 is an extremely strong running back 3. This is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So what we are incentivized to do is we are incentivized to make as many 2-for-1 deals and just have the best starting lineup that we possibly can and not necessarily worry about the depth too much in a league like this. Going over and looking at what we have with the wide receivers. We have 2 top 10 receivers here rest of season. You have Chase, Tyreek. Obviously, Tyreek looks a little more like a wide receiver 2 in the short term, but you still have the crazy long-term upside with Tyreek Hill. We have Terry McLaurin, Keenan Allen as depth pieces. Obviously, you don't need to play them in the flex. When we have the 3-down running back, we can throw in the flex anyway. I'm trying to figure out what the hell can you do with this team. This team is a god squad. We have Addison, Christian Watson as the high upside wide receivers down here at the very bottom end of the lineup. I mean, it looks like we're probably cutting Juwan Jennings at this point. What I would look to do, where we're this strong at wide receiver, we are this strong at running back. Obviously, 2-for-1 deals still going to be advantageous for us based off the league settings. Can't get a ton of guys into your lineup. We're extremely strong at the top. So any chance that you get to maybe package together like Keenan Allen, Terry McLaurin to go get a wide receiver upgrade in a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, I do think it makes a ton of sense. And 100% we are looking to do just that. However, with that being said, I think what we want to do as well, which may be a little bit easier, is see if we can go upgrade from Stroud to get to an elite quarterback like Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts that will run the ball. Assuming this is a 4-point passing touchdown format. Going through looking at this team with Jalen Hurts, they have McCaffrey injured. They have Devontae Adams injured. Waddle doesn't look viable with the Tua injury. They have Tank Dell injured. So this is a team that's dealing with a ton of injuries where we possibly could squeeze them for Hurts. Or if you could sell like CJ Stroud and Terry McLaurin and go get Jalen Hurts, based off the wide receiver depth that we have, I would love to make that 2-for-1 deal and then pick up another running back off the waiver wire. This team has Josh Allen at quarterback. They have Puka Nacua injured. They have Joe Mixon injured. They have Nick Chubb injured. Right now, they have Austin Eckler injured. They're starting Tony Pollard and Emmanuel Wilson this week. If we could go through and offer them maybe Travis Etienne and CJ Stroud to get to Josh Allen, I think we'd want to do that as well. Now, the issue that you have at that point is we are just rostering so many receivers in comparison to the running backs. So I think you can cut Juwan Jennings and pick up another RB if we decide to make that move. But another thing that we could look to do instead is potentially sell a tight ends, where maybe you look to go through and sell Jake Ferguson since we have Brock Bowers. We sell Ferguson and Stroud to go get to Lamar. If we open up a raw spot that way, we're able to pick up another running back there. The last thing I do on this team is trade Travis Etienne with the receiver for a wide receiver upgrade. The last thing I do with this team is trade away Josh Jacobs. I think Etienne actually fits the team really nice. Like I said at the beginning of this, I wasn't opposed to trading away Travis Etienne whatsoever. But as I think this sits right now, I think that you're actually probably chilling. And instead, I think that the move is to try to upgrade quarterback because we can afford it to get to a true elite level option. And then also at the same time, if we could get a ton of value for Jake Ferguson having Brock Bowers, I think that would be interesting too. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you. Really hope that we were able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. But let's move this over and let's get to the next questions that we have in the live chat. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to go down there, drop them in the chat right now. We'll try to get to as many as we possibly can. Caden says, who should we bench out of Debo, Reed, Jacobs, and Moss? You cannot bench either running back. You need to play Jacobs. Like Jacobs is a must-start option. Jacobs, I could not be higher on currently. Josh Jacobs will just absolutely crush here. The bench player comes down to Jaden Reed, Debo Samuel, Zach Moss. I am excited about Jaden Reed now that you have Jordan Love back in. But honestly, I think you probably go through. I think that you probably end up having a bench Reed, take the running backs with the guaranteed volume with Jacobs and Moss, and take the wide receiver with Debo. And Dylan, your team review actually just loaded. Your team review is going to be the next one we get to as soon as we get done with the free questions. So don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to get to your team review in literally 5 minutes. Warrior says, Ayuk or Kincaid for the flex. For the love of God, play the receiver. Every single time it's a wide receiver versus tight end for the flex, the answer is always the receiver. Like, I think you make an argument, oh, maybe Kincaid's worth more in fantasy because of the positional value that you get with Kincaid at tight end versus Ayuk at wide receiver. But literally just looking at the projections that you have here, right now, Dalton Kincaid, which is very good for a tight end, very, very good, gets you a 2.9x multiplier to score a touchdown. This is much more likely than most tight ends. So he's valuable in fantasy. But like going with like the Mahomes, half a total yard, McLaurin, fewer than 57.5 yards, and Kincaid to score a touchdown, because Kincaid's so unlikely and they have the 2.19 multiplier, it's literally a 13x on Underdog. Which it's because Kincaid's unlikely to score the touchdown. At the same time, higher, lower 38.5 receiving yards. Whereas you go ahead and you look at Brandon Ayuk, Ayuk's higher, lower 58.5 receiving yards. Only a 1.2x multiplier score touchdown. Like never go through and take the tight end over the receiver in the flex. And Mario, yeah, we're going to keep on answering all the questions through the site. I just wanted to take a break and answer some free questions in the chat. Don't worry, if you ask any questions through the site, 100% is going to get answered. 100%. Nikolai says, should we trade Neighbors for Bijan and Puka? 100%. We had Neighbors as the sell high candidate this week after having him as that buy low candidate after week 1. And the reason being is, from what I've seen with the trade finder on the site, from what I've seen with people in the live stream, you could potentially go through and sell Malik Neighbors and in return, get back Justin Jefferson, get back Amon-Ra St. Brown, get back Jamar Chase, get back Breece Hall, get back Bijan Robinson. The fact that you get Puka Nacua on top of it is just an absolute no-brainer. Like, please go ahead and make this move. Okay. Trailer Park Boys, I actually did get to your start set earlier today. Yeah, definitely check your email. You should have gotten the link to the start set. I answered it, I want to say like 2 or 3 hours ago. Joey says, I just submitted my team review. Will it be reviewed tonight? It will either be tonight or very early in the morning. It's either going to be right now or in like 5 hours when we wake up super early for the stream. Tatia says, Akers or Bucky for the flex. If both Mixon and Rachaad White miss, it's Bucky Irving. If one of the starters plays and the other backup misses, like if, say, Mixon plays, say White plays and Mixon doesn't, then it's Cam Akers. So it really just does depend on the availability for the starting running backs ahead of them. Okay. Brian says, Moss and Flowers trade for Bijan. 100% Bijan Robinson, not even close. Bijan Robinson's still a top 5 running back rest of season. He's averaged 20 opportunities per game through the first 3 weeks. Getting involvement as a receiver. And the matchup should be much better going into the future than what they have been. Dustin says, damn, 5 hours, my man. Yes, we're closing in on 5 hours. We were live for 4 hours yesterday, like 6 hours the day before. I'm trying to answer as many questions as we possibly can. So if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Nobody coming close to live streaming as much as we are. It looks like maybe 1 out of every 18 of y'all have hit that like button so far this stream, so would appreciate it. Teresa says, Mason, your eyes are red. They're going to be, I actually did run 22 miles today as well. Actually, that's a lie. About 21 miles. So I'm very, very tired. I'm going to, after this live stream, cuddle up, go to bed, wake up probably like 4 hours later so we can stream 5 hours before the game is tomorrow. Josh says, Brian Thomas Jr., Michael Wilson, or Alan Lazard. Definitely not considering Lazard. It's going to be between Thomas and Wilson. I think Wilson is a perfectly fine option since you have no Trey McBride in this offense. Jacob says, someone tell me is Mixon playing tomorrow? I wish I knew if Mixon was playing. I'm relying on Akers in my own league, so I'm actually kind of hoping that Mixon doesn't, as bad as it sounds. I mean, sounds bad. Probably shouldn't say it out loud, but it's reality. Jaden says, Chris Olave, Calvin Ridley, or Xavier Worthy. So we had the report drop a little earlier that I want to say maybe an hour ago that Olave is going to be good to go for tomorrow, and I definitely start him over those other options. Griffin says Darnold or Hurts. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jalen Hurts over Sam Darnold, assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where we are chasing rushing upside. Gilbert's. I was just, hey, my guy, can you shoot me I forgot if I have your number or if you have my number or you just DM me somewhere again. I literally thought about shooting you a message today. I figured I didn't know if you watch the channel or not. I have an LA question. So if you could shoot me a message wherever we used to talk, that'd be much appreciated, my guy. But happy to see that you're still rocking with us. But TJ says Reed, Wilson, or Jameson in the last wide receiver slot. I'd probably go with Garrett Wilson, having much lowered expectations than usual, just given the horrible matchup you have. But let's move this back over to the site, and we're going to just continue to answer all the questions that were submitted through flockfantasy.com. And of course, as always, we answer every single question that's submitted through the site. So if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any questions, you could go over to flockfantasy.com. This little expert advice button here in the top right corner. You have you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. If you did want that team review, definitely would recommend the cheapest way is to take advantage of the Underdog offer, or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, they will match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to 50% up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will get a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the games tomorrow. You'll get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the games tomorrow as well. And you'll get a free team review in one of these live streams on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I'm able to go through and I'm able to credit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over and get this team review going for Dylan. Dylan probably is out here in this live stream more than anything. One thing that we're going to be adding to the site is for the ability for y'all to choose profile picks. And we have I hired an artist and we have a bunch of different profile picks for y'all to choose from. And you can unlock a bunch of different accessories based off different statuses on the site. And we'll probably have a king or a crown or something along those lines for the most active users on the site. And Dylan is one of them. Dylan's always out here. Says, so I traded Debo and Moss for Olave. My league doesn't know how to trade. Like I sent London and Mason for Rice, and he said that was such a bad trade, so we don't know what to do. Okay, so if your league mates are, and there are a lot of leagues like this. Like the Flock League actually is super active, where there are a bunch of trades that go down consistently. But there are other leagues that obviously league mates are only willing to make trades if they are absolutely ripping you off. And if that's the case, it's fine. You don't need to force a trade. And instead, what we need to do instead is we just need to optimize our team off the waiver wire and try to find, upside plays like Jordan Mason. And looking at this team with how we are sitting right now, we currently have at quarterback Kyler Murray. We will be able to start Kyler Murray every week. Don't need a backup. Whenever it says bye, we can go ahead and we can pick up another quarterback off the waiver wire for just that single week. Running back, we're in a really nice spot where we have Jacobs, where we have Walker, where we have Mason, where we have Moss, where we have so much of this depth where I would assume that one of your league mates would be excited to go out and trade for one of these depth pieces. But obviously, just because I think they should doesn't mean they will. Like looking at what you could potentially see. I mean, if we're looking for some of these teams that are just absolutely garbage at running back, that team has okay depth. This team is the mixed in injury, so they're sitting with like Swift and Spears as their starters, or I guess they have Akers. This team is sitting with Tank Bigsby. This team's only running back is Tank Bigsby. Pacheco's hurt. Chubb's hurt. Jalen Warren's hurt. So while I want to say like, oh, it does make a lot of sense, let's send them Jordan Mason. Let's send them Jordan Mason and DJ Moore and ask to get back Tyreek Hill in return. I would assume that's a spot where somebody would say, oh, okay, yeah, we'll take the depth. We'll get the running back piece in Jordan Mason, in that with somebody I can start every single week. And yeah, I think you could even do that with the Olave deal. Is going over to wide receiver now, and we have Braylon Allen down here, premium handcuff back. Absolutely love to see it. But going over to wide receiver, we have London, and we'll now have Olave, DJ Moore, Addison, Mooney. It's a league where you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, so the depth doesn't matter a ton. So in terms of what we are doing at receiver, I think it's just maybe going and approaching that team that has absolutely nothing at wide receiver. I'm sorry, at running back. Seeing if we can give them Jordan Mason and pivoting up from one of our wide receiver 2s to get the true elite alpha wide receiver like Tyreek Hill. Even if Tyreek projects out to be in a similar situation as one of these tight ends in the short term, where you have the upside with Tyreek Hill in the long term of getting Tua back in. Going over to tight end, you have Trey McBride, the tight end 1 in fantasy. We have Gesicki to just play for this week. Obviously, once McBride's back, you cut Gesicki, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. But yeah, main thing is, my guy, if you're in one of these leagues that your league mates don't want to trade, the only way that they are going to trade is if they are ripping you off. Like, you're almost playing right into their hands, and you're rewarding them for being that way if you make bad trades just because we really want to. Yeah, if they want to rip you off, my guy, I think that you're in a spot that you're probably better off just making waiver wire moves, optimizing for these high upside RBs off the waiver wire like Braylon Allen. I think you're already doing a great job with that. And honestly, I know you really care about this team and you are wanting to make moves consistently. And looking at some of your league mates, this person's rostering Adam Thielen, Mike Williams, Ricky Pearsall, and their only running backs Tank Bigsby. This person's rostering Freddie Swain, for whatever reason, showing up with some of these team reviews. I have no idea why, but he's not actually on their team. But this person's rostering like Brandon Cooks, Romeo Dobbs, when right now they're starting DeAndre Swift or Tajee Spears. Like, this person's still rostering Gus Edwards. Like, looking at the rest of your league mates, it seems like they're probably not going to be nearly as active as you are on the waiver wire. I think that's where you beat them if they are sitting out here and just sending you crap offers in trades that you can't do anything with. Don't trade with them and give up the best player just because we want to make a deal. Definitely be more selective if we can. But I obviously appreciate you hanging out with us so much in this live stream, and hopefully we can hook you all up with those profile pics soon and those accessories so we can get you decked out in the stream, my guy. But let's move this over for the free cheetah tillets. We actually already answered a question. We already answered this team's question earlier. So let me back out and see if this loads back up. Looks like it just accidentally loaded a duplicate. Okay, so I think it went away after we did that, which is perfect. But checking out this question from Nick, it says start sit tiered PPR. We got to start 2 guys. So if you were looking for, say, like 2 flex spots that you were considering, my guy, and good luck in the soccer game, Dylan. But here, Nick, if you were looking to start, say, just 2 flexes, next time you fill this out on the site, all you have to do is like put 2 empty flex spots, and these 5 players you're considering, just put underneath one of them. And then we can go through and we can actually fill it out in the software for you and send out exactly who we would start. That way you don't have to fill out everything yourself. But anyway, if it's a tiered PPR, obviously we will give a slight premium to the receivers versus the running backs, but we still ultimately go with Rachaad White and Jerome Ford. I think you go White, Ford. Yoshi Voss, Myers are a little more appealing now that Yoshi Voss is a touchdown machine and Myers has no Adams. But these running backs just give the guaranteed touches. And if White doesn't play, I'd probably go Carson Steele, to be honest. I'd probably play two of the running backs regardless. Now, going over to this team from Frozone. This is one of those free team reviews through the Underdog promo. Really appreciate you, my guy. I'm going to be excited to check this out for you. Here, this is a start 7, so it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, where our team name is Greg Spell. So we are sitting at number 8 with the league analyzer. So here in this style format, the wide receiver depth doesn't matter, and 100% already love what we are doing with this construction. Instead of rostering a bunch of wide receivers at the bottom end like Allen Lazard, that it'd be very difficult to project out when they were actually going to see that production, we're going through and we're rostering Braylon Allen. We're rostering Bucky Irving. We're rostering these high upside running backs where if an injury were to occur to the guy in front of them, that all of a sudden we know for a fact, okay, we can put him in our starting lineup. All of a sudden we know for a fact this is a viable play for us. So really do like what we have with the construction, but starting off with quarterback, we have Jared Goff. So looking at Goff, quarterback that we can start in good matchups, not everyone. So I do think it's fine to roster a second quarterback here with Justin Fields. And real quick side note, Adam Schefter did tweet out both Buccaneers running backs are listed questionable, are expected to play versus the Eagles. White was dealing with food poisoning and already feels better. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Looking over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with the elite option of Jahmyr Gibbs, the anchor RB holding us down. We have Najee Harris. Here's a high-quality running back 2 as well. We have Singletary, Ford, Braylon Allen, and Bucky Irving. So, it's a very comfortable running back room. What I would look to do, if possible, obviously much easier said than done, but this is a running back room where I feel like we have a player that we can jam into the lineup every single week. So what I would probably look to do instead is if you could potentially, say, package together Devin Singletary in a wide receiver to get a wide receiver upgrade. I think that would be very interesting because like Singletary, low ceiling, high floor player, you know that he is going to have work in this offense, but going over and looking at this team, right now they're starting Chuba Hubbard and Javonte Williams. I feel like Devin Singletary could be a good upgrade for them. So if we could package together Singletary and T. Higgins, and we could get back Drake London in return, I think that would be a very interesting move. This team has the McCaffrey injury, so their only 2 running backs are Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. If we could package together Singletary and Higgins and get to either Chris Olave or Chris Godwin, I think that would be interesting too. Going over to wide receiver, we have Ayuk, Higgins, Shaheed. So obviously we were dealing with the Puka Nacua injury. Not going to panic with the Puka injury. I think this team's strong enough to get through it. But I would look to see if we can make that upgrade over Higgins based off of the fact that we have depth at running back, but we could use that upgrade inside the starting lineup. Going over to tight end, we currently are sitting with Sam Laporta. So obviously when we have Laporta, we have a tight end that we're going to be able to view as a must-start player over waiver wire options for the time being. I don't want to act like that is going to be a guarantee forever. But for now, I'm not rostering a backup tight end. I have Sam Laporta in my own league. I'm just playing him every single week that he's healthy. Obviously, we will need to reevaluate. But I really like what we're doing from a construction perspective on this team. Since it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, my thing is I think we attack some of these rosters down here at the bottom that have absolutely nothing at running back. we send them Singletary and a depth receiver and go try to get that upgrade in our starting lineup. Because with Singletary, he's the high floor, low ceiling option that somebody else could use, but we just simply don't need because we have the locked in running back production anyway. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you, my guy. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But this next one is a massive dono start sit question. Rex donates $20 for the start sit. Says, love your stuff, man. Who are we going to start in tight end and the flex? Thank you. Going to be super excited to check this out. And real quick, what's actually going to be much easier for you to do in the future is if you were looking at like who you're starting in the lineup, all you need to do is if you're considering between like 2 running backs, you just hit 2 empty running back slots. And then you can add the players underneath here. That way, when I get to your team, I can actually go ahead and I can just click, go, oh, I want Carson Steele on this one. And oh, I want Jonathan Taylor on this one. That way, not only do you get to see it in the live stream in that clip, but also you get to see that sheet filled out. And it's just much easier where you don't have to type much in as well. And I can see the exact starting lineup requirements. But here at wide receiver, I think my 2 names will be Wilson and Zay Flowers. I think if I were to ask the live stream, though, a lot of people would say based off the tough Garrett Wilson matchup, they would go ahead and they would take Terry McLaurin over Wilson. Going over to tight ends, I'm going to play most likely Dallas Goedert this week. Dalton Kincaid in the long term, given the unavailability of A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. Going over to running back, we're playing Jonathan Taylor and Josh Jacobs as must-start names. Quarterback, I mean, obviously, it's did we play Dak? Did we not? I don't know. And then for the flex, I mean, the leftover options that we have since are really between Carson Steele and Terry McLaurin. And I think if it's a full PPR format, you probably take the receiver with Terry. But let's move this over to a start-sit question from Dizzle. It says, considering Schultz over Laporta and Reed over Tyreek this week, also need an RB2 and a flex. So here, wide receiver, I think you, oh my gosh. I'm going to go Tyreek over Deontay and Reed. It's close. I think I have to go Laporta over Schultz, even if you have no Tank Dell. Running back, we're going to go with David Montgomery. And then for the flex between Moss, Deontay, Reed, I would rank them Moss, Deontay Johnson, then Jaden Reed. I think Deontay Johnson gives you a higher floor than Tyreek Hill. But with Tyreek, ultimately, you do just need that one big play to go in his favor. And you actually have a higher implied team total for the Miami Dolphins offense this week, as opposed to what you had last. Okay. Now, moving over to our next question. This is a trade question from Blarfo. It says, hey, Mason, my running back depth is slim. I lost Pacheco for my RB2. Are we going to accept this? 100% you get Rachaad White, Bucky Irving. Jawan Jennings looks like a 0 now that you have Debo and Kittle good to go. Charbonnet, you have Kenneth Walker back in Seattle. So I think it's very easy to pivot over to the Tampa backs. Not even close here. Now, Oggold coming out with our next question says, I don't know who to start at either running back or my last flex. We have Pacheco on the IR. So running back right now, we're choosing between White, Bucky, Stevenson, and Ford. It does sound like White's good to go. Dealing with food poisoning, but I mean, with Bucky Irving, he was dealing with a hamstring, maybe a little more concerned about the hamstring. Wide receivers love that we have both the Texans guys. And then for the flex, I think you go ahead and play Jerome Ford. I think Ford gives a higher floor than Waddle. I mean, I hope it's Waddle. I'm having to start Waddle in my own league in one of my flex spots. Looking at the projections right now, though, Underdog has Waddle higher, lower, 39.5 total yards. Ford higher, lower, 65.5. Also, Ford more likely to score a touchdown as well. So I don't know. I think we probably go with. I think we go Ford there. It sucks, but you have to. Now, moving this over to our next question. It's going to be from JL. Coming out with a massive dono for this trade question. Dear God, thank you so much, my guy says. Have BBR 12-team league. I don't really need wide receiver depth. We have Lamb, Hill, Olave, Worthy. I need running back depth, but no one wants to trade me running back right now. Should I get rid of Jordan Mason before London comes back? Okay. It's a half PPR format, which I actually do think makes a difference here. We can actually see the starting. So we can start 4 receivers weekly. So we make this deal. Wide receiver, we're starting Lamb, Tyreek, Olave, London every week. Running back, we're starting Najee and Aaron Jones. We have depth pieces here at running back as well. Specifically because this team's freaking loaded and we have the depth to think about the long term here. And it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. I do think we go with Drake London. If we could squeeze out a little more value from them, and maybe we get an upgrade elsewhere with this team, like say we upgrade from, I don't know, who do they have that would possibly be interesting for us? Maybe if we just get Ford back in return, could be a little more interesting. Obviously, Bucky back in return could make sense as well. Do we have a... No, we don't want to ask for 2 receivers from them. I think we'd want a running back. And maybe at the same time, we could upgrade from Najee to Mixon. I think these would be the moves that we are looking to make if we are sending counters. But ultimately, because you're freaking loaded and we can afford to think long-term here, I don't mind at all you just going through and selling Jordan Mason for the long-term piece in Drake London. Now let's move this over. This next trade question coming out from Kleb the King. 3-man keeper league. We have Tyreek, Collins already. Don't love our second flex, plus want the running back upgrade. Okay. So ETN versus Jonathan Taylor, massive upgrade. AJ Brown down to Olave. Plus we get the additional depth on it. So let's say AJ Brown to Taylor. We upgrade there. ETN to Olave and Jaden Reed. If this is a double flex format and we don't like our second flex spot, 100%, let's go Taylor, Olave, and Jaden Reed. Completely understand it, my guy. Now let's move this team review over to Broncos. Is this not pulling up in the league analyzer? So it looks like the league's loading correctly, but the issue is we maybe changed our team name. So if you could, my guy, I really hope you see this soon. We're probably gonna have to make this PSA a bunch. I may shoot you a message on the side after this live stream if I can remember. I'm gonna need your new team name, whatever we change it to, just so I know what team we need to talk about. If Denver Broncos here who submitted a team review is in this live chat right now and could let me know their team name, that would be awesome. I'm imagining that they're not. I'll be looking out in the chat for it, and if not, we'll definitely save it. We'll get it to it later whenever we know what the team name is. But we'll skip over it right now. We're going to look at Lover Maya or Lovejer Meyer, something like that. This is a start set. It says tiered PPR scoring as well. Thank you. Keep up the great work. No, thank you, my guy. Just in case anybody here doesn't understand what tiered PPR means, this means you're going to get typically, I'm assuming, half PPR for running back, full PPR for receiver, and 1.5 PPR for tight end. So typically for your flex, going to make it a little more appealing for us to go through and throw a wide receiver in it. Running back's only going to be a half PPR format, or that's what we're going to be assuming between Pollard, White. It's really all we're looking at this week in particular. I think you probably go Pollard in a half PPR format where the receiving upside for Rachaad White doesn't matter as much with the cheap receptions. And at the same time, he is dealing with coming off of food poisoning, so maybe we are a little concerned. BNC says it's both of these. All right, we'll get right back to that after this, my guy. But looking at what we have at wide receiver, we lose out on Devontae Adams, so we're not able to put him in the flex. Just let me make sure that we are not missing anybody here. We have no Trey McBride. We have no Jonathan Brooks. It's going to be tough this week. I think you go Rome and then Rachaad White. I do play Rachaad White with Keenan. I really want to see him his first week back in before we actually decide to put him in our starting lineup. if you were looking at the upside that you could potentially have a Keenan rest of year, I do like it, a full PPR format, just getting cheap dump offs. But I'd rather take Rachaad White, who's been averaging over 15 opportunities a game. Now let's move over and let's get back to the Denver Broncos team. He said he updated the team name to both of these. Says, hey Mason, team is 1-2. We had some tough matchups, feeling really good about the team. Do we need to make any changes or just be patient and wait for the performances to come? To be honest with you, my guy, I have not had a chance to see the team just yet. But looking at where it's at with the league analyzer, currently sitting at number 8, with our bar being much lower than some of these other teams at the top. To be completely honest, it's probably not a great squad objectively. We'll pull it up. Maybe we can be mistaken. Hopefully we are mistaken. So maybe what makes this team better, just to make sure. If you're in this live stream still, can you confirm, is this a one quarterback format or is this a super flex league? The league analyzer is saying that it's a one quarterback format, but it does seem like almost everybody's rostering. Actually, no, you have a couple teams only rostering one. So I'm assuming that this is a one QB league. And if that's the case, I think this is maybe why this is far down with the league analyzer. Right now, we are rostering Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield. Now, plan A, if you can sell Baker Mayfield in a 2-for-1 deal and go get an upgrade elsewhere, we do that in a heartbeat. This team only has Sam Darnold. They're streaming quarterback. If we could send them Baker and Javonte and go get a running back upgrade, if we could send them Jordan Love and Javonte and go get Travis Etienne, it's a no-brainer. If we could send them, I don't know, our running backs tough. If you could potentially sell a QB, you'd probably have to end up selling Jordan Love. Like this team here, if you could sell Jordan Love and somehow get back Tony Pollard, somehow, some way, would love it. Even if that means we have to sell like Jordan Love and Zamir White and get back Tony Pollard. Or you go Baker Mayfield, Javonte Williams, get back Tony Pollard. That's what we would look to. If you could sell a quarterback, that's what you do. If you can't sell either QB, which honestly, there's no guarantee that anybody in your league is going to give you anything for these quarterbacks, we would instead go ahead and we would just cut Baker Mayfield. This is a team that are really screwed at running back. That's why this team's so low with the league analyzer. Where we are currently seeing David Montgomery as our RB1. We have Javonte Williams as our running back 2. Like I would love Montgomery as my RB2. I'd be okay with Javonte as my RB3. But to have them as RB1 and RB2, it's brutal. Zamir White's maybe not even worth a roster spot at this point. So we for sure need to be rostering more running backs than this. Going over to receiver, it's a league where we can start 4 wide receivers. So I'm actually probably going to be looking to hold on to the wide receivers with this squad. If we can start 4 of these guys weekly, I think we don't touch this position. Tight end, we have McBride, Cole Kmet. We start Cole Kmet this week. Honestly, next week, if McBride's back and we can't sell Kmet, we maybe just go ahead and cut him. That way we can pick up another running back. And honestly, in the chat, somebody says he could sell Josh Allen. And while typically I hate the idea of selling Allen, I actually agree with that. My mind typically just completely blanks on that, not as a possibility. But here, if you have Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield and you feel comfortable going through and playing the matchups between these two QBs rest of season, selling Josh Allen and going and getting a stud running back can almost be a no-brainer. Like selling Josh Allen here and potentially pivoting over to Derrick Henry, especially if you could get like Derrick Henry and another depth running back like Charbonnet I would love to do that. Going over and looking at another team that needs help at quarterback. This team has Dak. Selling Josh Allen and getting James Cook, especially if you could pick up another depth running back like Chuba Hubbard. I think that would be very interesting. And in that case, we can roster 2 quarterbacks, and you can play the matchups between Baker and Love rest of season. But yeah, I think that's probably the play here. Because as I said it, I already knew that you're most likely not going to be able to get much for Love or Baker, which is why we're saying you may just end up having to cut Baker. I agree with you. I mean, they are good quarterbacks, and I can see why they deserve a roster spot typically, but I think for us to justify it, you probably need to sell Josh Allen for a running back, or hopefully multiple running backs to those teams that have them. We can roster 2 quarterbacks here, but once we get McBride back next week, we either try to sell Kmet. If we can't sell him, you cut him and pick up another running back off the waiver wire, because this team really needs to be able to find the next Jordan Mason. It really needs to find the next Zach Charbonnet if it is going to be a team that makes a decent dent into the rest of the league. But I really do appreciate you. I really hope that I was able to help you out here in some way. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. Super happy to have you as a member of the flock, and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's move this over to our next question. We already answered this one. Going over to Michael. Michael, thank you for being a member of the flock, my guy. Here, we're looking at Ridley, Jawan Jennings, Jordan Addison, Michael Pittman, Wan'Dale Robinson. I think we go Ridley. Not excited about it. Jawan would have been the very easy call if you had no Debo, no Kittle. But now I don't see how Jawan Jennings is startable, to be honest, which is crazy after he drops the week after he drops 46 points. Going over to running back, I'm going to take the cheap volume in a bad offense with Ramadre. We're going to go Kenneth Walker in the flex, play Ramadre at RB2, Walker in the flex, and see plays on Monday night just in case anything happens. If you wanted to pivot off somebody else, you would pivot off of Ramadre to Chuba Hubbard, because the Panthers offense does project out, I believe, to score about 6 more points than the Patriots offense this week. But the Ramadre is seeing significantly more snaps and touches than Hubbard over the past 3 weeks. So I think it's either, if you want to make a swap here, it's pivoting off for Ramadre Stevenson to Chuba Hubbard. Brandon says, thanks for the trade review, but you butchered my name. I'm doing my best here, my guy. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry that the name was off. But Bennis coming out with our next question. Hopefully we're not butchering this name here. It's a start sit question. Says 12-team PPR. We need to sit one between Brees, Henry, Achane, Jordan Mason. How? Let's pull this up. We're not sitting Brees. Brees is a must-start guy. Henry, Mason, Devon Achane, full PPR format. I can tell you right now, I'm probably benching Henry. Looking at the projections with Underdog, Derrick Henry, higher, lower, 76.5 total yards. Higher, lower, 4.5 receiving yards. I mean, no receiving upside. Obviously, he's probably the most likely out of these players to score a touchdown. Achane, higher, lower, 87.5 total yards, but you have the receiving equity, less likely to score the touchdown. And Jordan Mason's going to be a must-start guy. I mean, looking at Jordan Mason here, higher, lower, 90.5 total yards, likely to score the rushing touchdown. I mean, a touchdown as well. If we have to go through and bench somebody in a full PPR format, to be honest with you, I bench Derrick Henry. If you wanted to make a different call, it would be if Raheem Mostert plays, you can go Henry over Achane. But obviously, obnoxiously good team. And I would look to sell Jordan Mason if we have this running back room. Now, Caleb coming out with a team review. Appreciate you, my guy. I mean, this is a team review start set question. Here, we're starting Higgins, Lamb, wide receiver. Our pivoting options would be potentially Waddle, Keenan, not interested. Going over to running back, we currently have Barkley, Jordan Mason in the starting lineup. Kenneth Walker would probably be the best guy to get in here, so chilling there. We go throw Kenneth Walker into the flex. Quarterback, we have Caleb, Drake May. Yep, we start Geno Smith. And yeah, here, I don't love the matchup for Kenneth Walker. So if you wanted to go Ramondre Stevenson, I wouldn't fault you. I think that these are the two guys that you really need to be considering. Expect Walker's going to be in a better offense. I mean, they both have very tough matchups. Look at the underdog projections. You have Kenneth Walker at higher lower 71.5 total yards. 1.12x score a touchdown. Stevenson is higher lower 70.5 total yards. 1.22x. So yeah, underdog does have Walker as a slightly better play as well. Now, Jay Davis coming out with a team review. This is one of those free underdog team reviews that he took advantage of. Thank you for taking advantage of that promo, my guy. Says 2-1 so far. Feel like we have a good team, but first year doing fantasy. I'm wondering who to start this week and rest of season. I have a trade finalizing tomorrow. I'll be receiving Andrews and Evans for McBride and Shakir. Confident to be trading for Andrews right now, my guy. Confident. I'd be a little bit nervous, but my league doesn't seem to trade much other than myself and my two friends. Well, let's definitely make sure that we figure out the starting lineup here for you, my guy. And at the same time, let's go through and figure out what we are doing with not only the lineup this week, but rest of season as well. So quarterback is a league where you only start one QB, two wide receivers, two running backs, tight end, and a flex. So quarterback's going to make a big percentage of our lineup. We have Lamar that we can start every week. So honestly, we're chilling here with Lamar, obviously, in a good situation. Don't need a backup quarterback. Going down to the bench, it doesn't look like we are rostering really many QBs here. So completely fine with that. Actually, this is a super deep bench. We can have the IR slot, so this is good to know. And we actually get to see the waiver wire options that are available. So, I mean, if Jared Goff's sitting out there on the waiver wire, right, that kind of tells you, yeah, we don't need a roster of two QBs. We could always pick up a quarterback if we really need to. Looking at some of the other players that are available, Jacoby Myers is available right now. I think Myers could be a very interesting pickup with no Devontae Adams. In terms of looking at who we would drop at the bottom end of this team for Jacoby Myers, it's crazy to say, but maybe Jawan Jennings, maybe Yoshi Vosh. I'd probably drop Yoshi Vosh for Jacoby Myers with the Devontae Adams hamstring injury. Looking at other potential pickups off waivers, Rico Dowdle, I would for sure pick up off the waiver wire as well. I would cut Jawan Jennings to pick up Rico Dowdle. DeAndre Swift's on the waiver wire. Actually, Keon, you have so many viable names off waivers. So here's what you're doing. If you make any trades with this league, you're making 2-for-1 deals to get improvements inside the starting lineup. And if we're looking at Jinxie stopping by, happy to see you. Hope you're doing well, my guy. Is Kamara good to go? Yes, sir, he is. Kamara and Olave have both been ruled good to go. But awesome seeing you stop by here. And I would love to get you in the Flock League this next year. Don't know if you've seen it. Look up the Flock League on YouTube. Pretty fun. It's been fun content. But yeah, Kamara's good to go. I would have no hesitation to start him. But yeah, anyway, looking at this, I mean, you are in a spot that you have absolutely no hesitation whatsoever to go through and I'm sorry. I'm just losing my mind that Jinxie's in here. Freaking crazy. Really hope you're doing well, my guy. And okay. Thank you for stopping by. Means a lot. But anyway, looking back at this, waiver wire options, phenomenal. Jinx says we watch every vid. Let's get you, come on. Come out to the freaking Flock draft week next year, my guy. Even if you just want to make a cameo, hang out with us. Host the draft. Be a ton of fun. Obviously, shoot me a message if you have any interest. And no issues whatsoever. I know you got a ton of stuff going on. So expectations are super low. This is what we call a full court shot right here, ladies and gentlemen. But would love an Instagram DM or love a Twitter DM. But anyway, trying to focus again. Here, when you have options like Keon Coleman, when we have options like Chase Brown, Rico Dowdle, all down there on waivers, for sure, any chance you get to make a 2-for-1 deal to just get the best player in the deal, we want to go ahead and we want to make that move. I mean, looking at quarterback, you are currently sitting with Lamar Jackson. So we don't need that backup. Definitely want to save that roster spot elsewhere. Tight end, when you have McBride, I wouldn't make this Andrews trade. Because specifically when you are looking at Trey McBride, rest of season, when McBride's good to go next week, you don't need a roster of second tight ends. I would rather have McBride. That way we can go through and we can just hold on to as many players as we possibly can at wide receiver and running back down on the bench. Like if we can cut Cole Kmet, say, and pick up somebody like Keon Coleman, that's what I'm doing. Obviously, this is in the long term. You can't do this right now. So if we can, for the love of God, just keep Trey McBride. I think having the elite tight end gives you an edge. We're chasing the long-term upside at wide receiver, so cut Yoshi Vosh, cut Cole Kmet, cut Juwan Jennings, F it. And you're cutting Kmet next week. But right now what we're going to do is we're going to pick up DeAndre Swift, we're going to pick up Rico Dowdle, and we're probably going to be picking up Keon Coleman as well. I'd pick up the running backs first because if their situations were to change and pop, I think they'll be the hardest guys to get off the waiver wire. And then Keon Coleman will be the guy that we pick up after this next week, after we're able to cut Cole Kmet. We no longer need that extra tight end. So I think that's what we would be looking to do with the squad. Not really too many trades, just churning players that we can on the waiver wire. And then obviously when we get 2-for-1 deals that fall in our lap, 100% we want to go ahead and do that. That way we can take advantage of opening up more roster spots and being able to pick up some of those more exciting options off the waiver wire. I'm sorry, we're 5 hours into this live stream. We just got shook up a bit. So let's go ahead and let's dive into our next question. This is coming out from Sammy Boy. It's a start sit here. Going over to the flex. We have Roma Dunze, Christian Kirk, Xavier Worthy, really who we're choosing between. I really thought the answer was going to be Roma Dunze relatively easily, to be honest, before Keenan Allen was listed as good to go. But now that you have no Keenan and at the same time, Evan Ingram looks like he will be out, I think you're going to go ahead. I think you take Christian Kirk. I think we go Kirk here. Looks like a phenomenal team as well, where you don't need to be chasing the highest ceiling possible, where we have Harrison, Rice, Bijan, Achane. So I think you're good to go with this, my guy. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out. But we are going to answer some free questions in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions, drop them in the live stream. Be happy to answer as many as I possibly could. Webbread says, anyone in the chat, is Debo good to go? Yes, Debo is good to go. You can play him this week. I obviously maybe have a little bit lowered expectations. But I just think you probably see the usage get scaled back in terms of like the carries, especially if they're up multiple touchdowns against the pass. Like there's no reason to get him those artificial touches. Braden says, when's the next Flock League upload? I think what we're going to do going forward is we're just going to have one video a week. That just drops every Tuesday morning. And we'll just make that the best video we possibly can. Ian says, any idea when or if the league analyzer will work with the 20-team league? So what we need to do right now, my guy, is right now the way things are set up is we have like a super complicated algorithm in terms of how players are valued based off where they're ranked. And it's tweaked ever so slightly based off your league settings, like how many wide receivers you start, how many flexes you start, how many teams are in your league. and we have all those tweaks fined in for 8-team leagues, 10-team leagues, 12-team leagues, 14-team leagues, 16-team leagues. I'm probably not going to be able to find those tweaks in for 20-team leagues when we get to these very weird formats. Like I know some people reached out wanting like they're in 4-man leagues and they're upset that they can't link with the site. What we're probably going to have to do is I'm probably just going to get the developers to say that essentially if you have any league, like a 20-team league, we just default it to like a 16-team format with the values, but you're able to link it anyway. So hopefully, definitely this season, I can't give you an exact timeline on it, but just understand why it's a little bit skewed. Brandon says, hey, I made my underdog using promo code FLOCK, so I'm good for the free team review. Also, Rashad White, Bucky Irving, or Debo to start this week. You're going to go Debo. And yeah, you should be good for the team review. Just the day after you make your account on Underdog with code FLOCK, Underdog will get me a list of those email addresses that signed up. And as long as you have the same email address on flockfantasy.com, the developers will go through and hook you up with that free team review. Cool Man says, who are you playing this week in the Flock League and how's the matchup looking so far? I'm playing against Austin. He's a dev. He has no, I was really excited about all his team being injured and now Deebo Samuel's good to go. So right now, Sleeper is saying it's like a 50-50 coin flip, which with how bad my team is, it's pretty good. Let's move this over. Yeah, Danny says, can't lose again, Mason. If I lose again, it's going to go downhill fast. I may start off 2-0 and lose the next 10 weeks. My team is garbage right now. I have Smith injured. Obviously, Tua's injury kills Waddle for me. Laporta turned into a freaking turd. It's a tough scene. It's a tough scene. I mean, Hollywood Brown went on the IR right after I traded for him. Robert says, Brian Robinson, Brian Thomas, or Colton Side. Easily Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson's like a must-start guy in what should be a very high-scoring game where you have no Austin Eckler. And for the love of God, start Brian Robinson. Okay. So let's move this over. Ayuk or Addison, please start Brandon Ayuk over Jordan Addison. Based off how many teams I drafted Jordan Addison on in underdog drafts, I really hope Addison comes out and crushes. I don't think you can rely on Addison like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. I think you're probably better off with a couple different names. Okay. So moving this over. Burke says, Justin Fields or Sam Darnold, Jordan Love is out for me. Probably go ahead and take Darnold's. The thing with Fields is he just simply has not been running the ball nearly as much as you would expect. At least based off what you had 2 years ago with Chicago. Justin Fields is at the very top of the NFL in rushing volume for any quarterback. You've seen that dramatically come down in Pittsburgh, and it does make sense, right? It seems like this Pittsburgh team is supposed to play good defense, don't turn the ball over. Ryder says Komet or Andrews. So we actually had this conversation, I want to say back last night or the night before, something like that. I personally go Andrews based off, one, the passing volume coming down in Chicago, the passing volume going up in Baltimore. 2, the addition that you have with Cole Kmet. You have Keenan Allen coming into this offense. So I think I probably would just go ahead and, if possible, flip a coin. Yeah, get your closest coin. Because I personally said Andrews, but everybody in the chat when I asked said Komet. Localt says start Laporta or Cole Kmet. I'm definitely going to go Laporta over Komet there. Ertz versus Cole Kmet. I think you can go Cole Kmet. I think Komet's a fine streaming option. I just don't know if 3 weeks into the season I want to be playing Cole Kmet when a situation's about to get worse over the tight ends you drafted to be elite names 3 weeks into the year. I mean, obviously, Komet's had a better game this past week than Sam Laporta has had all season. But we are looking at a one-game sample. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's dive back into as many questions as we can get to on the site. We've been live for over 5 hours, so if you're not going to hit the like button when we've been live for 5 hours here, I don't know what you are waiting for. Go down and drop a like if you can. And also, if you wanted to ask any questions over there on flockfantasy.com, of course, we're answering every single question that comes through the site. Always do. It's a bit of question literally any time of the day with this expert advice button. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question. And yeah, as soon as I answer it, it will actually be sent to you through the site as well. You'll get the clip from the live stream, so you don't even have to be in the live stream to get your answer. And also, if you wanted that team review, definitely what I'd recommend, the cheapest way to get that review is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Sunday game. And if you wanted the free team review on flockfantasy.com, after using code FLOCK on Underdog, make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. And yeah, thank you so much for sticking with us for so long. I know we were able to answer. And if you have any questions about your 20-team league, just drop it in the chat. I'll be happy to get it for you. But anyway, Garlic Burger coming out with the start set says, made 3 trades today. Walker, Debo, Dobbins, Ford for Bijan, Diggs, Ladd. So looking at this, Walker to Bijan, give me Bijan. Ford to Ladd, give me Ladd. JK to Diggs, give me Diggs. I love it. Keenan for Chubb, Thomas. Jacoby for, I literally like all 3 trades you made. Phenomenal deals. Here looking at who we're starting at quarterbacks between Geno, Caleb. I go Geno. I mean, with Caleb Williams, obviously he was great this past week, and it's a good matchup against the Rams. It's just tough where you look so bad and this offensive line looks so bad through the first 2 weeks. And then for the flex, Juwan Jennings no longer exciting here. You still could consider him because all these other options aren't inspiring, but I'd probably go Brian Thomas over Juwan Jennings now that you have no Evan Ingram, and at the same time, you have Debo and Kittle both good to go. Frolicking Heifer, long time member of the flock. Happy to see you, my guy. This is a super flex league. Here to flex. So here, if this is supposed to be the super flex spot, we go Baker Mayfield. We play Jared Goff and Baker. If this is actually just a regular flex, Trailer Park Boys, you don't actually get the exact timestamp. Just copy and paste that YouTube URL that was sent to you into a browser, and it will jump to the exact second that I answer your question. So copy and paste that exact YouTube URL that was sent to you through the site, and it will jump to the part of the live stream that your question was answered. But anyway, going over to the flex, if it's super flex, we put Baker Mayfield in here. If this is just an additional flex that we have to choose, it does look like Rachaad White is going to be playing. So instead of Bucky Irving, probably go ahead and take Brian Thomas. Now move this over to Carlos. This is a team review coming out with a massive dono. Thank you so much. Says, sup Mason, just need your opinion on the team. Well, definitely first thing I will say here, my guy, is this is an ESPN league. You should be able to link with the site. So definitely next time you can, if possible, link with the site. Just that way I can see so much more additional information, like your league settings, like the other teams in your league. And I can hopefully give you a little bit of a better breakdown, but also it's going to give you a ton of different tools in the site stuff. Even if you're not a paid member of the site, you should still be able to take advantage of the tools. But anyway, looking here at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels. With Daniels, obviously, looks like he is a QB1 rest of season. Absolutely love to see it. Going down to what we have on the bench with QB, it's a deeper bench overall, so I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to have a quarterback here. But no, we're not rostering a quarterback, which we definitely don't need to when we have Daniels. Now, going over to running back, we have both Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Robinson in the flex. I'm sorry, Brian Robinson at RB2. We have Jerome Ford down there in the flex spot. So, I mean, looking at this, obviously Brian Robinson is a super exciting running back whenever we have no Austin Eckler. And you know what I just realized? What I just thought of? Maybe this is the dumbest thought I've ever had. How far away are we from me just starting to stream on Saturday night and streaming all the way until kickoff on Sunday? I can't believe I've never had this thought. Do y'all think it would be possible for me to just go live at like 8 p.m. on Saturday and stream until noon kickoff? I'm not doing it today. I ran 21 miles today. There's no way I can do it. But maybe in the future, if we continue to get this many questions through the site, that would be freaking insane. We're not that far. It's almost 2 a.m. I got to wake up in like 4 hours anyway. Anyway, looking at this, running back, Brian Robinson looks like he's going to crush with no Eckler. But I mean, in terms of long-term running back too, I'm not in love with either one of these players. So I do like down here on the bench, we are focusing on some of these high-end options that, like Braylon Allen, where if Brees were to go down, then obviously Braylon Allen just absolutely crushes. Same thing with Aaron Jones and Ty Chandler. I probably want a few more of these RBs, to be honest. Because going over to wide receiver, we have the anchors of the top. We're not that strong a receiver. We have Amari, we have Evans. Going down to the bench, we have A.J. Brown, so we will have A.J. Brown that we can play when healthy. But like Trey Tucker, I don't see the upside with Tucker. I'd way rather just roster another running back. I know we're going to get Chubb back in the long term, but if we can roster another running back here instead of Trey Tucker, just somebody of that Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving molds, where if the starter ahead of him goes down, he absolutely crushes, but he could be viable kind of regardless. I'd really like that. We have Komet as a fill-in for Trey McBride this week. Really like that as well. So when you have McBride, I'd say if Komet crushes again, I'd love to sell Komet in a 2-for-1 deal with another receiver to go get an upgrade at wide receiver. But honestly, I think that the thing that this team needs to be focusing in on is how we can see that potential pop from a running back off waivers. So what I would love to do is in a 2 wide receiver 1 flex league, and you know, I'm sure you've heard me say this a ton, is just roster as many running backs as we possibly can. I think the team's going to be so much better when we get Trey McBride and A.J. Brown back in. And then obviously Nick Chubb here in the long term as well. Like, I just don't reasonably see the path for someone like Trey Tucker to ever make a difference in this league with you. So I would probably go ahead. I would probably move on from Trey Tucker, pick up another running back off the waiver wire, and just hoard as many of those guys as we can, because a wide receiver are going to be fine, especially when we get A.J. Brown back in. And then any opportunity we get to upgrade, say like trade Amari in a 2-for-1 deal to get to somebody in a better offense, I think we would look through that as well. Except, I mean, if Jameis comes in and decides to start slinging it around, then obviously Amari just absolutely crushes. But yeah, I really like the team. I mean, we have 2 first-round picks with Gibbs and A.J. Brown on it. We just need them to come back and be healthy. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you, my guy, and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. Now, moving over to this trade question from AJ Hoops says, did I win? Felt like I needed Walker with Pacheco out. Not much running back depth. So we have Walker, Jameson versus Waddle, Deontay. Deontay to Jameson, give me Deontay. Walker to Waddle, give me Walker. Yeah, if you don't have the running back depth, then yes. Yeah, running back, we were starting Brees, and then beyond that, we had Carson Steele, Eckler, and that's it. So 100%, I think you needed Kenneth Walker. I think this makes a lot of sense. It's painful for me to say as I'm sitting here with Jalen Waddle in my league, and obviously Waddle is just at this point, kind of toast with no Tua here. But let's move this. Next review is going to be over for Mario. Excited to check this out for you, my guy. This is Palm Beach. It says, you're a legend, Mason. Appreciate all the hard work. I'm only rostering Fields for Mahomes with the week 6 bye. No flex is good on waivers, not even Jacoby Myers. Goff is there, though. Curious your take. No tight end league. If this is a league where you have like a wide receiver / tight ends eligibility, I just simply don't want to roster a tight end. Like if your tight end slots wide receiver / tight end, do not roster a tight end. The only way you do it is like McBride was free. But we're looking to make a trade to get this team to the playoffs. So we are pretty far down with the league analyzer, which we saw another team that was this far down. I kind of panicked with, but that's because their bar was approximately like half the length of what we had with some of these others. Really, this is a pretty even league overall. I don't think you have to be too concerned, especially if this is a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. And actually, I'm not going to lie to you, the league analyzer is probably wrong here, as it's giving these teams tight end value, assuming that this is a league where you have to start a tight end. We don't have the league analyzer set up yet for a league where you don't have to start a tight end weekly. So honestly, I just kind of ignore it overall. Now, I know you're saying that we're just having another quarterback for the Mahomes week 6 bye, but honestly, if Goff's out there on the waiver wire, I'd rather have Goff than Fields. And at the same time, I'd almost rather say, oh, okay, well, if Goff's somebody that's a free pickup at any time, you can just pick up a quarterback in week 6. I'd probably rather see if we can potentially roster another running back that could pop based off injuries. But obviously with Mahomes, we're chilling. We don't need to panic. I mean, the passing volume is definitely down. It's not like Mahomes is going to be the QB1 in fantasy, but it does look like, oh dear God, we got mixing news. And Joel says, what does picks rank mean? This is for Dynasty. If it's a redraft league, just ignore it. It doesn't matter. So let's see. What's the Joe Mixon news? Please no Mixon. Please no Mixon. Please no Joe Mixon this week. Nothing from Shefty. I'm assuming it'd be on the Underdog Twitter. Oh, Joe Mixon game time decision. Oh, okay, cool. It's like, hey, by the way, we didn't know what Joe Mixon, there was no decision made 10 hours before the game. So it's like, oh, officially game time. But anyway. Yeah, with Mahomes, going to be just fine. Going over to running back, we have ETN, Aaron Jones. I love ETN as my RB2. I don't love him as my RB1. Aaron Jones, perfectly fine RB2. Jonathan Brooks, perfectly fine RB3. We're rostering these running backs down here on the bench that could potentially turn into something with an injury. I actually picked up the Jamal Williams a couple hours ago before Kamara was ruled good to go. As soon as Kamara was ruled good to go, we just let go of Jamal. Going over to receiver, we have the number 1 receiver in fantasy in my mind with Amon-Ra St. Brown. We have the long-term upside of Waddle, Flowers, Thomas. We have Quentin Johnson, Jalen Tolbert. There's not much with this team. It's a very well-balanced team. It's not like we have like so much depth where it's like, oh my gosh, we need to be making a 2-for-1 deal. I love that we're not rostering a tight end. I think honestly, if this was the league analyzer was set up for a league where you didn't have to roster a tight end, we would be higher here. I mean, in terms of if we were looking to do anything, it's just seeing if we can find a player off the waiver wire that pops and gives us that significant value for the flex. And the easiest way to find that is most likely going to be specifically at running back. Now, of course, it's much, much easier said than done when looking in that direction. But I mean, we're going to get Tua back, which will bump up Waddle for wide receiver 2. Jonathan Brooks is about to come back in here. And who knows, Jonathan Brooks could end up being a running back 1 in fantasy. Brian Thomas is going to continue to get better as the season goes on. Zay Flowers, year 2 wide receiver. We'd assume he continues to get better. We'd assume Quentin Johnson, year 2 wide receiver, continues to get better. So it's a very young team. Team dealing with some injuries right now. I think it's a team that's probably just going to get better as the year progresses. And honestly, you may not have to do much here. So honestly, I think we're just chilling with the squad as is. I would love to have some like big move that we can make once Jonathan Brooks is back. The thing is, like, your depth pieces, you're not getting any value for. I can't tell you to trade Quentin Johnson as someone to get an upgrade. I'd probably cut Jamal Williams and pick up a different running back off waivers, depending on who is there, of course. One thing that we're going to do with the site in the future, my guy, hopefully by when I say in the future, I mean ASAP, is we're going to include the waiver wire options, the best waiver options here, where the picks typically are for Dynasty, which I think would be able to help me out a lot. Just see what waiver wire options we are looking at. But let's move this over. Just gives me my money coming out. Says just traded Ayuk and Mason for Chase. Nuts deal. But I don't know who to start at the flex. Flex. Juwan Jennings was the play previously. You have Tank Dell injured. Can y'all spam the chat? Are you going Rome or Juwan Jennings? Rome Odunze or Juwan Jennings, two players that both popped last week. What are you looking at right now? Rome, Jennings, Jennings. Rome. I know somebody's saying neither. Are you going to start Xavier Legette? There's no way in hell you're starting Legette. Rome. Jolly Green says, don't chase last week's points. I feel like you're chasing last week's points with both of these names. I play both over Mooney. The thing is with Jennings, yeah, Debo coming back in. But, I mean, hell, you have Keenan coming back in for Rome. I go Jennings. I don't feel good about it, but I go with the player that just scored 47 points. Phoenix Lance coming out. Always happy to see you, my guy. This set. 0.2 point per carry, long play bonus. Trying to get the first win of the season. Appreciate you, boss man. Appreciate you, my guy. Tight end, I go Andrews over Komet. A lot of people in the chat were telling me I'm wrong in that, though. Now, obviously, if this is a 0.2 point per carry format, we are highly incentivized to go with the running back that's going to see opportunity. Carson Steele should have a ton of these just cheap carries in what should be a very good offense. Obviously, not super confident with his role if Kareem Hunt's going to be good to go this week, but and a 0.2 point per carry, I'm going to go Steele. Now, going over to Evans starts a question. Here, wide receiver, we are looking at Juwan Jennings, Jacoby, JSN, Amari, Judy. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Amari Cooper. I don't love Amari just based off how inefficient the quarterback play is in this offense. Going over to the flex spots, we're really just looking at the same receivers. We don't have any running backs since Brooks is currently banged up. I think you go with Jackson Smith and Jigba and Jacoby Myers. JSN for 3 straight weeks now has seen a career high with his snap rate. And obviously with Myers, you are looking at no Devontae Adams in this offense. Now, Frank the Tank, I'm assuming we need to choose between one of these two running backs. I go Chuba Hubbard with Dobbins having no Joe All in a tough matchup. But next time, if you're wanting to choose between two of these RBs, all you have to do is put one empty running back slot and then put the two guys you're considering below and actually can click them and it will go ahead and it will insert in for you, my guy. But Crusade coming out with a trade question says, need a life like currently 1 and 2, and this is my top trade offer. Okay. So obviously we're 1 and 2. We need points in this lineup right now. Ayuk to Rashee Rice is a massive upgrade. Puka to Waddle, kind of up to you. If we are desperate for a start now, I mean, you can go with Waddle. Paying Brian Robinson to get that upgrade, I think it does make a lot of sense. Yeah, I think we go with Rashee Rice here. Now, Kier coming out. Hopkins, Gibbs versus Dobbins, Bucky, Olave. Best player in the deal is Gibbs. Maybe if Rashad White was ruled out for the season, then at that point we can definitely go ahead and we can definitely take Bucky Irving. But assuming this is a full PBR format, Gibbs still running behind one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, and you still have the receiving work as well. Now, Cart's coming out with a start set question. Here, wide receiver, we have Tyreek Harrison in. Running back, we have Mason Jacobs. We need 2 flexes. So our main options we're looking at will be Higgins, Dobbins, Rome, and Bucky. So now that you have Keenan Allen good to go, I think it's actually an easy spot to bench Rome Odunze in favor of T. Higgins and J.K. Dobbins. Now, if Keenan was out, then at that point, I'd definitely mule over this and have to think about it for a second. Now, let's move this over to Macho Man. It's another start sit. We're looking at the flex spot here. It's between Shaheed. If Olave were to have missed, I think Shaheed would have definitely been in play. But now that Olave's playing, I think I go Chuba Hubbard. Higgins would be the other guy that we're looking at. But honestly, what's convinced me to go Hubbard is the underdog higher or lower picks. And at the same time, you have a 21.5 point implied team total for Carolina. They are saying that this is going to be a much, much better Panthers offense going into the future, which obviously is not too much of a hot take for these sports books considering how good they were this past week. Now, going over to wide receiver, I was super aggressive with my rankings this week with Brandon Ayuk under the assumption that you had no Debo and you had no Kittle. Now Debo and Kittle are playing, so I pivot over to DK Metcalf. I'm sorry. I think that you probably have the Seattle throwing the ball a decent amount against Detroit since Detroit's run defense is so good. And then going down to the flex spot, James Conner is a must-start back. 3-down workload. Perfect matchup. We underestimated how bad the matchup was a week ago, but it's not going to be something we have to be as concerned about this week. Now, Laporta Potty coming out with the trade question. We have CMC Gibbs. I think we might try to upgrade Kyron to Bijan for the long term. Is it worth it? 100% it's worth it. Chuba, in my mind, is that 1 to 2 week play. Once you have Jonathan Brooks back in, it's going to be a situation in which Hubbard's not startable. I would easily prefer Bijan over Kyron, even if Kyron's been much better so far this year. But what are we wanting to do at this point? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see how many questions we have left to get through. Okay. Okay. Just thinking. We're going to keep firing. We're going to go all cylinders here. And yes, thank you so much for everybody hanging out with me this late. We've been live for 5.5 hours. We will be up and live again at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern. So we're probably sleeping 3 to 4 hours tonight. Maybe a little bit tough, but if you enjoy the content, a couple of different ways you can support it, of course. One, dropping a like, being subscribed goes a long way. 2, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you can always do that through flockfantasy.com. If you hit this button up in the top right, expert advice, get a team review, trade question, start set question, whatever you want. But what would support the channel a ton and these super long live streams, and at the same time be a much cheaper way than getting a team review through the site, is going through and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog. I'm sure that 90% of people here have already done it. But if you go over to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half total yard. You'll get a free Lamar Jackson pick on top of it, more than less than half total yard for Sunday, and a free team review in one of these live streams. You just need to make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way we are able to credit you with that free team review voucher. But much love. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. And let's move this over for Alex. This is Josh Allen, Carson Steele versus Stroud, Malik Neighbors, Jonathan Brooks. Give me Jonathan Brooks over Carson Steele rest of the season. Give me Malik Neighbors over Josh Allen. We get CJ Stroud for free. We're very easily going to go ahead and we're going to take the Malik Neighbors side of this. And I freaking love Josh Allen in fantasy. Like I'm obsessed with having the elite quarterback here. So let's fill this starting lineup out for Big Nuts. Here, easy plays at wide receiver first with London, Rice. Devontae Adams being out makes it a little bit tougher, but we probably go Pickens here, wide receiver 3. Tight end, I'm going to go ahead. Let me just double check to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Underdog has Isaiah Likely at higher or lower, 27.5 yards, 2.21x, score a touchdown. They have Komet the same yardage total, but less likely to score a touchdown. I go likely over Komet. I know y'all are going to hate me for it. I know Komet had a big pop week 3. Likely's pop was in week 1. But I think the passing volume's up dramatically against the Buffalo Bills. Going over to running back here, we're going to go with Josh Jacobs and Bijan Robinson. Quarterback, we go with, dear God. We go Fields and set up a prayer that he runs the ball. It's so funny that, like, right now, like, after all this time, Lawrence is now 0-3 and Fields is now 3-0 to start the season. Not saying much beyond that, but flex, we go Jonathan Taylor. To be honest with you, I didn't even know we had him at running back. I got so excited when we saw Bijan and Jacobs. I looked over him. So let's make sure that we're not missing anybody here. Yeah, you see everybody. I think for that second flex spot, we're going to go with Christian Kirk with no Evan Ingram. I think Kirk gets the target volume. Now, obviously, the issue is that this is just an absolute garbage offense for the time being. Now, Adam coming out with a trade question. This is Gibbs and Wilson versus Cook, Kirk, and Olave. Gibbs over Kirk for me. Wilson over Olave. I don't think Christian Kirk's a big enough piece. We're going to go Gibbs and Wilson. I know James Cook's been much better than Gibbs so far this season, but I expect that not to be the case going forward. Dave coming out. I don't know why I tried saying Stave. Here, wide receiver, no downs. So really between Worthy and Waddle. I probably go Waddle and hate myself for it. But the thing is, when we're this strong, where we have Kamara, Gibbs, Achane, and Najee with our lineup this week, I think you just take the higher floor player. I think Waddle's a slightly higher floor than Worthy. Even if Worthy has the touchdown upside. Now going over to Napkin. Says, any moves we should make? Well, here, the start sit question, my guy. I would definitely look at the start sit side of this. Here for changing anybody out of the starting lineup. I don't know how we possibly could. Running back, the best guy to get in. I mean, if you were looking for a trade, you don't need Chuba Hubbard. Sell Chuba Hubbard in 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere. But yeah, freaking nutso team. Sell a depth piece in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere if you can. But yeah, we're leaving the starting lineup as is. Now, Gray coming out with a trade question. Keeper league, JT in the 1st, Gino in the 12th, and a future 3rd for Burrow in the 2nd and Derrick Henry in the 1st. So we're not keeping Derrick Henry in the 1st next year. I can almost guarantee that. Not keeping Burrow in the 2nd unless this is a super flex league. I just take Jonathan Taylor and Geno Smith. It'd be very different if like you had a super appealing keeper cost on any of these guys, but they're all like same keeper cost, like first round pick. I don't really care about thinking long term here. I'd rather just take the player that I think is going to be best. I think that is Jonathan Taylor. Now, with that being said, if this is a super flex format, you go Joe Burrow. Super flex, you go Burrow. One quarterback, we go Taylor. Now, Dan R. Creed says, Dynasty, I know Waddle's older, but is this a good deal or keep Reed who has health, quarterback, etc.? How much older is Jalen Waddle? Jalen Waddle age. Jalen Waddle turns 26. I honestly, maybe it's my delusion in this stream right now. But yeah, Jalen Waddle turns 26 in November. Jaden Reed turns 25 in April. Yeah, I knew Jaden Reed was a very old rookie last year. That's why I thought that he was maybe a little closer to Waddle. Dynasty, I go Waddle. Honestly, the age isn't a super big gap for me at this point. I think the Waddle's given us a large sample that we can't be very confident. Now, Zabron coming out of the start says, hey, Mason, just looking who to start in the flex spot between these three guys. Thanks in advance. Thank you so much, my guy. Next time, if you're wanting to submit this, all you really have to do is submit one empty flex spot and then the three guys that you're considering down here, and I can actually choose it and send it to you. I think they're all extremely, extremely close now that you have the guys good to go in San Francisco. Full PPR format, we probably go Deontay. Non-PPR league, we probably go with Ramondre. But also, I'm running on fumes here. We're pushing 6 hours in the stream, so I don't know if you want to listen to us. Dispatcher says, with the Debo news, I have no idea who to start. So we're going to start Tyreek Hill. Actually, no, I'm an idiot. We're going to start Justin Jefferson. Yeah, definitely over Tyreek. Going over to the flex, we're now looking at Tyreek. I go Tyreek Hill over Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin, while he had a phenomenal pop last week, at the same time, this is a wide receiver that is averaging fewer than 50 receiving yards per game so far this season. Daniels looks to be a great NFL QB, but maybe you should see some rushing equity rather than just all the passing volume being there in Washington. Going over to Damian, says, hey Mason, 2-1 with Brian Thomas Jr. in the flex. Should I accept this to optimize my starting lineup going forward? Gibbs to Jacobs is a downgrade. Evans to Terry is a downgrade. Braylon Allen to Dobbins is a slight upgrade. No, I think you're giving up the best player. I think you easily keep the Jahmyr Gibbs side of this, to be honest with you. Maybe if you were to not have Evans in this deal, it's closer. Like if you were wanting to make this trade, I think this would look like a closer one. But we're definitely not doing it with Evans. Now, Dylan coming out says, Smith's out, but when he returns, who would you sit? Or maybe try to do a 2-for-1 and get an upgrade. Well, looking at what we're doing right now, start Anthony Richardson. And starting lineup looks great. I don't necessarily think you need to in double flex format, but who could we possibly get in the starting lineup? Oh, yeah, we're leaving this as is, my guy. Now, Basketball Dojo says we need flex and tight end help. So tight ends, Frymuth, Gesicki. I think a lot of people would go Gesicki. I actually talked about this in the live stream earlier, where both tight ends were picked up off the waiver wire in the Flock League this week. Frymuth went for like $3. Gesicki went for like $18, but I would prefer Frymuth. Quarterback, you have to go Kyler over Herbert easily. And for the flex, we easily have to take Ramondre Stevenson. Bad offense, but at the same time, you have the guaranteed workload. But I am officially going to be live in another 5 hours. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to cut the live stream here. I'll be live in 5 hours. I'll be answering all the start sit questions, all the trade questions, all the roster reviews. If you submit anything tonight, don't worry, it's going to be answered tomorrow. Even if you're not in the live stream at the time it'll get answered, that clip's going to be sent to you so you don't have to worry about it whatsoever. Even if you're not in the stream, you will see the answer through the site. And because of that, you can ask a question through flockfantasy.com literally whenever you want. Just go over to the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can ask the team review, trade question, start sit question, whether we're live streaming or not. Like I said, whenever we do stream, I'll make sure we answer your question and it gets sent to you through the site. The answer, that is. And if you wanted that team review, or if you wanted to support these 5-6 hour streams, best way you can do that is going over to Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK. You will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You will get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard. You'll get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. And you'll get a free team review through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way we can go through and credit you with that free team review voucher. But much love. Really do appreciate y'all. And really hope I get to see you out with the live stream tomorrow morning.